The Tibetan Girl by Michael Hillsgrove. The Tibetan Girl is the first book of the Tibetan Girl series. The other books in the series, in order, are The Redemption of Colonel Leicheng and Droids. These are works of fiction and in no way represent any person living or dead. The Tibetan Girl is set in a near future. First published in the United States by CLONEVOICE.AI Publishing in 2024. Text copyright by Michael Hillsgrove, CLONEVOICE.AI Publishing. All rights reserved. No part of this book may be reproduced or transmitted in any form or any means, electronic or mechanical, including recording, photocopying, on any information storage, retention, or retrieval system, without the expressed written consent of the author, who retains the copyright, or authorized. Publisher: Michael Hillsgrove, CLONEVOICE.AI Publishing, 12,008 Silent Place Court, Socorro, Texas, 79,927, 443-883-1752, mayhillsgrove@gmail.com, CLONEVOICE.AI Publishing@gmail.com.
Chapter 1. Alice's Funeral. You only lose what you cling to. Drizzle formed dark dots on the dirt beside the open hole as he pushed his shovel into the rich brown earth with his foot. A somber, solitary middle-aged man in a black suit looked on with hollow eyes as he worked, the last of the day's mourners. Indeed, for more than an hour the stone-faced figure had stared down into the open grave, as if by sheer force of will, he could command the dead to rise. Out of respect, he had waited for more than an hour before approaching the grave, shovel in hand. The row of cars had long since pulled away, but as the skies darkened he could wait no longer. Just the man in the black coat remained, fixated on the casket covered in white and yellow flowers at the bottom of that pit. A nod from the man in the black coat signaled that he understood. The grave had to be filled before the rain came in earnest. Gomez worked in silence. His family had been expecting him an hour ago. If it were not for the man in the black coat, he would be enjoying his wife's steaming menudo, share with a child and not that much younger than the one he was covering now with the soft dirt. He thought about how he would feel if that were his little Fatima that he were burying, understanding the black-coated man's pain. Patting the last bit of dirt, forming a soft mound, the dirty, sweaty man stood back to give the black-coated man a little more room to grieve. Not once had he taken his eyes off of that hole, as though the world would end if he lost count of each new shovelful. Finally, it was time. "Mister, I have to go home now." Gomez waited for a bit, sensing that what was welling in the dark-coated man consumed him, like an acid eating away at his heart. Still, it seemed fitting to at least offer his sympathy before simply walking away. "I am very sorry, mister." A nod and the briefest of smiles served as the only thanks he could muster. Watching the old Mexican gravedigger walk away, he felt nothing. Nothing at all, in fact. Empty, devoid of anything that he wanted to feel. Sorrow, anger, guilt, anything would be all right. Before him a child lay dead, and she deserved more than he had to offer her. Indeed, she lay dead because of what he had not given her. It would be a long walk back into town as he had not driven. A foolish walk in the rain, at night. The sun was down now, but this was Texas, so not so cold. The sound of a car pulling up on the cemetery road below told him that he was not alone, realizing that being alone was what he really wanted most. A short, balding, pudgy male figure emerged from the expensive black sedan that pulled up on the road down the shallow hill, making his way to stand beside the man in the open black coat. "They missed you at the wake, Jack. You do have friends, you know." He waited for a response that was not to come. "It was not your fault. You had a job to do." "Was not my fault?" His low voice cracked with suppressed pain. "Alice begged me not to go. She was going to be 13. Wanted me at her birthday party. It was important, Jack, my boy." "No, it was not. The world already has enough ways to kill our fellow man. You designed the system. The brass needed to see the inventor. If something went wrong then, something went wrong, Harry. They found out about my family. They were trying to kill me. But I was not there, was I, Harry? And what was I doing when I should have been with my wife and daughter, Harry? I was with my friend Harry, kissing ass and flipping knobs. While person or persons unknown. Is not that what the report said? Harry raped and killed my wife and put a bullet into my daughter's spine. At least you about to say goodbye to Anne before she died. Her name was Alice. She died in my arms, knowing that her mother was dead, and that she would never use her arms and legs again. She blamed me because I was not there, and she was right. The memory of finding wife and daughter laying on the blood-soaked floor cascaded through his mind, and it seemed that he would never again not fear the night, for the nightmares. "Take a week, Jack. You are no good to me at all like this. They have decided to deploy angel ears. Take a week off, I quit. Look, now is not the time, Jack, my boy. I quit. It is over. Take your job and shove it. Jack could feel Harry Brady's eyes boring into his back as he turned and marched down the hill, past the black Mercedes and toward State Highway 20 to Fabens, Texas. Behind him, he heard his dear friend Harry send a few invectives his way as the door slammed, the car speeding past him on the way out, leaving him alone. Finally, "Go to hell, Harry," he shouted, the heartfelt sentiment of his own making him feel just a bit better. Harry cursed as the driver gunned the engine. "Stupid jackass. Why are the best engineers always assholes?" The driver, a tall, lanky, middle-aged man, smiled as he left the black-suited man in the dust. "That was his daughter he just buried, sir. People get kinda attached to their spawn. I heard a rumor that even you as a kid once." In his deepest, contrived Texas accent, "That moron thinks that he can just walk away. I will shut him down. He will be back. The brass will not go forward without Jack Morgan. No company will hire him. I will see to it. He will be back." "I do not know, Mr. Brady, sir." Morgan seemed pretty pissed. "Just think how pissed he'd be if he figured out that you was the one had his wife and kid offed. Yup, probably as pissed as his wife was when I took her. Shut up and drive, Tex." Scene 2. It was a cold, early fall day in the Himalayan port town of Zhangmu. The first snow had fallen in the high mountains, visible to the north, and to the south, the nation of Nepal. Also visible were the sharp green uniforms of the People's Liberation Army, in greater numbers than normal. Zhangmu was a port town, popular with tourists and more modern than most, showcase of the Communist Party of China, and the entry point for official guests into the former nation of Tibet. The world press with their cameras and microphones were in abundance, official guests of the Chinese Communist Party to witness the transformation of Tibet into a modern nation. Karma squeezed her mother's hand, and they walked into the central town square, under the watchful eyes of police and army alike. For a 10-year-old raised in a temple, the sound and smells and noise of the first large city that she had ever seen were overwhelming. So many people, so many banners and street vendors and strange people dressed funny, who looked nothing like her or her fellow monks. This was a celebration, sanctioned and supplied by the People's Liberation Army, who had made sure that happy faces were everywhere to be photographed. But something was wrong. The flags and colorful banner did not seem to cheer her mother as she glanced up to see her wipe tears from her eyes. Perhaps it was because of how rude the soldiers were, she thought to herself. Still, it was expected. Her mother was both Ama and Tibetan, and that was always enough to earn the disrespect of the Chinese army. "Mother, why are you sad? Where's father?" "He's with Monk Shodak. Major Cheng is coming. Be quiet, Karma. Please, speak Tibetan only, no matter what happens," her mother pleaded. Karma had seen the small official woman around, but the stone-faced dragon, as her mother described her, seemed uninterested in children. Karma watched the short-fit woman, nearly her mother's age, march toward them, with two taller green-clad and heavily armed soldiers in tow. In her dark olive-green form with black epaulets, with two thin gold stripes and a single star, Major Sheng terrified her, and everyone else who had ever seen the Major's cold, brutal efficiency. "Elma Pema, you do not seem to be enjoying the festival. Our leaders have gone to great lengths to please the people. Where is your smile? What I want to know is where your husband is. He needs to be here with you. That was the condition for him being here today." Karma looked into the smirking face of the woman, relishing her mother's fear as she stammered out excuses in broken Chinese. She grinned a bit. She remembered her father's observation, that Major Cheng, as short as she was, still always found a way of looking down on everyone. Cheng was not the kind of political officer that accepted excuses, and was not going to accept them now. Looking into Karma's face, Cheng forced a smile, making the girl's blood run cold, as though she were a mouse caught in a cobra's gaze. "Karma, what a lovely name. Surely you know where your father is, do not you? Your mother cannot seem to remember, sweetie." Cheng was not that much taller than she was. She responded in Chinese, her mother's lie would be exposed. So she smiled sweetly, irritating the impatient woman more. "I know that you speak Chinese, Karma, so answer me or I will have your mother arrested and shot." Political officer Major Lei Cheng was not known for idle threats. A crowd of foreigners, as well as Tibetans and Chinese, had taken interest in the exchange, several with microphones. Cameras and what Karma had been told were cell phones. Tears welled, her mother's hand squeezing hers, and she knew that she had no good choice. Silence would condemn her mother as quickly as an answer. Alarm! Alarm! Behind the major and the steps of the administration building, flames and black smoke shot higher than the crowd. Panic. Orders in Chinese. Crowds packing around the spectacle playing out on the other side of that line of people. She could not see, but the smell of gas, and something else that sickened her. A few women from the crowd had turned and escaped in horror. excited voices in languages that she could not understand, and a few in the two that she could. Cell phones were held high to get the event on camera. Cheng responded rapidly, shouting orders, directing men with buckets and hoses as they worked to extinguish the ghastly conflagration. The crowd disintegrated rapidly, except for a few clueless Westerners, as soldiers shouting threats knocked down anyone moving too slow or trying to record the day's unexpected main event. Mother, Monk Chodak is on fire. Did the soldiers do that? Squeezing her hand, her mother seemed to be panicking with her face contorted in horror. No, we will be arrested, all of us now. Run, Karma. Find a temple and tell them who you are. Leave now, ease. Her mother pushed her away. But where would she go? Angry soldiers, like bees whose nest had been violently disturbed, pushed the crowd as individuals began to chant. She felt her knees go weak as a soldier in front of her slammed his rifle butt into some foreigner's forehead, several shots ringing out from somewhere to her left. Karma could hear her mother pleading for her to go, but now all the sights and sounds, that awful stench of burning flesh, left her dazed, like the world was moving in slow motion. Turning to run, she heard her mother's cry. Several soldiers dragged her away. There was nowhere to go without something in the way. Trying to run, a hand grabbed her hair, pulled her from behind. Take this girl also. She had her chance to stop this. Now you will pay for your disloyalty, you little pig. Shen dragged the shot girl to a nearly full truck where monks, Westerners and Amma had been tossed. Karma felt her mother's arms wrapping around her, as the other monks pushed her to the front of the truck. Prayers, groans and cries, she tried to stand to help one of the monks, whose nose had been smashed. The metallic sound of the truck's tailgate followed by darkness sent a shiver through the young girl, as a sudden jerk knocked her off her feet. Karma closed her eyes, her mother's arms wrapped around her, as the bumpy ride to their shared fate. Scene 3. Major Cheng, I am highly disappointed in you. You said that you would control your monks. Now I have this. The sour-faced senior general emphasized each word, his dagger-like gaze cutting through her as she stood at perfect attention in front of him. Laid out on his desk, forbidden Western newspapers, and a laptop he had turned toward her. American you watch in Western media have destroyed everything that the party hoped to achieve by our demonstration of kindness and respect. I believe that this one has you speaking to a poor, scared child. What were you thinking, Major Cheng? The tall, balding man was clearly angry, and Lei could feel her knees go weak, as his glare seemed to cut through to her soul, as he pounded on his desk. She had not seen the camera. The clarity of her words, the horror on the child's face. Why had one of her soldiers not warned her, she wondered. Full 2-minute movie, where she was the star. In the eyes of the Western world, hers was the face of oppression, a trembling child, the oppressed. Beijing's demanding answers. They want to know who is responsible for this incompetence. What shall I tell them, Major Cheng? The celebration had been the general's idea, approved and ordered at levels well beyond her. Her participation included a list of excluded dissidents only to be overruled. She looked at his hard eyes, knowing what he wanted to hear, knowing that her usefulness to him was now only as a scapegoat. I take full responsibility for Monk Chodak's death. The terrorist monks responsible for his murder are under arrest, sir. He smiled briefly, satisfied by her shaky answer. She was loyal at least, he thought. Excellent. Her confession would play well in his report. Exiling a low-ranking officer might satisfy the party. If not, Cheng might still serve his needs. Major Cheng, perhaps I have promoted you too rapidly. Perhaps I have given you too much responsibility. Perhaps you are too soft for this duty. Was I wrong in promoting you, Major Cheng? Her career was over. At best, she would end up commanding a 2-man station on the Mongolian border. It was the worst that bothered her. A quick, predictable trial followed by a quicker, equally predictable execution. No, sir, I am not too soft, cursing herself for the squeak in her voice that belied her desperation. I will be harder, sir. We shall see. I am assigning you to be the commander of Jarom prison. But his previous commander has disappointed me. He is not as fortunate as you to receive the second chance that you are now getting. Thank you, sir. I will not disappoint you again. Scene 4. How would the interview go, Jack? Jordan was his brother-in-law and the local preacher. Not that he did not have better ways to spend a Sunday. It had been a hard few months since the funeral for his daughter Alice, and it felt good to be among friends at Norm's Bar and Grill, home of the best barbecue and chili in Texas. Or so Norm Rodriguez, the owner, claimed. Do not they have rules against preachers in bars, Jordan? The familiar face was welcome. Jack Robert Morgan had stared at that very expensive brown bottle for hours and had not broken the seal. Once he crawled in, the way out would be difficult. That first glass would mean defeat. It would mean that Harry had won. Like the others, that son of a bitch got to them first. I like your taste in bourbon, Jack. but I do not think Terry or Alice would much approve of you drinking your life away in this hellhole of a drinking establishment. Hey, barkeep, how many Nogas died to decorate this place? Screw you, preacher man. Either buy a drink or get out. That collar of yours is driving away business. Norm Rodriguez and Jordan Elliott had been friends for years, and yet not once had Jack ever heard a kind word between Norm the barkeep and his brother-in-law, Jordan, local preacher. Like Lucifer and God competing for souls, they sparred constantly. And keep your eyes off my sinners. Sipping the beer placed in front of him, Jordan, the tall, bald, transplanted Texan, pretended not to notice the parishioners in the corner. A lovely couple had they been married to each other. So what now, Jack? Go back to the agency? Taking a deep breath, Jack had no other option. No, not a chance in hell. I have been dancing to that devil's tune way too long. If no one will hire me, I will hire myself. I have the insurance money and an idea. What sort of idea, Jack? Norm had wandered over, standing beside his nemesis, the preacher man Jordan. Flipping over the napkin he had been drawing on, Jack the engineer smiled. This, a closed-loop hydrogen fuel cell system for the home and business. Takes its power from either solar panels, small windmills, or tide, if you are close to the ocean. Fracks water that feeds a fuel cell. It stores the hydrogen in the daytime and pumps out electricity all day and night long. So what? It means that you would never pay a power bill ever again, Norm. No one would. Make enough hydrogen. You never have to buy gas for your truck either. Efficient and clean. Harry always did say you was smart, Jack. If you need an investor, count me in. How long would it take you to build this gizmo? I have a full-size working prototype now. Have not paid a power bill in 2 months. Now I am going to scale it up. It can change the world. And best of all, no more building weapons for Harry and the NDRA, the National Defense Research Agency, secretly building everything from beams to destroy cities, to area-sound weapons that can send 1,000 men into epileptic fits. The thought that he had participated in the madness at all made him nauseous. Jordan gazed at the drawing on the napkin, impressed, but not entirely understanding the details. Had it been another man who would have assumed that it was a con game, but not Jack Robert Morgan. Jack was an engineer, an inventor, and by all accounts, brilliant. That is a man my sister married, Jack. Terry loved you, because you were a dreamer. You do this. It will honor her memory, and Alice's. It was a daft plan. Insanely crazy except for the fact that the engineering was perfect. All the parts were available, and it had been powering his house in the desert for months. Maybe it will pay back the world for the evil crap I have invented. My Buddhist friends would call that karma, Jack. Remember your loyalties. I expect to see you in Sunday services this week. I have a special sermon on the sanctity of our wedding vows planned. Karma. That is what it is. What it is all about. Karma. Scene 5. Karma. I'm sorry that you are here with us. I should have left you in the temple with Ma Nima. The small, cold, crowded cell with gray, filthy walls had an open bucket in a corner that filled it with a horrific stench. Stroking the child's thick black hair, she wrapped her arms around the shivering, terrified, hungry young girl as she looked out the small cracked window at the stars above. The Chinese cannot keep you here, so they will probably separate us in the morning. I will not leave you, mother. I will not. Cries from the other cells, seating of a woman being dragged from her cell down the hall, the laughter of guards and the sound of boots on concrete floors, were punctuated by gentle conversation, concern for each other from her cellmates, and the occasional smile to reassure her. None of this mitigated the agony of knowing that it was her decision that had condemned her daughter to this hell. Maybe tomorrow it will get better. The older woman that had been in the cell when she arrived finally spoke. Earlier she had offered a few saved morsels to her daughter, but Pima had declined it, as taking food from anyone needing it so desperately themselves sickened her. The commander shot himself yesterday. Tomorrow the new commander will arrive. I heard the guards say that it is a woman. I am sure that she will help your little Karma. The possibilities raced through Pima's mind, always coming back to the worst possibility of all. No, please tell me that is not so. Please. It was someone named Ching. No Ching. A Major Ching, I heard them say. Perhaps you can ask her for help. With Karma mercifully asleep in her arms, Pima bit down hard on the cloth fur robe to keep the girl from hearing her pain. If there had been hope, there was now none. As if her heart had been torn from her chest, she squeezed her daughter to her breast, begging silently that whatever fate had brought her to this moment, she could endure alone, her tears caught by the matted black hair of her innocent daughter. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2. First day. You will not be punished for your anger. You will be punished by your anger. Major Lei Cheng motioned for the driver to stop the car at the gate to take a long, close look at her new command in the early morning light. Major Lei Cheng, just a shade over 5 feet tall, educated in the finest schools in Beijing and the United States, the daughter of the former police chief of Fuzhou, had earned the respect and the rank that few women earn. Reflecting on her good fortune, pondered the events that had led to this honor. Her reputation for cold, brutal efficiency had won her this command, and she smiled, imagining herself wearing the rank of colonel, the normal rank for a post of such importance. Waving his hand, the driver signaled for the steel door on the larger gate to open, standing at a half-hearted attention as she marched in. Halfway down the hall, she was met by a tall, thin lieutenant with open collar and wrinkled uniform, the putrid odor of sweat and alcohol making his presence known to all of her senses. Colonel yelled as I eagerly awaiting you. I am Wei. No, you are Lieutenant Wei of the People's Armed Police. Does Lieutenant Wei have a clean uniform, I wonder? His smirk angered her. Once she took official command, she would remove it. Please announce me. Oh, go right in. He is expecting you. He gestured toward the closed double doors. A brass nameplate in the center on the right. Chuckles from the room down the hall signaled that this little show was for her benefit. Disrespect was something she could not tolerate, although it surprised her that any Chinese officer of Ye Tao's reputation would allow it. Knocking twice, she waited without response. Opening the doors, she could see the figure of a man in the dark shadows of a shaded room seated behind the desk. Closing the door, she stepped smartly to face the now discredited man, who seemed cold, pale. It could not be a happy day for him, she thought, to have to return to a wife and a child in disgrace. He had been drinking. She could smell it. Saluting, she announced herself and offered her orders that would make her the prison's new commander, relieve him of duty, and send him to an ignominious fate. He stared at her, motionless, silent, unblinking. Sir, are you all right? On the desk was a single envelope, addressed to the new commander of Gierong prison. Looking closer, something was indeed wrong. Moving around the large polished teak desk, there was a QSA-92 pistol still in his hand. Blood and bone coated the tall leather chair where the back of his skull had disintegrated, exposing a bloody gray mush to open air. Cheng listened to the insane laughter outside the door, torn between the horror before her and rage for the ignorant inhumanity and disrespect for the man who had been their commander. The animals listening through the thick doors in the hallway were waiting for her to scream, to cry. Weakness would kill her. Wiping away tears, perhaps she thought, might be something in Colonel Yatao's final words that she might find useful. Opening the letter with shaky hands, she could see that this was the Ye Tao that she knew, direct, brutal, and honest. As she read and understood, she bounced between rage and horror. Corruption, theft and murder. Why? Could not he have stopped it? His last line confused her for a moment. He was after all not a prisoner, but the commander of this prison. Reading aloud, she pondered her own fate. I finally escaped my just punishment within these walls, and am now free of this life that has brought misery to others. Should I be born again as a man, I pray that I should be wiser in my choices, and offer the compassion to others that those who I have imprisoned have shown to me. Offer the compassion to others that those who I have imprisoned have shown to me. Repeating those last words, Cheng reflected on them without understanding. After all, prisoners had no power but to comply. One thing was clear, the prison was out of control. This was why the general had put her here. This is how Ye Tao had failed him. And this is how she, Major Lei Cheng, would win her next promotion. She would do what the colonel could not. Putting the colonel's pistol in the top drawer, she folded the man's final words, replacing them in the envelope and in her inside pocket. This she would keep with her, as evidence against the men now under her command. They would be made to understand their duty to their uniform and the people of China, and most importantly, to her and the party. Opening the door, Wei and others that she did not know smirked at her, awaiting a reaction to their little surprise. The smell of alcohol blending with the stench of swim, making her gag. Lieutenant Wei, Colonel Ye Tao has been killed while preventing an escape. He was an excellent officer, and I want his record clean for his family. I will report that his as yet unidentified assailant was heroically stopped by the colonel. Do you understand me? Yes, Major. Did the colonel have much to say? Wei stifled a laugh, drunker than when she saw him last. The foul-mouthed bastard was performing for the other guards. Disrespect to her was disrespect to the party, and would not continue. Yes, he did. I order you personally to clean up the mess in my office. If I see a single drop of blood or stain of any kind, I assure you that you will also become a casualty of that unidentified assailant. Do you clearly understand me, Lieutenant Wei? Yes, Major. Am I to understand that this facility has laundry and shower facilities? Yes, Major. He stifled a laugh. Excellent. Use them, all of you. At noon, assemble the guards not on duty in the courtyard. I will address and inspect the command. Then, will that be all, Major? For now. Scene 2. That son of a bitch has nowhere to go. Not a company on earth will touch Jack Morgan. So what does that brilliant jackass do? He starts his own goddamn company. Harry stared out the window of his third-floor office, fingers locked behind his balding head, glaring past the parking lot to the city of San Antonio at the distance. I thought that with his family gone, he would toss himself into his work. Here, remind me, that is what that damn psychologist said he would do, was not it? Called him a driven workaholic, or some such thing. The lanky, not-quite Texan played with the swinging pendulum balls on the large oak desk, wondering how the balls knew how many balls he had started the process with. Science was not his strong suit. It humped him off to have to listen to these geniuses go on about frequencies and equations, and he resented that they went silent the instant that they figured out he was not part of their smart club. So what do you want me to do now? Kill Morgan. Do not be stupid, Tex. I need him. They will not let the agency go ahead with angel ears without him. They think he is a frigging genius. Harry watched Tex examine the pendulum toy for batteries. Just how that tall man had gotten through a Russian university always puzzled him. Somewhere a course in physics should have been on the curriculum. Get angel ears fully operational and it is worth billions, maybe trillions. Jack Morgan can do that. Miss Brady. Jack Morgan is not coming back. He quit. He thinks he did. His rather hefty paycheck now goes to his secret account in the Cayman Islands. It'd be a real shame if the IRS found out about it. The stupid thug just was not putting it together. And if security finds out, Jack's little double wide in the desert might get a little hotter. Septon Jack Morgan. Do not know he is still getting paid. Not till I want him to know. Let's see what he says then. When he is facing prison and disgrace, he will be back on my terms. Scene 3. Here is your mail, Norm. Beer with the burger. You know how I like it. Lots of those French onions on the top. And chili. Mabel, the postal delivery, always made sure the Norm's Bar and Grill was in the middle of her route. Norm was single, one of just a few in the county, and she was not getting any younger. She needed a man before her dyed blonde hair turned gray. And here is the one you have been waiting for. Norm, the electric bill. The sizzle of the burger on the grill and off-balance ceiling fans were the only sound in the bar as Norm, the bartender, proprietor, gingerly took that one envelope, ignoring the rest. Weighing it with his hands, gazing at it as though its contents were either a death warrant or a pardon from the governor. Jack, it cost me about $4,000 for power and a hot July to run this place. You ought to open it. Let's see if your gizmo does what you say it does. Jack spun the swivel stool around to take the precious envelope, ripping it open, and pulling out the statement. This was his reputation on the line. Promises to be made or broken. For his friend Norm, cutting his large sixpence would be the difference between staying in business and locking his doors forever. Hopes and dreams were riding on his next set of words. $362.17. Yes, you done it, Jack. The more than $3,000 a month extra in the coffers. Relief and astonishment. Congratulations from Sam the cook and Mabel, the mail carrier, showing a bit more cleavage than allowed by postal uniform regulations, even on a hot day like this. That is the smallest bill I ever had, Jack, and I owe it to you. Oh, it is not a bill, Norm, it is a check. You pumped more power into the grid than you used, and at 7 cents a kilowatt hour, it added up to them owing you money. You, my friend, will never pay for power, ever again. Putting it on the bar, he turned to take a sip of his coffee, hiding the smile. Norm's Bar and Grill would stay in business. So too it seemed. Would Morgan's power systems once word got out. With Mabel as a witness, that was a guarantee. Scene 4. It was her office now, scrubbed clean and aired out, still retained a bit of the old tobacco stench. The blood was gone, as were the trinkets and baubles belonging to it, his previous occupant. Now it was time to clean out the rest of the prison, starting with the smirking man standing in front of her. Lieutenant Wei, we have cells for 400 prisoners, most of which are empty. We collect supplies for 516, and yet on my roster I see 189 names shoved into fewer than 25 cells. Where are the missing prisoners, Lieutenant Wei? He was uncomfortable standing in front of her desk, but she had intentionally removed all other chairs. Learning how to use power was the key to success, and she had paid attention to each lesson along the way. I do not know, Major. I do not keep the rosters, Major. Resentment dripped from his voice. He hated her. She could feel his barely hidden anger. He glanced at the service automatic at the corner of her large teak desk. Always close to her hand, always on her hip, when she was out of her chair. Major Lei Cheng was never without her smaller Western-style automatic. Cheng's reputation for never making an idle threat had preceded her. Dead. Released. Transferred, I suppose. My inventory shows that our warehouse is nearly empty. Yet the shipment manifest should have forced us to build another warehouse. Do you know where these supplies went, Lieutenant Wei? She watched him shift foot to foot, unable to give her a real answer. The prisoners eat the food and wear the clothes, Major. Last week, 3 prisoners starved to death. Food for 500 cannot feed, not even 200. In my inspection yesterday, it hadn't seen any fat prisoners, and everyone was wearing the rags that they arrived here in. This is unacceptable. I have personally installed locks on the warehouse, and no truck will be loaded or unloaded without my presence. Everything will be accounted for, and nothing is to be removed from that warehouse or storeroom without my permission. All cells will be used, and I have ordered that they be made clean and livable. I will know what is arriving on our supply trucks when it is shipped, and if anything is short, I will personally shoot the one responsible. That one is you, Lieutenant Wei. The short little party whore was getting on his nerves. Wei realized that Cheng had to be brought in line. Who do you think you are? Do you believe that your rank means anything here, Major Bitch? Yes, that is what we call you behind your back. Do you think that you can stop this? Do you really think that anyone cares about these prisoners? I run this prison. You run this prison? You? You are not that bride, Wei. It was not Yi Tao. Who is it? You do not even collect the money for the stuff you sell. Who does, I wonder? Or are you so low in the organization that you do not know who your boss is? Yi Tao knew. The tape recorder running in her desk drawer would be excellent evidence. She had angered him, a tactic that had never worked on the monks. It was the top man she needed, and she was alone in this prison. Justice was only possible if she lived to see it. You run nothing. Do you think it was an accident that General Shi sent me here? Work with me, and I might be able to save your life. Be my spy, or be the scapegoat. Your choice. He was trapped, and he knew it. Interrogation was her specialty, an art form. Only on the monks had she failed, but his was a confession that she would save her. Attack the pride, make the subject angry, offer hope, and then pounce. She smiled as she flipped the switch on the recorder, watching his eyes grow larger, dismissing the shocked man with the wave of a hand, returning to her paperwork. Looking up, he still had not moved. Was there anything else, Lieutenant Wei? No, Major Cheng? Nothing else. Scene 5. Father. Karma bolted past the guard as soon as the door was open. Alone in the freshly painted cell was Monk Chapa, temple master, husband, and father. Looking worn and thinner in the newly issued orange shirt, he was surprised to see his wife and child dressed the same. He wrapped his arms around the weeping child, hugging him with all her might. Pima stared, looking at the floor, shamed that she had not protected the child. You look well, Pima. This was not your fault. It was mine. I failed to stop Meng Chodak. I brought you to Zhongmu. You look terrible, my husband. You have been eating poorly and are much too thin. I miss your cooking, my wife. Karma, sit with me now. For the past few months, the food has been better. The younger prisoners, mostly monks from the other temples, have been painting the cells. I have misjudged Major Cheng. She has allowed our women to prepare the food, even eating with us much of the time. It is almost as if she does not trust what the guard's coat prepares for her. We are allowed to wash now, and the guards are leaving the women alone. Karma could feel the sadness in her mother's voice. It is not Mother's fault. Father, Mother told me to run. I tried, but there were so many people. I am sorry. She leaned into his side, taking comfort in his arm around her, and closing her eyes, imagining being home, in the temple again. The world was right again. Where they were did not matter. Her mother and father with her, talking gently, and then a chuckle as Mother chided him for his manners. All was right with the world, so she smiled, not remembering the last time she had such wonderful reason. The cell door opened with a creak, revealing a diminutive police Major Cheng. I had almost forgotten. It is time for our talk today. Forgive me, Pima, my little Karma. Major Cheng and I have our little talk this time, each day. I will be fine. Cheng smiled sweetly, much like a cat that had gotten between a mouse and its lair. Prisoner 571. As much as I enjoy our little talks, I have grown weary of them. I ask questions and receive the same answer every time. The family huddled together, child glaring at her, squeezed between mother and father. The woman knew nothing of value and would simply submit to punishment to protect her husband, useless for her purpose. It was in the child's eyes that the experienced police officer saw something useful. Anger, maybe even hate. I have shared several meals with your most gracious wife. I can see why you cherish her so. I should let the two of you catch up. I'm certain that you have much to talk about. My daughter, do you remember our last lesson on forgiveness and anger? Yes, father. Panic gripped Pema, realizing what Cheng was thinking. Silent tears from a wounded heart as Pema squeezed Karma to her breast. A mother's pleas with making the child's hate so much greater, Cheng thought. What, she wondered. Had she not thought of this before? Pride and anger had no value as a weapon against a man who had neither. The woman's loyalty would serve as her armor, and Cheng had no time left to waste for yet another duel of wills. Karma, I hear that your Chinese has improved. Come with me. We have much to talk about. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3. A girl named Karma. There has to be evil so that good can prove its purity of it. As I recall, Karma, I may have said a few unkind things to you when your parents were arrested. Cheng smiled at the child who stared at her defiantly. The dull dark gray walls of the interrogation room usually terrified the subjects. Hooks on the walls, a chain hanging from the ceiling, although seldom used, served to intimidate. Still it seemed as effective on the girl sitting across the table from her, as it had been on her father. You call me a pig. You were my mother and my father. Your mother lied to me, Karma. Your father and mother murdered a monk from your temple and embarrassed the state. I had to arrest them. This would be too easy. While the child would have no useful information, her value as a weapon against a very stubborn monk made her priceless. But I see no reason to keep you in prison, Karma. I am arranged for your transportation to an orphanage where you can learn to speak Chinese. Even better. No, it was not a plea. There were no tears, not a hint of waver in her voice. No. Do you think you have a choice, Karma? She laughed a bit, noting the girl's resemblance to her father. Same defiant eyes. But the girl lacked the monk's irritating little smile. Unless you have committed a crime, I have to send you away. Sad, really. Pema did seem to love you, although not enough to keep you out of my prison. Too bad your parents are such criminals. You deserve much better. Soon, you will forget all about them. You could be useful to me, in which case I could find a very nice orphanage to send you to. Otherwise, I will not leave my mother. The child stared defiantly into her eyes. Bam! Cheng slammed her hand into the table, making the 10-year-old jump a bit. Little girls learn to obey in China. You will learn to obey me, Karma. The shock wore off fast, as the girl resumed her defiant stare. Your father convinced your dear friend Mump Chodak to burn himself, did not he? Your father was acting on orders from the Dalai Lama, was not he? No. The child had no way of knowing, of course. It simply did not matter at all. She would tell her parents, and we want to save their precious daughter from the pain of interrogation. Still, Cheng was surprised by the girl's resilience. Do you know how we received his orders? Who was the messenger? I know that you know, Karma. Just like I knew that you could speak Chinese even better than your parents can. Do not lie to me. A knock at the door interrupted the girl's silence. Wei, attired closer to what she expected of an officer of the People's Armed Police, handed her a note with a smirk. Cheng wondered if he knew what it really meant to him. Standing, she walked out, closing the door, leaving the girl locked within. I have to call General Shi, and do not wish to be disturbed, Wei. Keep the child in here absolutely alone, and make sure that she stays hungry. No one touches her but me. Understood? No one. Yes, Major Cheng. No one but you. Scene 2. Harry, you big bad boy, you. Take me. Harry pushed the sports bra over her head, tossing it in a random direction. Dr. Elizabeth Linhauer was not the prettiest of women, and he preferred them in their 20s, and Liz was making inroads into 40, but she was both willing to sleep her way to the top, and not particular who she was sleeping with. For Harry, admit her, cheaper than a prostitute and more useful than Jack, this one would do his bidding. On your knees, back her belly. How would you want it, Townette Sweetkins? Whipping his shirt off, the good doctor ran her hand up his hairy chest, pushing Harry down with her to bed. She was always on top of what he needed taken care of. He liked that in a woman, and a valued employee. One noise complaint, a bottle of wine, and a glorious hour later, Harry pulled the woman close to him. She snuggled close. Something was on her mind. That was the only problem with the woman. She had a mind unlike most of the other blonde bimbos that he paid for. Not as sharp as Jack Morgan's, but more like his own scheming, conniving mind. Harry? Yay, Sweetkins. He was not sure that he liked her tone. Truth was, unless she was telling him what he wanted to hear, he hated her whining voice. Tell me that you will have Satan's breath ready on time. Well, Harry, another month would help. We could put it on the original angel ears. That is how we tested the individual components. It is ready to go now for the field trial. And 4 months, Sue said. It has been 6. You have all of Jack's research. You worked with the guy for a year. You are the big doctor of physics and Jack is a stinking mechanic. Jack Morgan is more than a mechanic, Harry. He's brilliant. He integrates all the sciences in ways that we do not always understand. Using dark energy, is a century ahead of where our science is today, much less a directed quantum entanglement, and Jack is the only one who actually understands what makes it work. Pillow talk is always so enlightening. So just how much progress have you made, Sweetkins? He knew the answer. They had followed the plans that Jack had left, but integration was a Jack Morgan specialty. Did you get that fancy set of degrees? It's the same way you have kept your job here, Liz. In bed? Fuck you, you jerk. He watched her pull her clothes back on in a huff. She was not off the hook yet. Do not run off mad, Sweetkins. I knew you did not have it, so I kept Jack on the payroll. Only he do not know it yet. We will give you a chance to bring him back in your way, and when you fail me again, I will bring him in mine. In the end, you will get the credit, and Jack will wind up, well, just not wind up around here much anymore. Just what are you saying, Harry? You like expensive stuff, Sweetkins? Vera cared much for Jack, as I understand. Let me shower and we will get an early dinner. I got a proposal for you. What sort of proposal? Scene 3, Shang pondered, as style-heavy the phone receiver had become. For more than an hour, as Chin droned on, detailing each and every one of her perceived deficiencies. Yes, sir. Confessions. I understand. We need confessions from the monks. On the matter of Lieutenant Wei, sir, have you listened to the tape? She had asked the question before and had been ignored. Did he even read her exquisitely detailed and illustrated report, she wondered? Finally, she had struck a nerve. Yes, sir. Son of a Central Committee member. Personal friend. I understand, sir, but the missing supplies could fill our warehouse twice over. No, sir. They have been replaced. No, sir. I do not know what Colonel Ye Tao's involvement was. Amend my report, sir. Yes, sir, but the tape. Destroyed? But he had cut her off. Slammed the phone down on her. Leaning back into the thick brown leather chair, she pondered her next move. Arresting Wei would mean the end of her own career now. Without the ability to interrogate and arrest Wei, just how would she get to the bottom of the corruption? Surely General Shi knew the importance of finding the top man in this ring of thieves. If she did not know better, it seemed as if the general himself was protecting Wei. Up the stairs was a small, frightened 10-year-old girl, pathetically dressed in well-oversized prison clothing, locked in an interrogation room, hungry and scared waiting for her. Before coming to this terrible land of yaks and mountains, she would have been finding lost children and stopping crime, proud of her uniform and the admiration of those she helped. Turning the corner out of her office, she considered how they told her that accepting assignment to Tibet would be good for her career. She felt filthy. Hitting the landing on the way to the second floor, a cry from the end of the hall caught her ear. That door is supposed to be locked and guarded. The hallway was empty, except for the open door at the end. Not really a cell. It opened only from the outside. What would Wei be doing inside the room? Her orders had been clear. Walking softly, she approached from along the near wall. She needed to catch Wei in the act. Stepping into the door, the vision made her sick. Not Wei, but Police Sergeant Tang with his pants around his ankles, a naked child frozen in horror in front of him. He turned to face her, a smirk on his greasy face, as she felt her thumb pop the catch on her holster. How many men had she arrested for this behavior at Beijing? As a detective, she wondered. 5, maybe 10. Drawing the Walther PK-380, a gift from her father, she flipped off the thumb safety and aimed carefully at the center of his nose. For the briefest of instants, she watched the smirk disappear as the perverted thug realized her intent. As if in slow motion, his head jerked back as the bullet tore through the left eye socket and buried itself in his brain. Spent brass rattled on the concrete floor as Tang bounced off the table into a heap. It seemed like forever as the handgun grew heavy. Replacing it in the holster, the impact of the event just hit her. One shot just ended the life of a police sergeant Tang, but had that same shot ended the life of Police Major Lei Cheng? Was it murder? Or justified in the line of duty? She was not sure. The gunshot brought several guards, including Wei, to the open door. Gawking at their dead compatriot, no one spoke. Cheng realized that she had just escalated the war with Wei and his gang. With no one to watch her back, life had become more dangerous. Get that filth out of my sight. Wei tapped 2 men who dragged Tang into the hall. Picking up torn orange shirt off the floor, Cheng wrapped it around the traumatized 10-year-old, noting that the girl had wet herself, terrified. I have no idea how to explain this to your mother and father. Let me get you cleaned up in my office. She was an officer of the People's Armed Police and had never been more ashamed than at this moment. This had happened on her watch, to a child under her care. Scene 4. I'm looking for a friend of mine who hangs out here. The GPS cannot even find this address he gave me. She handed the slip to the bartender, wondering why anyone would choose to hang out in a leather-decorated dive like this. Anyway, I have never seen so many solar panels on a roof before. I am sort of an engineer myself. Was this Jack Morgan's work? She was hot. A good-looking blonde in her 40s. A pretty good liar, too, he figured. Mabel would be by soon, and she was the jealous type. So getting rid of her might be in order. Jack did not give you this address. Is not could be on a GPS. He's a friend of mine. So it's just, who the hell are you, lady? He had called her bluff. A quick glance confirmed that the bartender's hostility had every set of eyes pointing in her direction. Excusing herself, she started toward the door, forgetting the paper with a now seemingly worthless address. Harry had a lot of explaining to do for sending her on a wild Jack chase. What the hell are you doing here? Jack pushed open the inner door, coming face to face with Dr. Elizabeth Linhauer, the two men with him pushing around to get to the bar. Feed my guys Norm anything they want. They deserve it. We just finished doing school. I see that you met the lady. Friend of yours, Jack. Not of mine, Norm. Sitting at the bar, he turned to ignore the woman. Jack, do not be so nasty. I said I was sorry. Yay. That is all it takes, Liz. A simple I am sorry for the pain you caused my family. Terry died still thinking that you and I had an affair, Liz. That crushed her. The last words she had for me concerned the story you told her. He was angry, and with cause. Liz could see that getting through to the livid man would be impossible. It was not my idea, Jack. This was a game of confessions, not meant for a bar full of people. If she had been embarrassed before, now she was fully humiliated. Norm nodded to his friend Jordan in the corner. You getting all of this, preacher man? Idak took a sip of the root beer placed in front of him. I figured that, Lizzie. You do not have that much imagination. Only one soul-sucking bald-headed Satan could come up with a plan this malignant. Later. We can talk about this later. Meet me for dinner. Jack, we've had some problems with the program, and I just wanted your advice. I can pick you up. What is your real address? What is yours? How about I stand you up around 7? Gives you time to miss your flight out of El Paso. Leaving with the woman that had destroyed his marriage somehow did not seem appealing. I see. Jack glared at her, sending a shiver up her spine. Classy. Thanks for nothing, Jack. Go to hell, you pathetic loser. Schöf smucht Frankfurt forever Stonefräulein for him. Joining Jack at the bar, Jordan loosened his collar a bit, clearing his throat. Jack, it seems we owe you an apology. It seems that you are not as guilty of adultery as I thought. Jack, I cannot begin to. Do not worry about it, Jordan. You were beaten by the man who taught evil to the devil himself. He sipped on his root beer as Norm placed a bowl of chili before him. Carrie did not believe me. Alice died hating me for hurting her mother. I would love to kill that manipulating little troll. Not sure I blame you, Jack. May God forgive me. Hey, Norm. How come you picked up that she was a phony so fast? The address. It is not real. White Rabbit Lane was a sign Jack put up to make Alice happy last year. Mabel told me about it. Harry must have thought it was real when he saw it after the funeral. Bald-headed guy from work. Something is really starting to bother me, though. If Harry was responsible for this, you do not suppose. That is a pretty evil thought, Jack, to think of another human. Nothing human about Harry, Jordan. Scene 5. The female prisoners worked efficiently, preparing food for the others. Each midday meal, Cheng supervised the operation personally, supposedly to ensure that food was both adequate and not wasted. The reality was that she trusted Pima and her people more than the cook that served the guards. Pima, when we speak. For weeks, Cheng had tried to talk to Pima about Karma's terrible ordeal, but the woman, the mother, simply went silent. About Karma, I want to send her to an orphanage. This prison is no place for the child. Time froze, and the room fell silent, not a soul untouched by the disintegrating heart of a mother, too afraid to cry out, but unable to stop the tears. Cheng watched her tremble, remembering those times when as a police officer she had delivered the bad news. It was part of the job, but the part she hated most. I do not need your permission, but I would like to have it. Cheng waited for a response. Surely Pima could see that a prison was wrong for the girl. With a shaky voice, Pima tried to speak, finally taking a minute to compose herself. May we send Karma to the temple? It is her home. Pima, female prisoner, 127, was the closest thing she had to a friend, and it felt as though she had just ripped her friend's baby out of her womb. That is impossible. Your temple has been closed. At least half of your monks are in this prison. I will take her to Beijing myself. See reason. Karma has no life here. I will never see her again. Her father will never see her again. No. May I tell my Karma? Yes, she replied softly. When? It will take several days to make the arrangements. Cheng fought her own emotions. A police major does not cry, she told herself. Emotion was a weakness not allowed in her world. Still, she was a woman, and she had them. But, not here. She could hear the weeping even before she hit the door. Pima needed time. So did she. Scene 6. More friggin' money than some countries have, Mr. Brady. But if they cannot have the full working tested unit, they want both the working prototype and the inventor. They also want a demonstration on neutral ground. Looks like the pretty Dr. Linhauer takes a trip. Harry looked out his window toward San Antonio, wondering just how a man could get so stupid. Tex. Lizzie, for all her degrees, could not invent a vibrator. They want the real inventor, and they know who it is. Spinning the chair around, Harry caught the lanky Texan playing with the desk toys again. Tell Dr. Linhauer to pack up Satan's breath with angel ears for deployment. We need someplace without a large electric grid, someplace really remote, like the desert or something, somewhere where the locals could take the blame but the customer could take ownership. We need mountains for height maybe, someplace where we have agents and collection systems already. It has to have some grid to shut down, and where we could destroy it, for they do not pay. Harry examined the map on the wall, summarily dismissing each red and yellow pin in his mind. This looks interesting. No active war, not easy to get to, but just big enough of a grid. Tibet, kinda out there. China, we have assets in Nepal and China close by, assets that Jack is familiar with. Make it a twofer, toss in the blonde for grins. Need her here to take the blame, Tex. They gotta execute someone for treason while we make our escape. His eyes locked on the map, picking out his spot. We're right here, Tex. A place called Jairong, a short trip from Nepal, perfect for our purposes. Scene 7. This is your confession, sign it. Cheng pushed the paper forward, placing the pen pointing toward the signature would go. Confession? For what? Monk Jappa smiled a bit, confused. Cheng had always looked for information. This was a direct accusation. Truth no longer mattering to her. My friend Monk Chodak made a regrettable decision. I was there to stop him. You conspired with Monk Chodak to ruin the festival in Zhangmu, knowing that it would embarrass General Shi and the legitimate government. It was an act of treason for which you take full responsibility. Monk Chodak was your contact with the legal government in Dharamsala. He looked at the paper on the table. What was her game? She had to know that none of this was true. He was a different monastic order than the Dalai Lama. I cannot sign this. You will sign or I will sign for you. Chinese Justice. Major Late Shang Justice. General Shi was pleased that I chose to use her karma against you. The will that I did. I regret that now, but I need to send your daughter Karma, a way to protect her, and General Shi will not let me until this confession is signed. 36 monks and a mother are in this prison, whose only crime was to accept an invitation to attend a festival. This confession exonerates them all. Pema and Karma. I have no reason to keep them. Nothing would bring me greater joy than to release them. It is up to you right now. It is a lie. Yes, I spent many hours composing that lie. General Shi wants an example. Sign it or not, you will be that example. My question to you is, are you willing to let your wife and daughter rot in this prison so that you can die with the truth on your lips? Think about it. Leaving him alone in the room, she marched out of the interrogation room. This violated every principle she was sworn to. Corrupt, ugly, filthy. An innocent man would sign his death warrant for the greater good of justice, and she was the author of it all. Lieutenant Wei, you will stand outside this room. When the monk has signed the confession, escort him back to his family. You, no one else. Leave the paper on the table. You will be kind and respectful, and you will not touch him or his family in any way. If you do. I understand clearly, Major Chung. You set Sergeant Teng up, did not you, Wei? Why? Because that girl was important to you, Major Chang? What is so different about what Teng did and what you were doing to her? Really, Wei had a point. She had crossed the line, no different than Wei had. No different than Colonel Ye Tao. One thing was also very clear. General Shi did not send her here to clean up the corruption. She was here to be corrupted. She was the top man, and there was nothing that she could do about it. Chapter 4. Execution. Have compassion for all beings, rich and poor alike. Each has their suffering. Some suffer too much, others too little. Norm, could you turn the TV up? This looks interesting. West News West, Channel 9. Midland was one of the few channels that you could actually get this far west in Texas. This story seemed to strike a chord. Jack braced for the complaints from the beard-up workmen looking for a game somewhere. Last night, Fosmoth 67 carrying 272 passengers and crew, Hong Kong Airlines Flight 337, on its way from Beijing to Bhopal, fell off the radar over the China-Nepal border last night. What made this unusual was that air traffic controllers reported that all communication was reportedly lost mid-sentence. Lost mid-sentence? Almost as if all electrical systems failed at once. Electrical systems, backup systems, everything, all at once. An aircraft with a dozen independent backup systems does not just fail, The TV reporter went on. The search is being hindered by rough terrain. Chinese authorities say that there is no trace of the transponder signal that all commercial aircraft are equipped with. You look a bit sick, Jack. I's not never seen you so interested in the news. Maybe you ought to lay off the chili tonight. Norm waved off a couple of rednecks reaching for the remote. You are the strongest guy I know, Jack. I have never seen you so shaken up. We have reports of power outages from northern villages in Nepal. Oh God. Please let it not be. The Chinese are also reporting the loss of several military aircraft. All air travel over. Norm put his hand on Jack's shoulder. Do you know what caused that, Jack? Yeah. Norm. I think I did. Scene 2. It had been a long several days. She held her head in her hands. The last thing that she needed was dealing with one Lieutenant Wei, con man extraordinaire. Major Cheng. The generators are finally working. We are down to 6 guards. The prisoners are locked in their cells, and the army is asking for more. Put the guards on the gates and towers. Let the women feed the other prisoners, and hope that the prisoners are too stupid to figure out that there are far more of them than us. Shall I give them guns and let them guard themselves, Major? Disrespectful or not, Wei had a point. Indeed, she could probably trust the monks if they could be convinced to hold the guns, or actually fire them. The smugglers, thieves, and killers are a different story. I will take it under consideration, Lieutenant Wei. Tell the army that I need my guards back, and they will have to search, without us. According to the paperwork, we have 500 prisoners to guard. I thought that you corrected that, Major. Several times. General Shi's office is not as efficient as we are, but I can help out. This is the list of prisoners I want released immediately. Wei scanned the list. 36 monks. Has the general approved this? No. But at least 300 of our prisoners are non-existent anyway, and I did get the general's signature when I pointed out to his aide that the bills of lading from the depot do not match the ones he sends me. Was that your idea, Lieutenant Wei? What do you mean? You know what I mean. Like all the work you do, you are a poor thief. I was a detective, Lieutenant. Have your contact in General Shi's office send me an updated list of prisoners, minus the monks. I need to be able to pass inspection in this office. You are too sloppy. Why the monks? They do not belong here, and it repays a debt. What debt? For the confession. I received the execution order for prisoner 571 today. I want all the non-adjudicated monks gone before I have to carry out that order. Who is our executioner? That would have been Sergeant Teng, Major. Scene 3. The black Mercedes pulled up behind the beat-up old Ford pickup truck, and a white sedan parked on the dirt lot of White Rabbit Lane, a sign that they had found their quarry. The tall semi-Texan opened the rear door, permitting the shorter bald man to emerge into the bright Texas sun. Looking out at the rusted sheet metal building, he shook his head. I give the man $1 billion energy lab, and he wants to make generators out of spare parts, in the middle of nowhere, in a tin outhouse. I guess that some folks have no taste. Mr. Brady? Stay in the background, Tex. He might not be too happy to see me. Harry watched his bodyguard draw his weapon, racking it to place the special large Russian 9mm round into the chamber. Keep it out of sight. I need this man alive. Jack keeps a small gun on him. Shoving the rusted door open, Harry spied 2 men working at the bench on the far side of the room. One the preacher he had met at the funeral. Jack, what the hell is all this crap? For 6 months, I wait for you to come to your senses and come back to me. The government is starting to ask questions. Like fingernails across a blackboard. A voice as unexpected and unwelcome as a fire alarm in an old folks' home, and just as disturbing. Jack reached under his denim coat, behind his back to the weapon he carried in the small of his back. This was a moment that he had dreaded. Now. That's not the way to greet an old friend. You might want to get your hand off that little Walther of yours. Tex back here has a much bigger one. Jack, what is going on? Guns on display did nothing for Jordan's saintly composure. Jordan, beat a competitor, esteemed ex-boss, Harry Brady, Satan's mentor. Harry, this is my brother-in-law, man of God, the Reverend Jordan Elliott. That tall Russian goon with the big Strees pistol behind him is Tex. I do not think goons have last names. Harry contemplated the inconvenience of a witness. Reverend Jordan, I believe I met you at Alice's funeral. You know, one her own father did not attend. It is Sunday. Do not you need to be somewhere else? Jordan, I will not be making it for dinner. Go home. I cannot leave you like this, Jack. That man has a gun. So do I. Get out now, Jordan, and keep your mouth shut about this. These 2 were never here. You were not either. Smart boy, Jack. This is a private conversation anyway. Padre, take Jack's advice. The fewer witnesses, the better. He could arrange an accident later for the Padre. Jordan, convinced that he was out of his element and now unwelcome, dropped the wrench on the table, making for the door. For a moment, the man called Tex moved to block his path, a sharp rebuke in the form of a small red dot from a laser on Jack's Walter on his cheek, convincing him otherwise. Jack wondered just where the tall Texan, stereotypical in cowboy boots and hat, silver belt buckles and string tie, really came from. Just a little something was off. Not quite right. Harry, on the other hand, was pure Southside Chicago. Jack, I am here to do you a favor. Your country needs you. We have a situation that requires your unique abilities. Have anything to do with a missing airliner. And 272 lives, Harry. I thought that you might figure that one out, Jack. Is why I love you. You son of a bitch. Put my angel ears on top of Satan's breath. I cannot believe that the U.S. government actually approved this project. They did. On your recommendation, I might add. Made a lot of promises you did. Too bad our good Dr. Lynn Howard do not have your talent, Jack. I quit. I made no such recommendation. Well, Jack, you did not quite quit. You have been getting paid, and it has been going into a Cayman Islands account. It would be a real shame if the IRS found out. You have not been exactly honest about your finances, or what you were doing here while you were on the clock for us. Blackmail. Harry had him, or thought he did. You son of a bitch. There is no way you can sell that lie. Already have. We have the emails, the meeting logs, Liz's testimony. And since you did all this on our dime, it is ours. Harry smiled at the enraged man. Behind him, Tex fondling his large Russian pistol, hoping for Jack to lose it. But I am a reasonable man, Jack. I am just asking for one little favor, and all your problems disappear. Hell, Jack. I give you the account number in the Caymans, and the money is all yours, and you can electrify all the outhouses and shitholes you want. Fix your damned weapon, more like a house call. We lost communication with the device. That is how we accidentally took down the airliner. Accidentally? Is that what you told Washington? Something was wrong. Very wrong. Nothing should make it important enough for this kind of deception. Not even for Harry. Where is Satan's breath? Why me? Someone has to go there and remove the critical components without starting a war. Cannot be military. Nice little place. Real scenic if you know what I mean. Jurong. In China. You will love it. Scene 4. Agent Franklin, get your ass in my office now. Senior Agent in Charge Morrison, a balding but well-built older man, had been her boss for several years, was not known for politeness, but this was unusually brusque even for him. Chickening her skirt. She was not in trouble as far as she knew. It was a glass office with a usually open glass door. Etched on the door was the seal of the FBI, Special Counterintelligence Task Force. She worked hard to get here, and had worked on a number of high-profile cases. He had given her the highest rating in her last review, as she had just cracked a major Chinese spy ring, operating in New York City. Sitting, she watched him close and lock the door. They were not going to be disturbed. Have I done something, sir? Shut up and listen, Franklin. The conversation that we are about to have is not happening, and repeating any of it will get you assigned to janitorial service in Anchorage, Alaska for the rest of your short career. You got me? He had her attention. He was not normally melodramatic. This man was scared. Yes, sir. May I ask you I did? This is not about you. He plopped a folder in front of her. An orange folder with classification markers well beyond her clearance level. I do not have a VRK or whatever the DSP is, sir. You do now. You will also brief the president in a couple of days and report directly to the Director of National Intelligence. Once you have checked this guy out, we have to know what is up with him. Sir, I am working the Buchang case, and this is all you are doing, he interrupted. You leave for El Paso in 4 hours. I have got you on a special military flight. Agent Smith will escort you home and let you pack. Smith will drive you to the airfield. But sir, my sister's wedding is this weekend. Cancel it. You are very busy. A special secure phone on the large wooden desk rang. It was called the red phone, the low actual, black. Good afternoon, Mr. President. I am briefing the agent in charge now. She will be leaving in the next hour, and will have all the support she needs. Yes, Mr. President. Agent Franklin is my best. I will tell her to dress warm. Thank you, sir. Goodbye, Mr. President. What was she involved in? Dress warm? It was 85 degrees outside. You have 1 hour with that folder, Franklin. Get started on it, memorize what you need. Flipping the folder open, she wondered just what was at stake as she started to read a printed email from a man named Morgan. This Morgan guy is near El Paso, sir. You hope he is, Dania. Speak any Chinese? Scene 5. Her head hurt. It pounded away like a machine gun, a side effect of that wonderful sweet wine when taken to wild excess. This was the pain after the painkiller had worn off. Now it was back. The shame of looking into the eyes of a child, whose life she was about to destroy with lies, her lies written in a moment of desperation. Good intent, with an awful terrible result. A knock on her office door went ignored, followed by a presence she refused to acknowledge in front of her. General, she is at the gate, Major. Wei had walked in on her. She cradled her head, hiding her face. Now past noon, she had not slept. Smelling of alcohol and guilt, she needed a shower that would now have to wait. What? Are all the monks gone, Lieutenant Wei? Yesterday afternoon. All but female prisoner 127, and a little pig. Little pig, he called her. A terrified, innocent child who would be fatherless in a few minutes. I needed Amapima and the child Karma out of here at the same time. What did not you understand about my orders, Wei? I am tired of your incompetent stupidity. The general asked for the monk's family to be his guests at the party. He is pleased that they were not released when he called this morning. I told him that you were busy when I took the call. What do you care? She wants them to watch the monk die. He said what good is an example without witnesses? It was a nasty, cruel sentiment that shocked her. No, this is not right. We did not kill a father in front of a wife and child. Nothing had gone according to plan. She had given her word. This was little more than murder. Give me a minute. I will speak to General Shi. Dismissing the worthless Wei, she had to freshen up a bit. Cold water from the sink in her private washroom, no makeup, but no time, smoothing out the wrinkles in her uniform, worn since yesterday, with as much as she could do. Walking into the courtyard, Chang found General Shi waiting impatiently with Wei by the open gate. Sir, forgive me. I wonder if I could discuss the execution. There are things that you should know about the confession. Major Cheng, your most excellent Lieutenant Wei has told me in great detail how you used the child to get Monk Jampa to sign your confession. I did not think that you were hard enough for this, Slasher Chang. I am most pleased to find that I was wrong. I also approve of your order giving Jampa back his robes for the execution. General Shi, about that confession. I have read enough of your reports. See your hand in our monk's confession. It was brilliant, although I had it modified. Modified it? How? But sir, the confession was not real. You must know that. Major Cheng, examples must be made, and thanks to you we should make a fine one today. Xinjiang is China, and these Tibetans will be made to understand this. She smiled, watching Wei push the bound prisoner ahead of him. Behind them, Pima and the child holding each other, surrounded by guards. Wait, the execution is to take place in the prison courtyard, sir. It was wise for you to release the monks as you did. Many of them will still be in the town. That is why I have moved the execution to the town square. They will learn the price of their defiance, Major Cheng. It was smart to allow the traitor to wear his robes today. It had turned into her worst nightmare, a show for the masses, a violation of all that she had promised. Allowing him to wear the robes of a monk, intended to be the final act of respect in a private execution, would now inflame the locals in public. Shame and anger, seasoned by disgust boiling inside her as she followed the general to the town on foot. There had to be a way to stop it. As expected, a crowd gathered along the short route to a small square in the town. Women held their children close to them, the men shouting invective while avoiding the guards and soldiers. Pima held the panicking Karma close as she stumbled along, hiding her own terror as Jampa, her husband and Karma's father, was pushed to his knees in the middle of the town square. Soldiers pushed onlookers out of a circle surrounding prisoner 571, a man that she had grown to admire. Corporal Jin, the man selected by Wei to be Tang's replacement, stood nervously holding an older bolt-action rifle, trying hard not to face the man on his knees 2 meters in front of him. Glared at the monk, not hearing the panic screams of a child being held by a woman she had thought of as a friend. Behind Pima was Wei, to ensure that neither daughter nor wife took their eyes off of the condemned man. Raising his rifle, Jin aimed at the serene target, wielding his fei with eyes closed, and a smile. Bang! The monk jumped as a bystander behind and to the left of the target dropped. A clean miss. Perhaps you have neglected target practice for your guards, Major Chang. The head is such a small target from 2 meters. Bang! Blood flowed down Monk Jampa's head, the bullet taking his right ear off. Jin stood uselessly, signaling that he had run out of ammunition. Between the jeering and catcalls of the crowd, and the hysterical cries of Karma watching her father being butchered slowly, Cheng needed this sickening misery to end. Shoving the worthless sharpshooter aside, Cheng unsnapped the catch once more, placing the muzzle of her weapon against the man's forehead. Opening his eyes, he nodded to her as she squeezed the trigger once, sending his head backwards and his body to the ground. The child, breaking free of her restrained mother, ran to hold her now lifeless father, wailing, as she lay on top of his still-bound body. Why had he smiled at her? She needed to vomit. Turning, she watched General C nod his approval, as he walked toward his waiting staff car. What had been accomplished with this needlessly brutal death, she wondered. rushing to get within the prison walls, and to the dignity that solitude and alcohol would offer. Scene 6. The classification of this briefing is top secret. SCI, very restricted knowledge. I am Major Mike Harding, and I am your pilot, some musician with you. Director Brady tells me that you are the subject matter expert, and that I should take excellent care of you. He was a tall man, maybe 6'2", slim, personable, and professional. Jack relaxed a bit as the officer in the black flight suit continued the briefing. I flew the original mission, and I can assure you that we will not be detected. We can put you right on top of your device, and the Chinese will never see us coming. This was the kind of briefing that was best conducted at 35,000 feet, well over the Pacific. The noise of jet engines made him sleepy. Still, Jack tried to at least feign interest in the topic. The Chinese will not. Angel Ears will to be at least 60 miles away and low, using the cover of hills, nape of the earth. We do not want to ever be in a direct line of sight of Angel Ears, ever. Dr. Elizabeth Linhauer sipped on her tequila-based concoction, enjoying one of the perks of being on the boss's private jet. Major Harding, please forgive Jack and go on with the briefing. Jack's been living with the Scorpions for so long that he forgets himself around real men. The Major was a handsome man. She wondered if Harry would mind her entertaining the troops later on when they landed in Nepal. Jack, may I call you Jack? The helicopter we will be using has no heat or detectable radar signature. It is active chameleon camouflage paint job, even makes it nearly impossible to see. Nape of the earth at night, through the Himalayas, is a quick way to become part of the landscape. We cannot even make it over the mountaintops. I am not going to die a hero on this job. Nothing irked him more than to be patronized. Mike, can I call you Mike? We have what you called a device going off at random, taking down power grids and knocking airliners out of the air. Even the Chinese will not fly near Jirong right now. Angel Ears does not use radar or heat. It picks up any use of electricity, like the kind that powers your instruments and engine. We used one of your helicopters in testing, and I do not want to be a dead hero either. Your stealth is nothing to my Angel Ears. That news was something of a game changer. What are you suggesting? Drop us off at a safe distance. I will go and disable Angel Ears myself. Once that is done, we will call you in for a pickup. Harding glanced at the passenger known as Tex, snoozing on the couch in the back, before clicking to the next slide. Sounds good. I will arrange for a contact with the car. Your friend should pay attention to this, if you are going in on foot. This is a satellite photo of the town itself. Notice the position of your device. This is the local prison, and over here we have the power station. I was planning to put it down over here. Your Angel Ears is here. How thick are the soldiers in the area? Good question. Not that many, since it is not close to the border, but this is a face you do not want to see. This sweet little lady is Colonel Lei Cheng, prison commandant, district commander, an all-around nasty girl. She's a favorite of General Shi, who is as corrupt as they come. To give you an idea of what she is capable of, the prison used to hold over 500 prisoners, and is down to 150 since a Major Lei Cheng took over a few months ago. No one ever saw a prisoner released or transferred. Rumor has it that the bodies were dissolved in acid to get rid of them. Last year Cheng was the star in another little video that went viral. I saw it. Offering to execute a little girl's mother with a smile on her face. Hilarious. Watch this, Jack. Really hilarious. Clicking play, Mike stepped back to let them watch the video without distraction. Bang. He missed. From 6 feet away. Did he kill that other guy? Was that a woman he shot? Keep watching, gets better. Bang. The executioner took off an ear, no doubt to panic the man. Nice guy. Mike turned. This was a part that he could not watch again. That is our lovely Lei Cheng. Apparently she gets tired of the game and decides to add the personal touch. Bang. His chest tightened as Jack watched the child tear herself from her mother's arms and dive on top of the now dead monk. Was this how it was, he thought, when a killer put a bullet into his wife Terry? This was how they found his Alice, clinging to her dead mother, bullet in her own spine. He waited for the next shot, one that mercifully did not come before the video ended. That prisoner was that Tibetan girl's father. They say that sweet little Cheng drank the night away to celebrate. She promoted her to full colonel the next day. They will probably execute mom next. But that is not a problem. If we cannot fly in, Mike Harding continued the briefing, answering questions from Liz, but Jack heard nothing more. Looking out the window, Jack Morgan knew that his mission had just changed. A piece of military hardware that he could not care less about mattered even less. The universe had just given him a second chance, and one he could not pass up. Maybe the man who had murdered Terry and Alice, mother and daughter, had escaped. But if there were any justice anywhere in the universe, He might provide some for that little Tibetan girl clinging so desperately to her dead father. This was now personal. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5. Choices. There has to be evils, so that good can prove its purity above it. The warm breeze felt good, as he sipped on that wonderful Sha Yen iced tea. Harry stared out over the Gulf of Thailand. Bangkok was beautiful any time of the year, a place bustling with foreigners enjoying the cheap prices, prostitutes, and exotic foods. It was also a place where deals were made, money could be easily hidden, and meetings could go unobserved. Slipping the smartphone into his pocket, he waved for the waitress, short black-haired beauty with dark, supple skin and a smile. Just got some good news, sweetheart, and it is time to celebrate. Let us try one of them. Bloody Sierras, with the good vodka. Right away, sir. There's a Chinese gentleman here to see you. Show him over and get my friend what he wants. Harry watched the exquisite example of the perfect girl point him out to the distinguished man in a white suit near the bar. Making his way to the table, he accepted the offer of a seat. Mr. Brady, or should I call you director? Just Harry. We are partners after all. She. That would be General She. I believe that business relationships must be kept formal, do not you agree? I trust that you are satisfied with your payment. Director Brady, quite satisfied. I trust that you have taken possession of the first part of the package. Indeed. Your demonstration was most impressive, but the deal was for the inventor also. Landing in Nepal as we speak, you take Linhauer in Nepal at the coordinates I have given you. Jack Morgan will be dropped off in Yerevan as agreed tomorrow night. That gets you both Satan's breath and angel ears, as well as a shiny brand new ghost chopper and pilot that you have been wanting. Consider it a gift. Excellent Director Brady. Perhaps I think I will have something. The man delivering Jack Morgan to you, the tall scar-faced man with the cowboy boots, does not realize that his side was not the winning bidder. You might want to take care of that. We will inform him. We have a new executioner that needs target practice in Jiron prison. Scene 2. A knock at the door brought her out of the chemically induced trance. Intense work and concentration permitted her to avoid the churning revulsion over her role in the past week's events. Putting the open bottle and glass in, though your desk drawer, she granted permission to enter. Colonel Cheng, the child female prisoner, 127, has requested to speak with you. She is outside the door now. Karma is here. Has Pima allowed this? No, sir. She walked away from her mother while she was working and asked one of the guards to bring her here. Most certainly, Private. Pull that chair up for her. Karma, come in. Please sit down, sweetheart. Cheng sat up amazed, shaking off the dulling effect of work and drink. For days she had tried to speak to mother and daughter, but shame and fear had gotten in the way. Karma, please sit. Would you like something to eat? Thin with red eyes, the oversized orange prison uniform hanging off her, Karma stood erect, eyes lowered. Cheng realized that the child was wearing her father's shirt. No, Major Cheng. Prisoners are not allowed to sit in your office. That is your rule. You are not a prisoner, Karma. You have not committed any crimes. You have not been convicted of anything. You are here because of your father. What was my father's crime? What was my mother convicted of? It was back. The very same defiance that she had seen that first time she had interrogated the girl. Karma had made her point, however. Living in a prison cell with other prisoners, dressed as a prisoner, fed with the prisoners, her age had protected her from nothing, not even the wrath of the guards. My father is dead. Those last words destroyed the child, who could no longer hold back the tears that coursed down her cheeks, that she was too afraid to wipe away. Cheng felt her own tears, moving around the desk to hold the shaking child. I am sorry, Karma. It was so wrong to make you see that. That was never my intention. When you kill my mother, please kill me too. Not like my father. I want you to do it. Do it fast. I am not going to execute your mother, Karma. You are lying. The other guard, Lieutenant Wei, showed us the paper. He said it was the execution order for both of us. It was news that hit like a sledgehammer. Wei did what? A death warrant? If an execution order had arrived, she had not seen it. If Wei has shown it to a prisoner, particularly in front of a child, she would make his life hell. He said that mother would watch me die first. Either that or I would starve to death in prison. Please, do not make mother watch me die the way you made her watch father die. Please. That is not true, Karma. I swear it is not true. Did you swear to my father that mother and me could go home with the other monks? If he signed your paper full of lies, I intend to keep that promise. One lie had led to another. Was this one an unintended lie also? When? Why did not you? I tried. A pathetic excuse for which she felt shame. Sheng looked at the tearful girl who wanted to believe her, but knew that Karma could not. I will. But how? She asked herself. My father trusted you. She had no words. Why had she not released the mother and daughter on her own authority? She could have done that had she not spent the week wallowing in self-pity and rice wine. Enough. I am too busy for this. Dueling with a 10-year-old prisoner was the last thing she needed. Standing, Shang pushed the unoccupied chair back into the corner. You are finished. Gudrun will take you back to your mother. My father told me to tell you something. That is why I am here. The child glared at her, making her feel a deep shame. Quickly, he forgives you. He knows that you are a prisoner too, and that you do not control what you do. What? Is that what Yi Tao meant in his letter to her? He said that only our bodies were prisoners, but our minds are free. Your mind is in chains. You want to do what is right, but you cannot. You are powerless, and that is why you are always drunk now. My father felt sorry for you. Get out. I feel sorry for you too. The prison is going back the way it was because you are hiding in your office all the time. The guards laugh and make fun of you now. They call you Colonel Bitch the Drunk. Get out. Chang shook with rage. How dare that stupid, disobedient child question her? How dare she? Chang watched the girl open the door, turning to face her once more. I forgive you too. The door closed, and Chang dropped into her leather chair, still furious, but at who she wondered, a child, or herself. Opening the bottom drawer, she reached for the bottle of sweet rice wine, knocking it over in the process. Looking at her hand, it was shaking. This was not her. When had she showered last? She was not sure. Chang vaguely remembering someone trying to wake her up to give her a message, and ignoring them. What had she become? It was time to take control again. She would silence the laughter. But first a shower, and a change of uniform. Scene 3, parking the beat-up old Range Rover behind the abandoned mud brick building. Mike Harding gazed out at the snow-capped deep green mountains to the north. Nepal was a place of magnificent natural splendor that always made him grateful for the chance to see it. Picking up the knapsacks in the back seat, he kicked open the door and barged in. I have arranged through one of my contacts for a car to meet us about 100 miles north of the target. Weather is a problem, so we will wait a day and go tomorrow night. I will keep the ride home hot and local until I get word from you here. Then I will fly over, hook up, and we can be gone. Good. Got the stuff I asked for? Grabbing the first of the two knapsacks, Jack inspected the contents. This is high-grade stuff. Did the others ask questions? Director Brady did not authorize the Semtex, or the thermite. I had to get it from a company contact instead. The mission is to recover the device, not destroy it. What are you planning, Jack? Moi, the other two do not trust you. Not sure that I do either. An operation deep inside China is no place for a loose cannon, Jack. I'm not even supposed to be talking to you. From the beginning, you did not seem entirely happy to be here. Why, whatever do you mean, Mike? I have always wanted to visit Tibet. And what better opportunity than while recovering the deadliest superweapon man has ever known? The Chinese, on the other hand, may not be entirely happy to see me. I ran into their people in Afghanistan. It is a refrigerator that has a low-power laser in it. Hardly the deadliest weapon ever known. Jack laughed. Gung-ho types operating in the dark made for great movie heroes. But this was not a movie. He needed someone on his side. Is that what you think it is? All I am authorized to know, Jack. Unless you let it slip. Mike was fishing for answers. By now he had to suspect something was seriously wrong. I do not have the clearance you do. I do not have a clearance at all. Hell, my job is installing solar panels on Western Texas bars. The other two are on Harry's payroll, not me. I am here because Harry set me up. Extortion and blackmail are his strong suit. I expect that since Liz could not get the damn thing working, his buyers wanted the inventor as well as the prototype. I would keep that under your hat, because I do not think that Harry wants that to get out. Jack glanced at the nervous Mike. He had his attention. What he needed was a patriot, and Major Mike Harding was his best shot. That refrigerator contains a LENR, a low-emission nuclear reactor that powers Satan's breath. That is the part that causes instability in power grids and knocks them offline. Lizzie never understood the theory well enough, so she runs the logic through my angel ears, which uses the laser as a waveguide to set up the quantum entanglement that allows me to disrupt electrical flow. So it just kills things with electricity. That is what it is set up to do now, with the frequencies that are programmed in. But nothing stops me from adjusting it for biological systems, like the neurons in your brain. From orbit, you could shut down the nervous systems of every human in a city, unless they are shielded. You are not getting it. Quantum entanglement means that shielding is not possible. The technology in angel ears allows you to kill anything, anywhere. There is no projectile, and entanglement operates regardless of distance, or what is in between. Kill a dictator in a 1,000-foot deep bunker, or the population of a whole city in less than a minute from orbit. Jack watched Mike stew on what had to be impossible to believe. With angel ears technology, You can send a nation back to the Stone Ages, or kill all the people, and you own a nation without firing a shot or damaging a thing. Major Mike Harding considered the ramification of such a device, both dismissing the possibility that such a weapon could even exist, and yet having evidence that it did. Why would any man create such a weapon? I did not. I watched a high-speed police chase end with a couple of bystanders getting crushed. I invented a device for police to kill the motor in a car, to end police chases. I was trying to save lives. It was Harry in the NDRA that saw the possibilities, and several years ago dragged me in and forced me to shut down my business. 6 months ago, we did a demo for the brass, and it dawned on me what they wanted to do with it, so I quit. Quit! Jack closed his eyes. In his mind, he listened to the laughter of Alice as she played. To spend more time with my family. My wife and daughter were murdered during that demo. Harry blamed Chinese intelligence. Now I am not so sure. So why would they put the sole working prototype deep into enemy territory, and then send the inventor afterward? It makes no sense. And that is why I asked for the Semtex and Thermite mic. Now show me how these fuses work. Scene 4. What is this, Lieutenant Wei? It looks like a refrigerator from space. Why is it in my prison courtyard? 6 guards had been tasked for a mission behind her back. Now they were unloading a sophisticated but camouflaged device from a truck. 6 strong men struggling with the weight. Orders from General Shi. He ordered you to do it, but you were too drunk to get up, Colonel. Wei made sure that the guards heard him. The humiliating part was that it was true. Still, this was something he would pay for later. We have to go back out, put an empty box in its place. Tonight we have to capture whoever comes to pick it up. By every measure, this was wrong. This should be an army operation, not us. We are People's Armed Police. These are prison guards. This is wrong. There are army units better suited for a special operation like this. What was sheep to, she wondered. A criminal never stops being a criminal. Her father used to tell her. Tell that to General Shi. He insisted that we do it and no one else. You were supposed to be there with us. I will take that up with the general myself. Did you show Pima and her daughter an execution order? Shi's other schemes and crimes would have to wait. This was one crime that would have to be stopped. Wei smirked at her. What of it? Excited about getting to shoot another monk? Kearney? Disgusted. She fought the urge to shoot the man. I have had enough of you. You are relieved of duty and restricted to quarters. Give me that order. I will take it up with General Shi personally. Snatching the folded paper from him, she could not believe the contents. You are to do nothing to carry out these orders. I will be flying to his headquarters in Lhasa at once, and have them rescinded. In the meantime, I will have Captain Lin from the district office take over from you. No, you will not, Colonel. My orders came from General Shi himself. If you try to stop me, I will have you arrested for disobeying a direct order from a superior officer. Wei had her. Shi's orders came first. Then I will shoot you myself for resisting arrest. 15 men loyal to Wei nursing their rifles looked on. This was a fight she could not win. Whatever the fridge from Mars was, it was not important. Saving Pima and the child Karma was. Very well, Lieutenant. Carry on. But understand that if you so much as touch Pima, the child, I will kill you myself. Orders or not. A promise was made, and this time she swore to herself. A promise would be kept. Scene 5. Lizzie, why did not you come along? It should be fun. Jack pulled the straps tight on his gear, checked the Walther semi-auto that he kept under his coat in the small of his back. I suppose real work is not your style. I'm not a spy, Jack. Remember, no guns or anything that can get you arrested. No alteration to the mission is authorized. Just hook it up and get back here. Avoid all contact. If they do get you, do not give them a reason to kill you. We can get you back if you just stay alive. Elizabeth Linhauer fiddled with the radio, connecting the encryption device while avoiding eye contact. She was a bad liar, just good enough to not laugh as she feigned concern for his well-being. You are not a trained spy either. Tex is there to protect you. Stick close to him no matter what. Jack wondered if she had figured out that she was being set up also. Did he care? Nope, not a spy, and not a hero. I will leave that to Mike. Was that a tear she wiped away? Remorse, perhaps? But for what? He wondered. What she was doing to him, or for the treason she was about to commit. What kind of hold did Harry have over her? She was not stupid. Mike, what about it? Mike had been stowing the special gear in the quick-release compartment of the chopper, eating outside. Being built for special ops, it was normally designed for the standard team of 12. On this night, weight of the cargo precluded more than the mission specialist, his bodyguard and himself. I do not do hero. We leave at 2,200 hours, which puts us in Giron about 200. 20 minutes for the hookup, met back by 600. No alterations to the plan. Oh yes, things will be a bit rough on the way in. I suggest the air sickness medication for you and Tex. It will make the flight easier, just the way we planned it, Jack. Sounds great. Liz turned, motioning to Mike to leave them alone. The filthy little shack on the hill above the Nepalese-Tibet border was not exactly romantic, but it would be her last chance. Jack, you do not have to do this. I have got some money stash. I am sorry about what I did to you and Terry. I am not asking for forgiveness. Let me make it up to you. We can just get in the lorry and not come back. This is not what you think it is. You might be surprised what I think it is. And yay, I do have to do it. What she did not know was what he had to do. Somewhere, in a dark and lonely cell, a woman and child were waiting for him. He had made a promise, and this time he would keep it. Scene 6. I am sorry that you have wasted your trip, Colonel Cheng. General Shi's on a special assignment. He cannot be reached. The general's aide was a large man, half a meter taller than her, sporting the chiseled physique of a special operations soldier. With the rank of captain, he was about her age, his medals and decorations, making him an impressive sight. She considered pushing past the man into the general's office, but reconsidered as he could pick her up with a single hand. No, however, was not an answer that she could take. Captain Huang, I assure you that this is a matter of the highest urgency. Please let me in. She was behind that office door. She knew it. His staff car was parked in his reserved spot outside. Lieutenant Wei has already called. General Shi's orders must stand. I am sorry. Stand aside, Captain. She had visited the Great Wall once on a trip with her father. Somehow, Captain Huang seemed more imposing. Excuse me, Colonel? Her persistence amused him. He is not in his office, Colonel Cheng. Move. I will see for myself. Surprisingly, he stepped aside. Pulling the door open, the large, well-decorated office was unoccupied. Where is he? Captain! She was frantic. Time was working against her. Jurong was at best a 20-hour drive, even if she had a car. She had exceeded her authority in commandeering a military aircraft to come to Lhasa. Pema and Karma were at the mercy of Lieutenant Wei, and at every moment she was gone, the danger increased. Your problem will have to wait, Colonel. Whatever it is, I will let General Shi know the instant I see him. Please leave. I need this order rescinded. Captain, I'm out of time. I will have you arrested. Have me shot then. Cheng shoved the paper at him. Either way, this must end. Huang looked at the enraged little woman. Wei had described her as a drunk coward, not what he was seeing now. Examining the orders, he was confused. An execution order for 2 monks for murder. No, an innocent mother and 10-year-old daughter. They were arrested at a street festival along with 100 others equally innocent by an overzealous police major. Pema's husband agreed to a false confession if his innocent wife and daughter were released. The purpose of this order is to hide our crime. Cheng took a deep breath. Huang waved off 2 guards responding to raised voices. We are police officers, Captain Huang. Justice is our business. I do not understand these people, but I know that brutality to cover our lies will not earn their trust. They are different from us. Let me end this injustice now. Stamping and signing the orders, he handed them back. There will be an investigation. I will cooperate fully. Thank you, Captain. Her career was over, and yet for the first time in months, she felt the weight being lifted off of her. Somehow, disgrace and punishment mattered less than the opinion and continued existence of one little girl and her kind mother. Huang watched her wipe a tear away. It is too late to fly out tonight. I will have your aircraft available at 600 hours. Who is this Lieutenant Wei? A corrupt bully hiding behind a police uniform. There is one other small matter. Is there any reason why my prison guards would be tasked to perform a special operations mission? This made no sense to me. That requires an explanation, Colonel. Have you had dinner yet? Scene 7. It had been a strange couple of days in the FBI counterintelligence situation room. A strange email, a missing high-level official, mad scientists, and panicking generals had brought her to the strangest-looking building in the remotest part of Texas. It was covered in solar panels and weird devices, making it look more like an alien spaceship than a country bar. Dressed in an all-black suit and skirt, she regretted the heels as the rough gravel made walking difficult, the dust whipping through the dirt parking lot, making staying clean impossible. Squeezing between the filth-covered pickup trucks, apparently the only kind of vehicle anyone owned in the backwaters of Texas, she pushed the thick, rough wooden door open, feeling very alone and conspicuous. Apparently, there were not a great number of black professional women in this part of the state. The off-balance fan seemed to beat a strange rhythm she found particularly irritating. The smell was uniquely male. Part leather, sweat, chili, jalapenos. Wappy was of one interview that needed to go quickly, before she gagged. The pink-clad waitress served up burgers, what appeared to be chili, and it seemed that boots and sweaty t-shirts were all the rage. You look lost, lady. Can I help you? the bartender would have won the best-dressed prize, with a sequined western shirt and the string tie. If there had been any real contenders, he seemed to be speaking some form of English. Yes. Sheriff Bartlett pointed me in this direction. He said the people here would know this man. She held out a picture, watching his reaction. Jack Morgan. Just who the hell are you, lady? What, in tarnation, is going on with Jack? He's got a lot of friends here. There is not a man in town that do not owe Jack something. Special Agent Dania Franklin, FBI. How well did you know him? We was gonna ask him to be the best man at mine and Mabel's wedding next month. But a couple of government buzzers swooped in here a couple of days ago, and we has not seen hide nor hair since. If and you know something, now's the time. I'm asking the questions. He seemed unimpressed by the badge. If you want answers, you will answer a few from us. What has Jack gotten himself into? Does this have anything to do with his wife and daughter getting murdered? That broke him up real bad. I have a gun and a badge that says you will answer my questions. He chuckled at her. Lady, is not a man in here that does not have a gun. Brad over there carries a Desert Eagle. Jose here wears a Colt 45. Jack always kept a little Walther he was fond of. Good with it, too. We figure it saved Pastor Jordan's life last week. I cannot tell you anything. It was as if she could see the faint reddish glow under every collar in the place, and it scared her. It is classified. Have anything to do with that airliner that crashed in Tibet? All right, maybe they were not as stupid as they looked and sounded. Just what do you know about that? He was not supposed to know anything. Who is Jordan? Jack's brother-in-law and the town preacher. We was about to go to a prayer service for Jack after lunch. I figure a couple 100 people who loved him will be there, praying for him. Was Jack Morgan religious? That is not in his fi. Nope. But he helped put sprinklers in and installed geothermal heat pump at the church. The heat around here made some Sundays unbearable, particularly for the old. The money the church makes back from the solar system, he put in pay for the new van and the hymnals. You are welcome to come. If you are looking for Jack, you will be in fine company. You mentioned the airliner. How did you know about that? Placing a beer in front of Agent Franklin, Norm leaned forward. Jack was watching the tube, and the report came on. Turned white as a sheet and got a mite upset. Seemed to think he was responsible. Nonsense, of course. He's been in town since Terry and Alice died. Every day. What did he do then? Sat over there on his computer. Said that something had to end, and he was ending it. I would like to take you up on your offer. Jack Morgan does not sound like the kind of man that would commit treason. Not hardly. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6. The Mission. I do not believe in a fate that falls on men however they act, but I do believe in a fate that falls on them unless they act. It will get mighty lonely down there if the contact did not get the message. Mike Harding checked his position one more time. A faint green glow on the position indicator indicated 5 minutes, 60 miles out from Geelong. Never had he seen so much empty rock and lifeless nothing. The man behind him was either a genuine hero or terribly insane. He was not sure which. Once I drop you off, Jack, I cannot come back. You will be on your own. Are you sure about this? Ask me in 3 days. How is Sleeping Beauty doing? Tex the goon had nodded off after emptying his stomach into a bag. Snoozing away. What was in that airsick pill? Rohypnol. All we had in the medical kit. Also good for hot dates with cold women. I figure I will be back on the ground before he wakes up. If you are right about him, I should just kick him out at 20,000 feet. If I am right, the Chinese will shoot him anyway. Get back fast and take care of Lizzie. They will be coming for her. She does not turn herself over. Just do not trust her, Mike. You got some fun friends, Jack. I will be down for less than a second. A single car on the road at the meeting point. One heat signature. Looks like our guy. If it is not, you will know soon enough. The ghost chopper was quiet, but not totally silent. Mike Harding tapped his helmet, the signal for Jack to jump out the door. Suddenly alone, except for the sleeping Tex, he pushed the throttle forward, pivoting to keep the aircraft away from the scraggly trees and rocks. Good luck, Jack. I am betting my career that you are right, and you are the man I think you are. Scene 2. I was told that there would be very few soldiers in Geelong, too far from the borders. Jack peered out of the second-floor window of what passed as a hotel into the public square below. The thin, bald man behind him in the robes of a monk motioned him to get away from the window. You had hair back at MIT, Eshi, and you had some common sense. I never believed that you would go into being some sort of super-secret agent. Did not you have dreams to save the world or something? Why is a doctor of particle physics doing in Tibet? Jack, MIT kicked me out. They said that I was a crackpot, that my theories were all wrong. I wish that they had been right. So what is a doctor of astrophysics doing in a temple making sand pictures? Jack peered through the goggles, picking out places to place the distraction charges. Tashi had graduated the year when he should have, and shared many interests, including one Texas-born waitress that ended up choosing him. What are the people doing down there, Tashi? Rumor has it that they intend to shoot a couple of monks today. One of them is just a kid, mother and daughter. Even the Chinese do not shoot children in public, Jack. False rumors, I think. Still, the people are pretty angry. You said that Satan's breath was on a truck in the courtyard of the prison. Easy pickings, you said, with all the guards in town. Jack was not buying it. Whoever ordered it taken must have known what it was. It is a trap. For me. Besides, I do not have enough Semtex or thermite left. Down to 4 fuses. Suppose they do not drive north toward Lhasa like you expect. And how do you know that some random school bus will not set off the charges? Jack. Satan's breath is powered by a LED. The fuse is set to go only when it detects that radiation. In any case, the LED will disarm itself in 3 days, and if it goes south, could not care less. Someone has themselves a wonderful new ultimate weapon. Your mission, Jack, is to save a mother and daughter. Something that you told me once, Tashi. Karma is something we make for ourselves. I made a mistake once, and a mother and daughter died. Not again. Not this time. It was not the mission that was assigned. Indeed, his friend Jack seemed intent on committing suicide. There will be a dozen guards, Jack. The correct decision is to carry out your mission and destroy the gizmo, whatever it is. That is what I am here to help you do. Correct. Yes, but not the right one. Is that monk's robe just a costume, Tashi? Or does it mean something? Guards started clearing the circle of people below. Whatever was going to happen soon. Be the man I know you are, Tashi. For karma's sake, help me save these people. Tashi, the spy. Or Tashi the monk, Jack wondered. The moral man, he knew so long ago, would not have to hesitate. Still, this was a business that corrupts the soul. It was the kind of thing that got his friend Jack kicked out of the army, a disregard for the ordered mission. Monk Tashi, or intelligence agent. Somehow, he had to believe that Jack had a plan. Okay, what is the plan, Jack? I will let you know. Oh, but by the way, the girl's name is Karma. Scene 3. Who the hell authorized this mission? Now you were telling me that they had both Satan's breath and the inventor. The worried man stared at each general, staff member in turn, looking for someone not too afraid to speak. Do we have any assets left? Just what will we know? Mr. President, we think it was Dr. Elizabeth Linhauer of the NDRA that set up the mission. Still no trace of Director Brady, but our asset working with them tells me that Jack Morgan went in with 40 pounds of explosives and some really sophisticated equipment, and he believes that Morgan intends to blow the thing up. Blow it up? We spent $2 billion building it. I want it back. Yes, Mr. President. We have not been able to contact our CIA asset yet. Dr. Linhauer was captured or taken by Maoist rebels in Nepal. The ghost chopper has not returned to his base. Another agency asset in Gurong confirmed that Morgan is alive and working on getting to Satan's breath. Mr. President, what they have is just the prototype. We still have the one that Linhauer's team was building. The one that does not work, he told me. What the hell good is that? Not yet, Mr. President. Who is this Jack Morgan character? Is he in on this? Damn it, Thomas. You are Director of National Intelligence. Can we trust him? Yes, Mr. President. You can. All eyes turn to the middle-aged black woman in the back. I am Special Agent Dania Franklin, FBI. I was assigned to investigate Jack Robert Morgan after we received a suspicious email from Mr. Morgan. He told us about a superweapon of some sort and how he thought it was a scheme by Director Harry Brady to sell it to the highest bidder. We believe that Morgan was blackmailed into participating. He was President of the United States and was supposed to be the most powerful man in the world, and yet at this moment, he was helpless. All right, Agent Franklin, what do you have? Jack Morgan was kicked out of high school for building a dangerous science experiment. He joined the Army where he passed his GED and was assigned as a combat engineer, where he learned and then taught the use of explosives in Afghanistan. He earned his degree in physics online in record time while in the Army and was decorated a number of times before he was denied a clearance and separated for the convenience of the Army, based on his personal beliefs. They note that he was not a team player, so he is a high school dropout, good at blowing things up and difficult to get along with. Splendid. How was this supposed to make me feel better, Special Agent Franklin? Mr. President, Jack Morgan is beyond brilliant. He aced the college entrance exams at MIT. He entered their particle physics program, getting his master's in a year. His doctoral thesis was rejected as an insult to science, and he was kicked out of that program. Let me guess. Our Jack Morgan does not take rejection well and blames the American government. No, Mr. President. It turns out that he was right. His work redefined quantum theory and something called quantum entanglement. He started a company and built a product called Angel, designed to disrupt car engines to end police chases. On the recommendation of Director Brady, it shut down his company, forced him to work at the NDRA on an improved version, Angel Ears, which became the basis of Satan's breath. It was Dr. Yenhauer that forced him out at MIT, and it was Dr. Yenhauer that used Morgan's work to build Satan's breath. They used Morgan's Angel Ears as the critical component in the Satan's breath weapons system. You still are not making me feel good, Special Agent Franklin. Now we have a mad evil genius that has every reason to hate the government. Not the government, Mr. President. He hates the weapon and what it represents. His invention saved lives. After the first demonstration, he realized what they wanted to do with it. It is terrible potential, and he quit. Jack Morgan refused to become another Julius Robert Oppenheimer. I was assured by Director Brady personally that he was still working on the project. A lie. Director Brady and Dr. Yenhauer created meetings, an email chain, and set up a secret account in the Cayman Islands traceable to Morgan. He made sure that no one would hire him. We even think now that he had Jack's wife and daughter killed to prevent him from leaving the NDRA. You have proof of all this, I hope. Harold Brady is a close personal friend. We have enough for an indictment, Mr. President. She had dropped a nuclear hand grenade in the room. Generals argued, aides fretted about the publicity, stupid arguments from foolish bootlickers that disgusted her, arguing without facts. They dismissed her investigation in a condescending voice. Dania Franklin had seen this before. Old, angry white men ruled the world. Special Agent Franklin, stay behind if you will. I have a special job for you. Yes, Mr. President. Scene 4. Hurry. Chang could not believe what Wei was planning. Stop for nothing. Checkpoint ahead, Colonel. There is a line. Private Ya was the only other female on the prison staff. Transferred in at her request, had to have at least one trustworthy person. Knew, she was also the only one that Chang could trust. Although a timid driver. The road is too narrow to pass. The town was just ahead, but something was very wrong. Too many people. She was the district commander, and had not authorized any checkpoint. Indeed, the last thing that she needed was another confrontation with the locals. She patted the paper in her inside pocket, a paper that would give her the power to stop Wei for good. I will take care of this. Opening the car door, Chang made her way around the menagerie of vehicles. One pulled by Yak. Soldier, do you know who I am? Who authorized this? A dozen soldiers, real army, in full battle dress with their red beret, very unusual. Colonel Chang, I'm Lieutenant Bao. I was told that you are in Lhasa. It is a good thing that you are here. You should not have ordered the execution to be held in public. People are getting hurt. I am detaining foreign reporters that somehow found out. This is insane, Colonel Cheng. Handing the rescinded orders to the soldiers, she watched him read. Wei is the criminal. I faxed a copy of these orders to him last night. He runs most of the smuggling and contraband through the district, including stealing from government shipments. I ordered him to not carry out any execution. That is why I was in Lhasa, getting these orders cancelled. Let me through, Lieutenant Bao, so that I can stop this thing. Precious minutes ticked as vehicles were moved out of the way, several people being arrested for shouting insults. Pulling the timid Private Ya out of the car, Cheng took the wheel. Speed limits and safety would just get in the way. Passing the barrier, Cheng pressed the gas to the floor, determined that nothing would stop her. Nothing mattered more than getting her hands on Wei before he finished what he was planning. What bothered her was why was he planning it? Never before had he acted in such open defiance to her authority. He had to know would give her all the ammunition that she would need to have him arrested, even executed. He was not bright enough or brave enough for this. The main road was crowded with people. Even in the busiest of times, the streets should be nearly empty. Turning left down the side street, she saw people running after her in the mirror. The next street was the market block. Normally carts and street vendors. It was a bit wider than many of the town's roads. It was a clear shot to the town center where an execution had been held before, and from there, another half a kilometer to the prison. Flipped over yak carts, parked cars, and angry people blocked the path to the execution ground. A ring of guards, her guards, formed a circle keeping more people away at the end of the street, about 100 meters beyond. She could hear the insults in Tibetan and Chinese hurled at the nervous guards, mindful of the fact that they were greatly outnumbered. Unable to back up, unable to move forward, Cheng shoved the door open and pushed toward the scene, only 100 feet beyond the barrier. It is her. It is that bitch who shot Mount Jampa. Get her. The men running behind the car, who joined others from doors emerging from shops. This was a Tibetan area of town. One few Chinese ventured down. She was alone. and the only friend she had was her little Walther pistol by her side. I need to get through to stop this. Get out of my way. It is the murderer. Yarer. Stop her. Something hard hit her in the back of the head, nearly knocking her over. Pushing past one of the overturned carts, she felt blood running down the back of her neck. Pushing people away, a few more steps. A woman spit at her. She added her own curses to the deluge. You are evil. Evil Chinese bitch. Shooting children and monks. Move. I have to stop it. Guards. Stand down. A hand grabbed her collar as several fists found their way into her head and face. Reaching for her gun, she held it as other hands pulled her off her feet. On the ground, she lost her struggle to keep her pistol as men kicked her. Bang. First a lone shot, then automatic rifle fire, with people panicking. Boom. A series of explosions of some sort. Shouts, people scrambling for escape. Bang. Shouting, and then the smell of tear gas. Opening her eyes, she struggled to stand. In the fight, she had lost a shoe and her right hand was cut, bleeding, as was her nose. What had happened? Hands lifted her to her feet as she tried to clear her head. The colonel is injured. Help her back to the medic. No, I am fine. Lieutenant Bao, is that you? Cheng, wiping the blood from her eyes, searched the smoky scene ahead. The street was cleared of civilians as soldiers pushed the barriers aside. Help me get to the town center. I need to know what has happened. Her nose felt broken, as did her trigger finger on the right hand. Blood soaked her back and her face was swelling. Hobbling into the grassy area, she heard the wails of those that had witnessed the disaster. The guards had retreated before an enraged mob, leaving behind the most unnecessary victim of this debacle. Are you happy now? Chinese bitch. A sobbing woman hate her lifeless friend Pema in her robes. Cheng waved off the soldiers. More violence was the last thing she needed. Pema's eyes were open. She had seen what was coming. A single shot to the head. Cheng felt her knees go weak, dropping beside the still Pema. I'm sorry. I was here to stop this. Pema was my friend. Curling over onto her hands and knees, her stomach churned out its contents until she could sit. Bao standing guard over her as she tried to stand. Where is Karma? Who? Scene 5, high noon. And the crowd was getting more bitter by the moment. A dozen terrified soldiers in the green uniforms of the People's Armed Police, yellow stripes down their legs with bright red epaulets, working to keep people out of the town courtyard being prepared for the day's events. Jack took measure of the position of each door, every vehicle, which soldiers seemed more nervous. Across the courtyard, Monk Tashi moved into position, instructing the locals what needed to happen. It was a crazy plan that stood no possible chance of success. Just enough Semtex in 5 small packages to scare the hell out of everyone. The one on the truck would rupture the fuel tank and prevent pursuit, at least immediately. Each just large enough to produce a giant bang, placed to prevent casualties, at least beyond broken eardrums. 2 fuses, and a bit of tinkering. Bombs in bags of flour to accentuate the apparent size, a trick he had developed in the army. A group of monks hung out together on the east side of the park, getting ready to receive a mother and a daughter. Temples and safe houses for 2 days would be all he needed. Jirong was far too small a town to hide in, and with only 2 roads in and out of town, the only chance he had would be no pursuit at all. The danger of a diversion would be the stupidity of the guards firing into a crowd. What would 1,000 emotional, uninformed civilians do when it started? He wondered. A few Han Chinese shouted slurs, drowned out by the larger mob of native Tibetans. Chinese and Tibetan sounded differently, even to Western ears. A cacophony of different flavored gibberish. Down the main road, dozens of food carts, and various cars, some rust buckets as old as he was. Ordinary people, busy people, unhappy people, milling about waiting around for a scene that would enrage them. In the shadows along the wall, a Western woman that stood out by her attempts to blend in. In a few days, there would be a video on the air. Analysts would pick it apart, and Jack knew that he would be identified as the culprit in this little drama. People in his old profession were good at that sort of thing. Perhaps an internet blog will use the event to demonize the Chinese, although they hardly were innocent. Shouts and threats, obvious in their malice just by the tone of the voice. Another dozen guards, sight that both sickened and saddened him. Monk Tashi had been wrong. It was no false rumor. 2 guarded prisoners, both female, one in the robes of an ama. No Colonel Lei Cheng, however. The leader was a scrawny young male officer, with a misfitting uniform and shaved bald, his drawn pistol pointed at members of the mob to keep them away. God, if I fail today, grant me revenge on the monster responsible. I do not matter. The executioner stood at the center, no more than 2 meters from the begging woman as they pushed the prisoners to their knees. Jack would wait for the soldier to raise his rifle before pressing the button. Timing was everything, and he could not be distracted. Rocks were at the ready, and a few of the guards used the butt of their rifles to express their anger against the unruly men. "Hey, mister, are you an American?" The girl in the shadows, the blonde who stood out like a flare in a land of black hair, poked his arm, causing him to drop the detonator. Bang! The executioner had never raised his rifle. It was a scrawny officer in charge that had fired the shot. Pushing the shadow girl away and dropping to one knee, Jack grabbed the detonator, flipping the switch. Boom! Flame and smoke. A fire on the truck. The mob silent for a second, as each person checked to see if they themselves were a casualty. Reaching behind his back, Jack grabbed his gun, flipping the switch on the front laser. Moving into the circle, mob was pelting the now occupied guards with anything they had handy. The smoke from the flower confusing the scene as he had hoped. Shouting at the screaming child, the officer lifted his gun one more time. Bang! Not this time, asshole. He had hit the man, although not sure where. Stumbling back, the officer had dropped his weapon as fists flew fast from the people who had witnessed the agony. The confusion would not last long, and the crowd was rapidly clearing at the sound of automatic weapons fire. Jack grabbed the traumatized girl, hands still bound in that uniquely Chinese style reserved for executions. Running through the guards that remained, Munz guided him down the blocked-off street, hiding in the panic-stricken stampede of humanity, escaping the wrath of the horde of soldiers that would be coming, not wanting to be around when the music stopped. Pushed into a small shop, Jack held on to the weeping child as if she were his own. She was remarkably light, her arms flying around his neck, as the monks cut her free. "It is okay, sweetheart. Jack has you now. I will take care of you. You are coming home with me." End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7 Questions. Neither fire nor wind, birth or death can erase our good deeds. You have 2, maybe 3 cracked ribs, Colonel. Your nose is bloody and bruised, and both eyes will turn green and purple before they heal. The cast can come off your hand in 2 weeks. You are very lucky, Colonel Chang. I will arrange transportation to the main hospital in Lhasa. She looked like hell, but felt worse. The doctor had agreed to treat her in her office, now the busiest place in Zhejiang. I have work to do here. Thank you, doctor. Report, Private Ya. 5 guards are in the hospital. Just about everyone else is hurt somehow, Colonel. No one was hurt by the bombs, but a few people were killed by our soldiers. We captured a female American reporter that was holding the detonator switch for the bombs. Lieutenant Bao from the Army is with her now in Interrogation Room 4. Then that is where we need to be. Where is Lieutenant Wei? He was shot in the groin and in the Army hospital. It was not bad, and he will live. That is a shame. However, I will enjoy shooting him myself later. The line of people would have to wait. In the confusion, no one but her had seemed to notice that they were missing a prisoner. No one could tell her what had happened to the child. Rounding the corner of the stairs, she was greeted by 2 heavily armed soldiers, not her own guards. Interrogation Room 4 soldier. Out of my way. Whatever reluctance he had letting her through disappeared when Bao waved her on. Colonel, her name is Lydia Hansen. She slipped her escort in Zhangmu and claims to have been doing a story on you. When she heard that you were in Zhejiang, she hired a driver to bring her here. Surprised and disturbed, Chang took a second to compose herself. Well now, she gets to meet me in person. Dismiss your interpreter. I speak some English. Slamming the door open, the chained and disheveled young woman jumped as far as the leg cuffs would allow. Tears had smeared eye makeup down her cheeks that she was unable to wipe away. With hands chained to the table, I am an American citizen, and I demand to speak with an ambassador or something. You are a terrorist and a spy. You have detonated bombs that have killed hundreds of innocent civilians, as well as many soldiers. Cheng waited for the stupid girl to babble her excuses and pleas. The more frightened, the better. I am Colonel Lei Cheng. The reason that I am a colonel is because when I ask questions, I always get answers. You work for the CIA, so you know you will never leave China alive. I have had a very hard day, so I will not ask any question twice. Placing the large pistol on the desk, she allowed the prisoner to cry. No, I am a reporter. That is all. I swear, I picked it off the ground. The man dropped it. I think he was an American. I never saw him before. I did not know what it was. Reporters are spies. Who was the man? What was his name? I do not know. Please do not hurt me. I was just doing a story. A story? On me? Why? I am just a low-level officer of police. You do not know, do you? Know what? You are being investigated for crimes against humanity. Spain, I think, is pushing to have you indicted for shooting 200 prisoners that used to be in your prison. You will be tried at The Hague like all the NASIs were. After today, you will be a shoo-in. Nothing that she had done was illegal. Cheng sat back, unsure of what to feel, what to think. There are no 200 prisoners. I corrected an erroneous roster. Was shooting Monk Chempa correcting an erroneous roster? was shooting that poor woman today at correction? That poor little girl. What roster was she on? It felt like a hot knife in her heart. One moment of anger had led to a lie. All else that followed was an attempt to fix that one moment. Her life was like a maze where any path she chose was wrong. Only one more question, Miss Lydia Hanson, reporter and spy. What happened to that little girl? What happened to my little Karma? I am not going to help you kill that girl, she screamed. No, you are not. One last time. What did you see? Cheng's hands shook as she glared down the sights of the big semi-auto QS-92 pistol at the terrified blonde Westerner, Bao and Yap, pleading with her to not shoot, rounds being chambered behind her. What happened to Karma? Where's my little girl? Scene 2. Tashi handed Jack a bowl of shamey gongthuk as he watched the girl sleep. Hidden in a wall, he had listened for the sounds that would tell him if they had been discovered. Twice the Chinese had searched the shop, and sometimes temple, and had missed the panel leading to their refuge. The roads would be blocked, and Jack knew that Tibet was not a place that you could just drive across without one. To the south was the tallest mountain on Earth. In any other direction was terrain that would be perfectly home on Mars. I take it they were out of chicken noodle soup. No meat. We are monks, Jack. He gazed at the girl curled up sleeping in a makeshift bed made from sacks of grain. Adjusting the blanket, Jack wondered when the last time the scrawny, emaciated child had a full belly, or spent a night not living in fear. I cannot even imagine what that kid has gone through. Last night when she heard the police searching through the wall, she just held on so tight. She nearly passed out because she was afraid to breath. I spent 3 tours in Afghanistan, and I never saw that kind of raw terror before. She watched her whole family get murdered. If you had waited another half second, she would have died also. If it is any consolation, that woman that knocked the detonator out of your hand picked it up. She spent a night with a very angry police colonel. It is my fault. I screwed up. Karma's mother died because of me. How can I say I am sorry? Montashi had always appreciated how his friend Jack always took personal responsibility for everything. Both a flaw and a curse, it had led to his dismissal from the army. Emma Pema, Karma's mother, was begging for anyone to save her daughter. You answered a prayer, Jack. You did not pull that trigger, Cheng's henchman Wei did. Tashi paused to take stock of his old friend. Getting Jack back in the game was vital. Jack, you still have a mission to accomplish. We can take care of Karma. Last night they brought another woman into the prison. Sounds like your old mentor, Linhauer. If they ship her out with Satan's breath, she'll be killed when they hit that IED you set. Serves her right. Liz set me up. Sold her country out. Let her die. Karma needs me. Fair enough. Professor Linhauer stole your work and you want revenge. Do not care about revenge. I sure as hell do not care about that bucket of parts. I am merely out of explosives, and they will have maybe 100 guards. Charges are already set. This little girl needs a ride out of Tibet, and I am not walking away from her. I did that once before, but not again. Karma's a child. Not important to the mission, Jack. Karma's my child now. She's my mission. Always was. Vengeance just gets in the way. Scene 3. Jack Morgan did what? Harry Brady could not believe it. Sitting across from a furious General Shi, the situation had deteriorated. Vast sums meant nothing if you were not alive to spend it. Why did Jack steal a prisoner you were going to shoot? And why cannot you catch one man you knew was coming? Why the hell could not you just stick to the plan, General? Just what makes this prisoner so goddamned important? That is exactly the question my government is asking, Director Brady. She's nothing. A wretched little Tibetan girl whose life is insignificant. The execution was a convenient diversion to make our bait more inviting. A little girl? The daughter of traitor we have already executed. That is the mistake you Americans make. Director Brady, you must punish the entire family. If the girl lives, she will become an enemy of the state. If she escapes, she will become a symbol. This is why I ordered her execution. As an example, now there is your mistake, General Shi. You see, Jack Morgan has a strange, perverted sense of justice. The son of a bitch saw you about to kill that little tyke and forgot all about his mission. Still, it cannot be that hard to find one little girl and an American wandering around in the middle of Tibet. There is no way out. My Colonel Cheng will find them. She's most efficient in these matters, if not most irritating. The one that Spain is accusing of crimes against humanity? Sweet girl. Send her my way if she needs a job. With Tex and Liz gone, I need a good assistant. My government will never allow her extradition. Still, Colonel Cheng's signature on all of the execution orders has made her a liability to me. I shall pass your offer along. Like your Mr. Morgan, my Colonel Cheng has a strong sense of honor that she needs to forget. It has allowed her to be useful in the past. This should help. The laptop you took with Liz can communicate with the ghost chopper that Jack needs to get out of Tibet. Linhauer's codes will be disabled. But this thumb drive has mine. It also has the override on the transponder. You will know exactly where Morgan is when shows up for his ride. Thank you, Director Brady. You have made it unnecessary to kill you. Just get the jackass. Jack Morgan is starting to piss me off. Scene 4. Jack Morgan did what? The president looked around the walnut desk at men whose usefulness he was now questioning. A galaxy of stars, on shoulders, had gotten him no closer to a way out of this political nightmare. This is getting out of hand. Thomas McNulty had been Secretary of State for less than a year. A tall, imposing man, his graying hair had taken a turn for the worse over the last few weeks. Yes, sir. The Chinese ambassador was in my office for 2 hours, demanding to know what we are doing. They claim that he blew up a dozen bombs and liberated a convicted terrorist. More than a dozen soldiers and police officers were killed in the prearranged riot that they blame on the CIA. They have assigned a Colonel Cheng to track our man down, and when they get him, they will march him into the UN and demand action, what they are calling an act of war. I have heard that name before. Cheng? Yes, Mr. President. Spain is calling for her extradition for crimes against humanity. She is the go-to girl if you want hundreds of political activists to simply disappear without a trace. She has become a world symbol for oppression. Jesus, Fred, what does the CIA have for me? How close are we to getting this guy? First he was a traitor, then a misunderstood scientist, and now a friggin' international terrorist. Just this, a click of a button played out the scene before them. 6 million hits on the internet so far. We count 5 bombs that are positioned to cause a maximum of confusion. One takes out a truck that catches fire here. Our expert tells me that there should have been very few casualties. He believes that Morgan used bags of grain or flour to create a sort of fuel-air explosive. More bang and flash than effect. He learned the trick in Afghanistan, or Morgan taught him. So we have the student grading the professor's work now. My expert called Jack Morgan a true artist in the use of science. We wanted him mint the CIA, but Jack Morgan was psychologically unsuited. He was too independent, frequently questioning orders, untrustworthy in the field. Watch this. We have enhanced this little drama. A nod to the media operator for the next video brought the president to his feet. We think that he drops the detonator here. He pushes what is probably a Chinese agent out of the way and flips the switch, and boom. Surrounded by dozens of shocked guards, he engages in a gunfight with the executioner, grabs the prisoner, and runs off into the panicked mob with the still-bound prisoner. Who in hell does this clown think he is? John Wayne. From the reports in the video, the prisoner was a female child, age 10. We think that the executed prisoner was her mother. This is exactly the kind of moralistic behavior that we were afraid of. We think that Jack Morgan was trying to rescue both of them. General Foxwell. What are you thinking? Fred Jensen, director of the CIA, had few friends. One, however, was General Ted Foxwell, U.S. Army Chief of Staff. Brother rats at Virginia Military Institute. They shared a common sense of honor in a town where honor was an unaffordable luxury. The man has balls, at least. He served under me in Afghanistan. I see on his record that I signed for both his Silver Star and discharge order. Fred, you said that he had 40 pounds of plastic and thermite on him. How much did he use for those explosions, do you think? About 2, maybe 3 kilos of Semtex, Ted. No thermite. We have reached the same conclusion. We think that Jack Morgan is still in the game. Satellite imagery has Satan's breath still in Jarong prison. We think that the Chinese are too afraid to move it with Jack on the loose. It seems that Morgan also trained a number of Uyghur Muslims while in Afghanistan. The Chinese know his handiwork and they do not like him. Sitting down, a tired president leaned back, rubbing his temples. Do we cut out losses or what? Talk to me, gentlemen. There's one more complication, Mr. President. It seems that the Russians got wind of what the Chinese have in Jirong prison. They have dispatched a Spetsnaz team to seize the weapon, and it is creator. The Chinese have Linhauer in the Jirong prison. It is getting very crowded in Jirong. Splendid. Do we have any secrets left, Fred? Our special task force is now on ground in Nepal, sir. And one more thing. We do not think that the Chinese know what Satan's breath is. They may not have been the winning bidder. If that is the case, they do not know just how important Jack Morgan is. They are going nuts in Beijing trying to figure out why the Americans rescued that 10-year-old prisoner. This was a useful fact, something to justify a decision at least. Gentlemen, we need to cut out losses. Jack Morgan is more important than his invention. I want Linhauer and Morgan dead. Pull out all the stops. Fred, drones if you have to. If we get the opportunity, they die. I do not want any more excuses or theories. Traitor or hero, the jackass dies. Dismissed. The meeting participants streamed into the wood-paneled hallway. For Fred. Just word. In private. Waiting for the hallway to clear, General Ted Foxwell closed with CIA Director Frederick Jensen. Fred, I do not think the president understands the ramification of a drone strike in China. They will not take that laying down. You heard what the Secretary of State said. The Chinese are already hot as hell. That really is not what is bothering you, is it? No. He took a deep breath as his friend stared down the hall, as if to be a lookout. If Morgan is still working for the home team, and I believe he is, we need to give him a fair shot at destroying that damned contraption. We do not sacrifice our own. Not this way. The president still believes that Director Brady is a victim in all this. Both of us know what a scumbag Harry Brady is. Hell, he led the president's campaign. Hate him cheat in college. Give Jack Morgan a chance, Fred. I will see what I can do. Why did not you and Bart come over tonight? There is a restaurant that I have been meaning to try. Tom McNulty might even be there. 7 too early? Scene 5. Jack Morgan did what? Dr. Elizabeth Linhauer gazed down at the desk. The cold, efficient manner of the Chinese woman, in her sharp uniform, badly bruised face and black, green and blue eyes scared the hell out of her. At 5 feet, and maybe 100 pounds, the little dragon was intimidating. She had expected a debriefing, not having to face the bride of Frankenstein, as she now thought of her inquisitor. I'm a defector. Jack did not know he was being set up. He was supposed to be captured when he tried to destroy Satan's breath. I do not know anything about a prisoner. Do you know the man well, other? Lover, maybe. Why would an American secret agent abandon his mission? You say he was on to rescue a worthless little girl? Jack is not a secret agent. He's a geek, inventor, and scientist. Your people wanted the prototype and the inventor, and that was Jack. I invented the second part, using Jack's ideas in earlier work. My job was to help make Jack cooperate with you once you had him. He rescued a little girl. I bet even Harry Brady did not see that one coming. Liz glanced at the QSC-92 pistol. Dradayan kept near her bandaged hand. She chuckled nervously. Jack was told the Chinese agents had killed his family. Harry Brady thought that their deaths would make Jack come back to work for us. It would be easier for Jack to leave if he had nothing left. He had a daughter named Alice that he loved very much. She died in his arms. Chinese people do not murder children, Doctor. No, they execute them. Liz felt the hate in the dragon's laser-like glare. She had hit a raw nerve. Staff Sergeant Jack Robert Morgan was a member of your invasion army in Afghanistan. There he taught terrorist tactics, specifically bomb-making, and the use of booby traps, then improvised explosives, to the criminal leaders of the Uyghurs in Xinjiang province. Do you actually think that the Chinese people would be willing to work with such a man? Dr. Linhauer? He was in the army. I did not know about any of that. I was his professor at MIT. Jack was a genius in particle physics. Might, she said. Whoever this Jack Robert Morgan was, he was not stupid. So what is this thing you have in my prison, Doctor? It is very heavy for its size. That is because of the shielding around the nuclear power generator. Angel ears will almost run on D cells, but Satan's breath requires a lot more power to make the weapon work. Liz watched the dragon lady's eyes get wide as she clenched her fists in astonishment. It was as if she had punched the woman in the stomach. Nuclear weapon? That thing is a nuclear weapon? What kind of monsters are you? Bringing a nuclear weapon into China, into my city. Incredible. Lei could feel the anger rising. It was only in Tibet because your people wanted a demonstration. It is in Gurong, my district. Do you Americans want war? Are you crazy? I'm responsible for the safety of these people. A nuclear weapon. A doctor of particle physics, this was beyond her authority. If the dragon lady had frightened her before, Liz was now terrified. Had she said too much? Was it possible that this Chinese officer was not in the loop? My people know nothing about you, or that device that you have smuggled into my country. Perhaps you are not cleared to know. Who authorized this interview? I am on your side. Perhaps, but you are not on my side. You are a traitor to your own people, and you are most certainly working for large amounts of money. That is all you capitalist Americans care about. You disgust me. I have been assured that. Switching to Chinese. Private Ya. Show Dr. Elizabeth Linhauer her accommodations with the other American woman. Get this filth out of my sight. Yes, Colonel Chang. And then get General Xi's headquarters on the phone. On second thought, make that the Ministry of State Security. Which department, Colonel Chang? Counterintelligence, Private Ya. RIAR Police. Spies and nuclear weapons are out of our authority. Finding Karma is, however, still a police matter. Scene 6. He answered my mother's prayer. Monk Tashi. Who is he? All night long the strange tall man had watched over her, held her when she was afraid. Neither Tibetan nor Chinese he spoke differently, and yet she found his words she could not understand, soft and comforting. The previous day's activities and caring for her all night had left him exhausted. Sleeping on the hard wooden floor, she carefully placed the blanket on top of him that he had wrapped her in as she shivered in his arms earlier. Why did he save me? Why not my mother? He tried to, Karma. With all of his heart, he was trying to save you both. But the man with the gun surprised him, and the bombs did not go off right. My friend Jack did his very best. He was willing to fight all of China to save you and your mother. The whole plan to save you both was his. The child gazed at the man sleeping so peacefully. Why would he do that? Americans are like that sometimes. They do not like injustice. You were there where he could see you, where he felt responsible for you. In Jack's case, it was probably a bit more. He did not have to do it. He did not have to save me either. But he did about 10 years ago. It is what Jack does. He is trying to save the world from evil men who took his life's work because they made a weapon out of it. He is in Tibet to stop them. When he saw you, he thought of his own daughter. She was also killed by the Chinese. I think I like Americans, Monk Tashi. I know I like Jack. Karma knelt beside the sleeping man, wondering what his world was like. When the world had abandoned her and her mother, this man did not. You and Jack will have to leave soon. He has a plan. Jack always has a plan. The Chinese are very angry with him. I think that he wants you to go to America with him. You need to leave Tibet, Karma. You will never be safe here again. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8. Pursuit. It is a man's own mind, not his enemy or foe, that lures him to evil ways. Lieutenant Wei, it pleases me to see you alive and well, as I have looked forward to having you shot for disobedience of my direct order to do nothing with Pima and her child. Your incompetence is the reason for the disaster I must now deal with. Cheng looked up from her desk as Wei hobbled in. His standard hospital issue cane, giving her a clue as to the location of his wound. Sadly, she would have to aim at the head. You are under arrest. I was ordered to have the execution as part of a diversion by General Shi. He made me a captain, and since you are now the district police commander, I am supposed to take over the prison. Pandas will poop from the clouds before I let you command prisoners. You murdered an innocent woman. General Shi's orders were rescinded. You knew it. You murdered an innocent monk. That is why you are a colonel. Colonel? Maybe if I had gotten a little pig, I'd be a major. My orders came from General Shi himself. You were supposed to carry them out, but you were not here. Again. Now I am supposed to take that thing and drive it to Lhasa. You are ordered to find the American named Jack Morgan and capture him alive. Said that if you fail him again, I can look forward to shooting you myself. That thing is some sort of nuclear weapon, and I have been ordered to hold it for inspection by Ministry of State Security experts. It goes nowhere until the ministry says so. I leave within 10 minutes. Lieutenant Bao will be providing the 5-man army detail. Do your job for once. Colonel Bitch. Find the stupid American. Something was wrong. Very wrong. An intelligence operation that the ministry responsible for all intelligence operations was not aware of. Orders issued behind her back after she went to Shi's headquarters. A 5-man detail to be led by an incompetent and unpromotable, eager new captain on a nuclear superweapon that warranted 1,000 men. All that and one more thing. Captain Wei, have you read the report on Staff Sergeant Jack Robert Morgan, the man that General Shi wants me to find? He seemed a bit surprised by her question. Not my job. So, you plan on driving more than 24 hours to reach Lhasa, when there is a military airfield less than 30 kilometers away? And you are not even curious about the military specialty of an American spy on the loose? The one that shot you in the testicles and got away with your prisoner? Not my job. And when I get back, I will kick you out of my new office. This is the office of the district commander now, and I doubt that you will return. Do not move that truck. Move that truck, and you will never see Lhasa, or your promotion. You are a stupid man, Wei. I'm wasting my time with you. She had laid out everything, and the dense fool understood nothing. Cheng wondered if Bao, a real soldier, might not see things more clearly. Private Ya, get the car. Lieutenant Bao and I need to have a little talk. You will also witness my order and Captain Wei's insubordination. You are dismissed, Wei, and do not leave this prison. Grabbing several files from her desk, she watched Wei hobble out. Ya sitting at the small desk in the corner made for a reliable witness. Cheng liked the company, and it protected Ya from men she did not trust. Yes, sir. Just one thing. Your car was burned a day of the riot. We could use a patrol car, but they are all out looking for the American and little girl. We will use the prisoner transport van and take the American women with us to keep Wei from leaving with them. I would rather have them in military hands until state security collects them. Scene 2. We need an official vehicle. A military or police vehicle will do nicely. Jack stared out the window while playing with what appeared to be a hairdryer. They have a few BMWs, Jack. Perhaps I should order one with a sunroof. Tashi watched his friend make adjustments to his device, adding batteries. Behind him, a little girl looked on curiously. Near noon, she had not seen daylight for 2 days and was enjoying the light streaming through the windows. I did not remember you being so vain, Jack. A hairdryer. When the government came through my lab and shut me down, they took all the Police Angel production units. This was a prototype that the feds missed. I was living on scraps, so I did my shopping at Radio House and used whatever stuff I could pilfer. My wife's hairdryer had a nice case. You made a spooky action, dark matter quantum entanglement device with stock radio parts. What did it cost you? Maybe $100? It was not possible, of course. Jack's theories were so screwed up that even his best friend, Dr. Tashi Drupa, M.I. Togragwood, in astrophysics, knew he was crazy. But Jack was a master of garbage science, putting together unrelated laws and principles in ways that had won him many a bar bet, about 300. It is really the same as the one I bill for Harry, and the agency for $3 billion. Except, of course, this one does not have Liz's contraption attached to it, so it will work right. You have to be kidding me, Jack. That is as dangerous as the prototype that you want to blow up. Shaking the device gingerly, Tashi took note of the weight and feel of a machine, and under the laws of physics that he knew could not exist. You even used the original hairdryer switches. But the energy requirements would have to be enormous. You are using D cells. The D cells are only to open a path to dark energy. I limited the aperture to just use what I needed, to shut down an engine. The problem with Liz and her abomination is that she does not understand that you have to limit that aperture, or you start ripping holes in space-time. I would have sabotaged it, but Liz and her brilliance over-engineered it to death without me. I cannot come with you, Jack. It would blow my cover. Besides, I have orders to kill you. I will take Karma to the temples in the south. We can get her into Nepal. You can meet up with her there. Nope. Karma's coming with me. I made her a promise and have a way out of Tibet. Jack smiled at the girl, smiling back at him. You will never have a mission this important, Tash. If I fail, you might want to be in a position to follow those orders of yours to kill me. Karma does not know what you promised. I do. How are you going to communicate with her? I was a dad. We will get by. Scene 3. 5 apprehensive men, guards from the local prison, kneeling on the ground as the tall scar-faced man with a cowboy hat and big belt buckle spoke quietly to the uniformed commandos speaking Russian. Behind him, a strangely shaped helicopter, ended by a net in the rocks, its handcuffed pilot, guarded by 2 imposing soldiers. Moscow will be happy. We have America's secret stealth helicopter, and will soon have its super weapon. You look quite like the cowboy with that hat, Igor. Just like the first nuclear bomb, American spies have given us their secrets for a few dollars, and it was Iranian money. It will be good to get back home, but I did like Texas. I will ask for an assignment in Crimea. Maybe I will open a Texas-style bar. Colonel Petrovich, you should see this. The young soldier with the chiseled physique led the way down the hill to a spot where the road passed between 2 rocks, just before crossing the bridge over the 80-meter canyon. Pointing to nearly invisible wires, he explained, I see, maybe 20 kilos of thermite and Semtex. Definitely American. This is exquisite work, professional all the way. These Chinese clowns did not do this. US CIA or Special Forces most likely. It goes to a detonator in the middle of the road that looks like a Japanese cell phone with some sort of sensor plate. Maybe a radiological detector. So we wanted to stop the truck here. No, Colonel, this is set up to turn the truck into a puddle of molten steel. I would like to meet this artist. So would I. I saw work like this once before in Afghanistan. This fits with your Jack Morgan, Igor. This is Morgan's ride out, so he will be back. You need to keep your men out of sight, Colonel. He was a soldier, a good one, and will smell a trap. Igor, these Chinese are prison guards, not soldiers. Half of them still had grease in a barrel of their rifles. Their ambush had them on both sides of the road firing into their own positions. They were going to park a truck across the road to stop the column. I hate amateurs. Kearney. EIDs are Morgan's work. Remember, we need to take this man alive. He's supposed to go to the drop-off point for pickup. That is over there. Igor, please make sure that the pilot has not left out any details. And if you could, get rid of those 5 men. My pleasure, Colonel. We need Morgan alive, but not unharmed. The blonde woman is also a scientist, but not so smart, I think. Petrovich slid his thumb along his throat to signal men hiding on the opposite side of the bridge, a series of single shots indicating that the order had been understood. Scene 4. Put them in the van. 2 terrified women in chains were shoved out the prison door toward the waiting vehicle by the guards. The oversized orange prison uniforms made the women a pathetic sight. Slamming the van door closed, Cheng turned to the approaching army officer. Do not move the truck with the Martian refrigerator, regardless of what orders you may receive from either General Shi or anyone in the police chain of command. The Ministry of State Security is on the way with experts that have to disable the bomb in it. Sorry, Colonel. My orders are to take these prisoners with me. We will leave as soon as your Captain Wei is ready. Sergeant, these prisoners are top spies for the American CIA, and that one is a scientist. That thing on your truck is a nuclear device, powerful enough to make Tibet the lowest point on Earth. All it takes is you hitting the wrong bump on the road to level Mount Everest. These prisoners are going to be turned over to your Lieutenant Bao at Army headquarters to be held for state security. No, sir. You will turn them over to me now. Sergeant, do not you think that a device this important might attract the attention of the CIA team that attacked the execution 2 days ago? You have 5 men, and while I do not mind losing Wei in the inevitable ambush, you and your men are somewhat more valuable to China. Why not wait until the bomb is defused and state security arrives with a large military aircraft, saving you a 25-hour drive? I see your point, Colonel, but I have my orders. I have no reason to delay. Let me help you with that. Bang. Guards stared at her over their rifle sights. She holstered her pistol. That tire looks flat to me. You need to change it before you go. We do not have any spares. If you like, you can tell Lieutenant Bao that I did you a favor. You may provide security while I deliver these prisoners to Army headquarters. State security will arrive in 2 hours. The tire should take at least 3. Any more objections? No, Colonel. They are your prisoners. Private Yai. Drive us to Army headquarters. Scene 5. So what is the plan, Jack? Tashi glanced out at the street, at a fruit stand and several small shops, maybe a dozen ordinary Tibetans busy with whatever their occupation was. Down the street was the Army headquarters, the center of the soldiers looking for Jack Morgan, and a girl too young for this sort of adventure. You just stop any old car and steal it? Why not just hotwire one? That only works in the movies, Tashi. I need the keys. Besides, not a lot of choices out there. We need to get through checkpoints, and a yak cart will not do it in a hot pursuit. You do not speak Chinese and do not look like a native. The girl does. A kid you cannot communicate with. And I do not think that the word of a 10-year-old that they were going to execute has much pull. You need me. I was hoping that you would say that. There is a possibility. No, that is a prisoner transport van. Let it go, Jack. Perfect. Aiming the hairdrawer at the oncoming vehicle, Jack sensed that his friend was a bit concerned. Karma flashed a smile of confidence at him, and he wondered if she understood how misplaced that confidence really was. Let it go, Jack. Squeezing the trigger, the LED flashed once, and the van swerved, coming to rest on the curb opposite him, knocking over a vegetable stand. Sweetheart, our chariot awaits. Tashi, you coming, or do you want it to be a monk forever? Jack. Scene 6. Colonel Cheng, is what you said true? Is that a nuclear bomb? I do not know. That is what state security needs to tell us. All I know is that the Martian refrigerator is important and to care for, and to send scientists and spies after. Why it is here concerns me. We also have a missing little girl. I am a police officer, not a spy. What I want to know is why would an American spy rescue a worthless little girl and leave a super weapon behind? The whole thing is insane. Indeed, why? This was a plot from the world's worst spy thriller, not any reality that she was familiar with. Colonel, the engine just shut off. The van came to rest on a light pole behind a small fruit vendor's cart. It is like the electricity just died. Several tries at restarting the engine proved fruitless, as everything electrical in the vehicle was dead. Ya beat on the dashboard in a vain attempt to get anything to work. Ya. Walk down to the Army headquarters and I will guard the prisoners. Great. Like the day was not bad enough already. 2 high-value prisoners and a broken van. The similarity of when the entire region had lost power disturbed her. The timing for the malfunction was also interesting. Yaya had gotten out of the vehicle, but had disappeared, raising the hairs on the back of her neck. Reaching for her pistol, the door of the van opened, and a hand yanked her into the street. On her knees, she faced a large, well-built, middle-aged Western man with a gun pointed toward her face. Behind him, a child staring at her as though she were the devil herself. Karma, I have been looking for you. I need you too. A sharp blow to the back of her head gave her a momentary awareness of gravels, slamming into her already bruised face. Scene 6. The world swirled around her as she was jolted by the bumpy road. Her head was bleeding, her hands handcuffed behind her back. It took a second or two before she realized that she was in the back of her own police van. Struggling to sit up, Private Ya sat on the bench across from her, silent tears streaming down her face, terrified. Surprisingly, her 2 prisoners were still in chains. The well-built Western man sat in the front, communicating through the window to the driver's compartment. Beside him was Karma, staring down the length of the van at her. Elizabeth Linhauer pleaded with the man she knew as Morgan. Jack, take the handcuffs off. Please, I can help you. Like you helped me get sucked into Harry Brady's trap. Like you helped the Chinese get possession of the most dangerous weapon on Earth. Like you helped the Chinese get to my wife, my daughter. Jack, I did not want to betray you. Harry made me. Dr. Elizabeth Linhauer had just confirmed the worst for him. It was Professor Linhauer that had ended his quest for a doctorate and ruined his career in science. It was Linhauer that wrecked his marriage with a false accusation. Somehow, Jack was not in the forgiving mood. You betrayed your country, Lizzie. You did it for money. You wrecked my marriage, Liz. Whose idea was it to murder my wife and daughter? Yours? Harry's. Oh, Harry. The Chinese. Were the Chinese even involved? The psychologist said it would make you come back. We needed you for the project. You knew? The revelation tore at his heart as his last few moments with his dying daughter flooded through his mind. You knew? You participated. You stinking bitch. It was not my idea, I swear. It was Harry, he told Tex to do it. It was not my fault. All you had to do is just take the money and complete the work. Cheng had done 1,000 interrogations, and reading faces was her specialty. The tall Westerner was having trouble grasping the enormity of the blonde scientist's revelations. The supposed reporter sat quietly, taking it in as she was. Horror was turning into rage on the man's face as the blonde begged and pleaded. Cheng wondered if she could use this to her advantage. Staff Sergeant Jack Robert Morgan, I am a police officer, and I can help. If this woman murdered your family, let me arrest her. She will get justice in China. Let me protect the child Karma. The girl pressed close to the man, glaring at her as though she were a dragon. I see in your justice, Colonel Cheng. So has Karma. There is something that you should know. That weapon you have is unstable. It has to be destroyed. It is too powerful for any nation on Earth to have. So, it is a nuclear weapon. If it were just a nuclear weapon, I would just give you the keys and let you drive it home. China has thousands of nuclear weapons. What is one more? He had a point. Whatever it was, had the man terrified. Then what does it do, Jack Robert Morgan? It opens up a hole in space-time and allows access to dark matter, dark energy. Depending on how you set it, it can shut down entire power grids, and that includes those inside human bodies. 2 or 3 passes over China, and every man, woman, and dog would simply drop dead. You can also direct it to a point, killing a single man in a room buried 5 miles deep, using something called quantum entanglement. It has to be destroyed and never rebuilt. Impossible, she thought. Why would your government bring such a weapon into China? Surrender, Jack Morgan. You have nowhere to go. And how would that work out for Karma? I wonder. Tashi slowed the vehicle, turning to Jack. Jack, a checkpoint up ahead. What do you want me to do? A monk driving a police van. Might be hard to explain. Surrender, Jack Morgan. It is over. I will not help you get through that checkpoint. Yes, you will. Lights and siren, Tashi. Run it. Kicking the back door open, Jack dragged the kneeling Cheng to face the back. Let us see how much your people love you, sweetheart. They have a vehicle, Jack. There will be a pursuit. Will not last long, floor it. Here goes. Cheng braced for a hail of bullets as the van sped through the open checkpoint, guards staring blankly in confusion. Closing her eyes, she waited to be pushed out the back of the van, instead being tossed backwards as the Westerner aimed what appeared to be a hairdryer out the back. A few seconds later, he pulled the door closed, satisfied. The child gazed down at her as she tried to roll off her still bandaged and broken hand. I made Jack promise to not hurt you. It did not appear that the Westerner spoke Chinese. This would allow her to speak privately with the child. Your Jack is an evil man, Karma. He's going to get all of us killed. He built a terrible weapon. We are going to fly a helicopter to America. Jack will take care of me. He is a good man. Tashi veered sharply off the mostly dirt road into a clump of bushes and rocks. Time for a hike, Jack. The chopper is on its way. I hope. We will know in about an hour. No point in hiding the van. Just rip out the wires. This is Chinese state property. Jack Morgan. Lei realized that it was a stupid thing to say. Like he cared. Sue me. Everyone out. Karma. Bill with Monk Tashi. Cheng fell into the dirt as Jack dragged her out by her leg cuffs. Ya was weeping openly as she was pulled out the door, clearly expecting to be shot. The reporter had been silent, afraid to get involved until now. Morgan. Jack Morgan. My name is Lydia Hansen. I am reporter. I do not care. If you had not interfered, I could have saved Karma's mother. You cannot kill us. I am an American too. Unlock me, Jack. Take me out on the helicopter with you. Sorry, Lizzie. This is where it ends for you. Orders of the president, you know. Bang. Cheng felt her stomach flip as a blonde scientist plopped backwards. The 3 remaining women stood in shocked horror of the casual execution of their fellow prisoner. Why? She was a spy like you. I am not a spy. Dr. Linhauer laying there was the scientist that took a device to stop police chases and turned it into something beyond evil. Then she helped murder my wife and daughter so that she could sell that thing to you, the Russians, or some terrorist. She was more than a spy. That weapon you have opens an aperture to dark energy, and it does it by ripping holes in space-time. If Lizzie here got it to work, and it ripped too large a hole, that is the end. Will it blow up? Yikip bomb? No. It ends all existence. It would allow strangelets into this side of our 11-dimension universe, and everything ends. All of it. The world, the planets, the stars. All of it. I am here to destroy that gadget. I am here to make sure that no government, mine or yours, ever tries to use it. Kill me, but let Private Ya go. She has done nothing to deserve this. Killing is done. I promised Karma to not hurt you. She thought it was important for you to live to see your mistakes. Personally, I wanted to blow your head off, but my girl said no. Ouncing the keys in his hand, Jack heaved them into bushes as far as he could toss them. Checkpoint is 15 kilometers back that way. Have a pleasant journey. Jack Morgan, I am an American. Let me come with you. Please, this crazy bitch will kill me. Lydia Hanson pleaded with the man who seemed unimpressed. No room. Getting Karma out is my only concern. No guarantee that this crazy bitch will not still kill me. Besides, the colonel now owes me one for sparing her life. Saving yours would be payback. Sheng watched the man turn and start down the path towards who knew what. Why, Jack Robert Morgan, she shouted after him. Why, what? Why rescue Karma? Why spare me? Rescuing Karma was the right thing to do. I made a promise to my little girl to spare you. I keep my promises. Cheng watched him disappear into the countryside. Yeah, the American struggling to find the key where the tall Westerner named Jack had tossed him. She owed her life to a child, and the word of an honorable man. Scene 7. So this is why they told me to dress warm. Special Agent Denia Franklin, FBI Estawaya D detail and a section of Navy SEALs worked to set up the new operation room on the Nepali mountainside. A few yards north was China, a border that she could not cross, so all she could do was wait till something happened. The thin air gave her a headache, and she just wanted to be back in her suburban home in New York, eating Chinese rather than observing Chinese across a hostile border. Turning, she went into the dressed-up hovel that had been where this misadventure into China had started. Agent Franklin, NSA, is passing us traffic about a firefight north of Jirong, involving unidentified military units, and it looks like Russians got the gadget. Also, something about a missing prisoner transport van. It had a high-ranking Chinese officer in it, and 2 female American prisoners. She was not sure just who the technician worked for, probably CIA, but he seemed competent. He was certainly more at home in Nepal than she was. Female. One could be our scientist, but who was the other? Franklin marveled at the clarity of the satellite imagery. A voice from behind her, an older agent that she had worked with once before, handed her a piece of paper. Lydia Hanson. She is the blogger who has been smuggling video out of China. She was doing a story on a fast mover in the Chinese command hierarchy, particularly brutal girl named Cheng. She was indicted for crimes against humanity because of over 200 political prisoners that went missing from her prison. She is as nasty as they come. I have seen the video of the monk's execution. That was Hanson's work, and the GoPro of the second termination event. The silver-haired naval officer stood beside her as she watched the video the technician had put up on the big board. He was there to destroy or recover the gadget. What the hell is that jackass Morgan doing playing cowboy at an execution? I wonder. Denia let the men argue. Morgan's behavior only made sense if the girl was always his target. Why could not they see it? That is the behavior that got him kicked out of the army. Could not take orders. As soon as we get a beat on him, we go in and take him out. Damn that son of a bitch. The Chinese are scrambling jets all through Tibet. They picked up Colonel Cheng, and she's calling in every soldier she can for a ground search. They may have found Morgan, and they are closing in. They have orders to take him alive. One of the blonde American women is dead. The scientist, I think. Apparently Colonel Cheng had her shot. They want Morgan alive, and the Tibetan girl also. Taking the Tibetan girl alive is their highest priority. The silver-haired admiral read the report handed to him by Bruce the technician. Cheng did us a favor if you killed Dr. Linhauer. Just what is so damned important about a 10-year-old girl? The Chinese were going to execute her. Who executes 10-year-old girls? Sir, Morgan would not have given up the gadget unless the kid was more important somehow. Maybe recovering the kid should be a priority. They were blind, Deanna thought. Mission-driven men with no understanding of the vulnerability of the human heart. Was it even worth explaining to them what they could not understand? That a man had lost a child and had found another. That suddenly their politics and gadgets meant nothing to the man named Morgan anymore. Scene 8. Colonel Chang, I thought you had been killed. I have 1,000 men on the way, but they will not be here before nightfall, or tomorrow morning. Bao was examining the map spread out over the hood of his jeep. We have to stop the helicopter they have on the way, before it gets to Morgan and the girl, or the troops will not matter. Lieutenant Bao, what about the American weapon? You were right, Colonel Chang. We should not have moved it. The troops escorting it to the airfield were ambushed, and we lost it to some sort of mercenary force. Or maybe Spetsnaz. The weapons were Russian caliber. Only the state security officers and your Lieutenant Weiss survived. They were in the last car about 5 minutes behind, and saw them loading the device onto a stealth helicopter. It is a doomsday device. We must destroy it at all costs. The American scientist, Morgan, told me what it is capable of. He was here to destroy it. Interesting. We have been ordered to take it intact, Colonel. You look awful. I have medical personnel standing by. Let them take a look at you. You can barely stand. I will manage. How many men can I have right now? We cannot wait. He has the little girl with him. He must be stopped before he can find a way out of China. Myself and 30 men. Your police are not equipped for this. I agree. The American woman? Send her back with Private Ya. She is nothing. Scene 9. There is a clearing. And the chopper. Let us go. Tashi put down the opera glasses that Jack had so conveniently packed. Will that take us to America? The girl was exhausted, but had not complained a bit. For the first time in months, hope had returned to the child's heart. How long will it take? Do they have mountains in America? Jack laid on his back trying to catch his breath. Being unaccustomed to the thin mountain air, it was dark and getting darker. The night cloudy and cold. What do you people do for air up here? Altitude sickness. We are at nearly 10,000 feet. It will hurt for a couple of days, Jack. Go on oxygen on the flight home. Karma is asking if the chopper will take us to America. And if it has mountains. Tell her America has mountains and deserts. But that mountain over there is the biggest one of all. It was a magnificent sight. They were at the foothills of highest peaks on Earth. Something is wrong. Harding has not signaled. Why did he set down over there, past the gorge? He has to see us on the sensors. He was expecting one. We are 3. Right. Using the blue filter 2 blinks. By 2 blinks. By 2. Now we wait. On the hillside above and to the right, maybe another few hundred feet up, were the faint lights of a mountain temple. Jack checked the radio. The check-in was more than 2 hours late, but he was late as well. Keying the mic button, he needed to find out what was going on. Alpha Snowbird pickup for 3. Authenticate 14. The radio crackled. Lone Star negative. We do not have the room. Package and passengers on board. Just you. We are coming to get you. Negative Snowbird. It is 3 or 0. Authenticate 14. The pause was disturbing. The required authentication was missing. The voice was Mike's, but it was wrong. Stilted. The next voice was clearly Russian. I do not know your authentication code, and I doubt that it matters very much, my friend, as your Chinese friends want you dead, and I want you alive. Your Chinese friends are about an hour behind you, and I have Spetsnaz encircling you now. We only want you and your girlfriend, Dr. Linhauer, who you no doubt rescued. You Americans are so predictable in that way. I thank you for that, as it saves me time. Do me kindness of standing up and letting my men find you. Well, that is disappointing. What do we do now, Jack? Someone hijacked their ride. Tashi rolled on his back, shaking his head. Not exactly plan A still, Jack thought. Not entirely unexpected. We need to get Karma to that temple on the hill. They are tracking us with the IR on the chopper. I have 1 shot left on my Angel unit. It will blind them for about 20 minutes. Then we slagged their IR sensors with thermite and laid the Russians back toward the Chinese. Hopefully, they will not like each other. That is insane. We will be between 2 groups of men who want us dead. All plans have some flaw, Tashi. Here goes. Scene 10. Agent Franklin. We have chatter on the agency encrypted channels. Bruce, the technician, had been at his post all day, and now most of the night. Between the coffee and junk food he was surviving on, Dania had to wonder how this kid was still alive. Not 300 pounds. Playback, please. The radio crackled. Alpha Snowbird pickup for 3. Authenticate 14. Lone Star negative. We do not have the room. Package and passengers on board. Just you. We are coming to get you. Negative. Snowbird. It is 3 or 0. Authenticate 14. Pause. What does Authenticate 14 mean? Bruce. It is a way to ensure that you are speaking to the right guy. You agree on a couple of numbers, and the number that you give back has to add up to that number. If it adds up to a different number, you are passing a different message, like I am captured or something. That is why the Russian stopped the transmission when he did. The Russian? Hitting play, Bruce sat back to allow Franklin to get closer. The accent on the radio was definitely Russian. I do not know your authentication code, and I doubt that it matters very much, my friend, as they want you dead and I want you alive. Your Chinese friends are about an hour behind you, and I have Spetsnaz encircling you now. We only want you and your girlfriend, Dr. Linhauer, who you no doubt rescued. You Americans are so predictable in that way. I thank you for that, as it saves me time. Do me the kindness of standing up and letting my men find you. The Russians do not know about Linhauer. Can we communicate with Jack on his radio? Sure, but why? The Chinese will have him soon. Bruce rolled over to the terminal, punching up a IR satellite feed. Orange blobs moved over the dark landscape, barely recognizable as people. This is Jack. And two others. Is that a kid? We think the other guy here may be our resident agent, Tashi Gonpo. These two groups are Russian. This group over here is definitely Chinese. They have a woman with them. How do you know that they are Chinese? Bruce froze and expanded one of the figures on screen. See how he is carrying the weapon. It is a bullpup design, a Chinese Type 95. The Russians do love their AKMs. Agent Franklin considered the ongoing drama on the satellite feed. Patch me through to Jack. Who are we? Behind her, the silver-haired man in black had just walked in. Lone Star, this is Tranquility Base, Agent Franklin, FBI speaking. Can you hear me, Jack? 40 seconds of silence before the radio opened with a winded voice. We're kind of busy right now. If you do not mind, a bunch of people trying to kill us. And all you know, Jack, listen up. You are heading toward a large group of Chinese soldiers. There are Russians following you, and on both sides. Turn yourself over to the Chinese. We can work a deal to get you home. Not an option. If that is all you have for me, Agent Franklin, we are done. Let me handle this. The silver-haired SEAL pushed Franklin aside. Lone Star, you have 20 shins, and a chinket your front, and about 6 or 7 Russies to your flank and rear. They fire goggles and Kalashnikovs. Tell me you got a plan, boy. Commander Maddox? Is that your sorry raghead Murd Verfwasa here? I always have a plan. What is my acid vector when I blind the Russians? He cannot escape. There is nowhere for him to go. You will get them all killed. I know what he is doing. He still has a road flare or thermite left. Pressing the mic, Maddox ignored the frantic agent. You got one guy behind at 100 yards. Rest are inside 30. So light me up, boy. Suddenly the screen went bright, and then dark. Franklin looked away to recover her visions, seeing only dark spots. What did he do? What just happened? He just blinded them all with a thermite flash bomb. Let us wish him luck. Scene 11. Who are they? Chang shoved a wad of bandage into the sucking chest wound of a soldier that she did not know, the boy probably not being more than 20. Gunfire shattered the silence as it seemed that no one knew who or what they were shooting at, as the night had lit up like a supernova had just silently exploded. Bao had been cut in half, probably by his own man firing in a blind panic in the first few seconds, and at least half of the men were either gone, dead, or just cowering. One last gasp as the boy bled out, and suddenly everyone was looking at her, the last surviving officer. Can we surrender, Colonel? The boy's rifle was heavy and hard to hold with blood-soaked hands. They shoot prisoners, and they cannot see you anyway. Fire at the muzzle flashes, and let us back up, toward the road. There was a distinct difference between their weapons, and the sharp, loud cracks of the weapons used by their unseen enemy. Now she was only hearing the lighter, softer sound of Chinese weapons. Cease fire! Cease fire! Most of the remaining men had already expended their ammunition anyway. With no return fire, the enemy had already withdrawn or been killed. Collect the wounded. Leave the dead. We will be back in the morning. Scene 12. I cannot believe that you pulled it off, Jack. The monk working on Monk Tashi's arm tossed the bloody bandage in the bowl. Thanking the man, Tashi gazed at his half-asleep friend, fingering the hair of the child sleeping on his lap. I thought we were dead, did I? You might not have noticed it, but we are still in Tibet, and I have a girl I promised to ride to America. You did all that you could do. Maybe we should leave Karma here with her people. As long as I am alive, I have not done all I can do. She comes with me. You should stay here and heal. You cannot even use that arm. And miss your next miracle? Why have not you used the radio, Jack? Maybe get some help from Tranquility Base. Sooner or later, the Chinese will come looking for us here, because Snowbird can monitor the channel. I do not want to bring them in until we rest and eat something. They do not have the fuel to get out of Tibet to the north. They will not risk coming after us until they know we are not in Chinese hands. Get some rest, Tashi. Everyone's just going to sort out what is going on today. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9. I will not leave you. I am the miracle. Colonel Chang, you should be in bed resting. You were up all night. It is past noon, Private Ya. I have work to do. Please requisition a vehicle for me. Also bring me the American woman and all of her clothing and effects. She will be leaving us today. Colonel, get her. Taking the USB key from her computer, Shane dropped it into an envelope with other papers. A quick phone call confirmed what she expected, and a knock at the door brought Lydia Hansen to attention in front of her. Remove her cuffs. She will be putting her own clothes on now. Wait outside, ya. What is happening? You are being expelled from China, Miss Lydia Hansen, reporter and spy. If you ever return to China, I will shoot you myself. This envelope contains a memory stick. This corrects the record on 200 missing prisoners, and the papers are self-explanatory. As a woman, you could find some place to hide that. Why? Because you know what that thing is that Jack Morgan is looking for, and what it does. The world has to also. 15 Chinese soldiers were killed or wounded last night by Russian soldiers or mercenaries, but a search today showed that the helicopter is gone, and no bodies were found for the Tibetan girl, Jack Robert Morgan, or the monk. I think he got away, and now I have to find him and kill him. It is your duty to tell the world what happened and why. Why you think Morgan got away, Colonel Cheng? There is a blood trail leading away. Staff Sergeant Jack Robert Morgan is a brilliant man. I think he set us up against the Russians deliberately to keep us occupied while he slipped away. I do not know what to say. Thank Jack Robert Morgan. Yeah, the order she handed to the confused aide would ensure the woman was not searched. It would not do to be arrested for selling out your commanding officer before it hit the newspapers. Let her get dressed and you personally escort her to the border at Zhangmu. Make sure that she gets over the border without delay. Take a patrol car and grab a driver. Not one more night in China for Miss Lydia Hansen. Scene 2. The Chinese must have them. It had been nearly 2 days waiting for some word or indication that Jack had survived. A dozen men, warriors and technicians with nothing to do but to monitor the communication feeds. Agent Benia Franklin had held out hope that was fast disappearing. I cannot believe that they could have escaped. Not surrounded like that. Maybe the Russians got him. Or maybe they are dead. Something is happening, though. Admiral Maddox. The Chinese are moving a brigade into Zhejiang province and along the border. They are asking for special Mountain Eagle police troops. Jew wise. Watch this. Bruce put the news feed on the big screen. This is hitting the internet and airwaves everywhere. You gotta see this. The talking head over the Channel 14 banner smiled as though he had been handed the story of a lifetime. From our affiliate in Bhopal, India, we have a remarkable story that is the stuff of novels and movies. It is a story of doomsday weapons, murder, espionage at secret government agencies. You might remember the gut-wrenching video of a Chinese officer threatening a child, and then the dramatic rescue of that same child by an unidentified man. She was to be executed with her mother. We now have the name of this man, and the full story behind that remarkable rescue. And folks, you will not believe it. There it was, without a commercial break for 3 hours. Interviews with the hometown crowd, list of names, something called Satan's Breath, interviews with Jack's MIT professors. Even the murder of Jack's wife and daughter Alice. They called the little girl Karma. That face of the scared young girl in the first video was the only picture the world had of Karma, and by tomorrow would be on posters and t-shirts everywhere. The political nightmare was also beginning. At the center of it all, a reporter named Lydia Hansen, who had somehow escaped and smuggled it all out. This was a lady that she needed to speak to. Wow. Understatement, Bruce. Double wow. If he is not dead, he is the most famous guy in the world. Bruce, find out where this Lydia Hansen is. If she is still in Bhopal, have her held. Patch me through to the ambassador. One member of the team's not as happy as the others. That malignant asshole. I should have had Morgan incinerated in Afghanistan. I will have him cut to bite-sized chunks and fed to the pigs. What part of heaping a secret did not that jerk-off understand? Admiral Maddox reached for the radio. Lone Star, if you are out there, I'm gonna track your ass down and install a zipper on your lip with 6-inch spikes. You just blew $1 trillion secret, shitbag. Can cause me a ton of heartburn. The radio surprised everyone. Not me, Kim Osab. I have been too busy avoiding the locals and trying to find your gadget. My girl and I could use a ride out of here, and since you do not seem to be providing one, I will just have to wait for the Russians to bring mine back to me. You tapping in, Ivan. As you were expecting, Morgan. You seem to be making everyone just so happy. You cost me 4 good men last night, and I share Admiral Maddox's deep-seated desire to make you not so comfortable. Well, business is business, and my government will be happy to extend you this one-time offer for your cooperation in making this thing work. Sorry, Ivan. No government on Earth needs a weapon like that. Cut your losses and roll the thing out, and then you will have the fuel and altitude to make it home. Oh, tell Tex I am coming for him. and I will cut his heart out and eat it. Silence. Well, Admiral, it seems Morgan is still in the game. I will be going to Bhopal to find out just who your leak is. Scene 3. Scene 6. Well, Jack, you have managed to honk off just about everyone as usual. The police and army have searched the temple twice, and the monks are scared. If they find us here, it is over for them. Tashi nursed his wounded shoulder as he pulled the robes back on. We will be leaving today. The Russians know exactly where we are from our last transmission. So should Tranquility Base. Cheng does also. Baldy told me that as a political officer, he meets secret hiding spaces in temples her hobby of sorts. They have police surrounding the temple grounds, which has kept the Russians out. What? Karma and I have a date in El Paso. No, Jack. I love her too, but if we take her, we might as well shoot her ourselves. Kid goes. They find her, and sometime before her senior prom, they will. It is over for Karma anyway. Jack glanced at the girl napping on the stone table. She cannot keep up. We get a few folks angry with us and that can move fast. Jack chuckled. In this thin air, Karma is faster than I am. You people are born acclimated to this. If Ivan is going to do something, he will wait until shortly after dark. At best, he has 4 men left, and that helicopter is still the best way out. So, your plan is to take a helicopter away from 4, maybe 6 highly trained Spetsnaz at night, under the watchful eyes of the Chinese armed police, roll a ton or 2 of refrigerator off, hopefully destroying it, and fly home with the Chinese Air Force looking for that helicopter, buzzing this temple every few hours. That is, if Ivan does what you think he will. That is a lot of ifs, Jack. I did not say it was a good plan, Tash. I have a better one. Listen up, Jack. Scene 7. Juhan Numa Palace Hotel was the best 5-star hotel on all Bhopal, reportedly even with working plumbing. Denis Franklin made her way past the wall-to-wall reporters, cameras, and security guards to get to the front desk. The desk clerk was an older man, tired and harried. Main Mafi Shahada Hun, Kamaraki Sapi Bukharahain. I am sorry. I need to speak with one of your guests. I need to get a message to Lydia Hansen. I am so sorry. Everybody wants to see Miss Hansen. We have no more room, so please go to other hotel. Please, do not walk away from me. Just give her this. She will get the message. Her badge and a bribe seemed to be the only ticket in. Angry reporters shouted as she was led to a fairly nice suite on the top floor. Hello, Agent Franklin. I am Kurt Johannes, Hansen's attorney. Have a seat. Can I get you anything? And you will be needing your badge back. Thank you. So, just where did Lydia Hansen find a Swedish attorney in India? She wondered. So what can we do for the government of the United States of America this fine day? I need to speak to Miss Hansen. She is the only one who knows what is going on with the man we need to get back. She had access to details of this plot that no one in her position should have had. I'm afraid that it would be unwise of me to allow Lydia Hansen to speak to the American government without some assurance that she will not be facing charges. You have it. We do not care about prosecuting Miss Hansen. Right now, 3 nuclear powers are at DEFCON, 2 rattling sabers and threatening thermonuclear annihilation over a man and a child running loose in Tibet. Frankly, we do not have a clue how this happened, why the child is important, or how this gizmo got into Tibet. How did she get out of China? A voice came from behind her. They are still loose. A blonde in a bathrobe, towel in her hair, standing in the doorway. Colonel Cheng will not like that. She wants him dead, but not the girl. I think she wants to adopt the girl. At least that is the impression I got. Agent Franklin. Miss Hansen, we watched your report on the news, but you left out a few details. If we're going to get Jack out, we need those details. Nothing was as she understood it. Here at least was a reliable source. If you call a reporter reliable. Jack Morgan is a jerk. He left me in chains with Cheng the Merciless. But you are standing here free in India. He did you a favor. How did you escape? Maybe. Kurt, I have this. We need a little girl talk here, if you do not mind. She watched the handsome man leave with a nod. I should be grateful to Morgan. He gave me the story of my life. I already have offers for movies, regardless of how this turns out. I only released half of what Cheng gave me, but I will release the rest tonight. You have to keep the source secret, or Cheng is dead. She is trying to destroy the weapons, so that no one can have it. Why would a Chinese army officer do that? Cheng is a cop, not army. Her boss, a guy by the name of Shi, is really dirty, and she is trying to take him down, but he is really powerful and all that. We know about General Shi, but the weapon. That jackass, Jack, explained to Cheng when he had us prisoner that the weapon was unstable, that it could rip holes in space and time and do strange thingies that destroy the universe. Jack and Chang both want the weapon destroyed. Chang also knows that Jack is the inventor. You kill Jack Morgan and the weapon. No one can build another one. But the child? Who is the kid? Why is she important? Laughing, Lydia poured 2 glasses of red wine, handing the first to Diana before sitting. That is the best part. It is like a Disney movie or something. I mean, they both love Karma, and they both want to adopt her. She is a cute kid. But geez, she watched Chang kill her dad, and even though Chang was trying to save her mom, it would be tough to do the mom thing. Karma really loves Jack, even though they do not speak the same language. You have seen what Jack did for Karma. Chang was trying to save the kid's mom. Chang was in Lhasa getting the execution orders cancelled. Could not get back in time because of she and a real dickhead named Wei who moved up the execution several hours. I have the orders here. The papers had a translation attached. Franklin read the crumpled papers the best she could with a translation. All of your stuff came from Chang? The source did not get better than this. And Jack, and Karma, and smunk guy named Tashi. One more thing. The girl named Ya, that Chang sent to dump me over the border as a Chinese spy. She was there to get evidence on Chang. But Chang was squeaky clean. She was the dirty one. Chang does not know the Ya is a plant. And how do you know this? Opening the small metal box, she handed her a leather badge case. I lifted it out of her purse while she was talking to her headquarters on the phone. She did not know that I knew Chinese. Chinese counterintelligence. State security. Private Ya is a captain in Chinese state security. When Chang ordered Ya to contact Chinese state security, they knew that she was not part of the plan. What the Chinese do not understand is why an American secret agent would rescue the little girl. We both know the answer to that. Scene 8. Have you made the call and dropped the locator beacon? Monk Tashi tugged at the strap on the child Karma's bag. Whatever was going to happen just after full darkness. Some food, a cloak, a few bottles of water. None of it would matter if they ran into a Chinese patrol or a Spetsnaz team. It would be coming in on the helicopter. Just the way you scripted it, Tashi. Chang should be on her way. How can you be sure that she will come personally, Jack? Would not you? She wants the girl alive, and will not risk losing her to some trigger-happy nightwit. She needs you dead. That she might chance to a trigger-happy nightwit. Tashi watched Jack bundle up the foodstuff and check on an anxious Karma as she helped. Without language, they had established a heartwarming communication, a solid bond between a child in need of a father and a man in need of redemption. To this monk, it was clear that one would not live without the other. Karma was a bright child. She had learned a few necessary words of English. Jack was a remarkably quick study of Chinese. Monk Tashi, please tell Jack that I can carry more. I am not weak. He knows. But we will have to move very fast, and he worries about you. I worry about Jack. He is having trouble breathing all the time now. He is getting worse. Where Jack comes from, the air is much thicker, and he is still adjusting to Tibet. Tibet is the roof of the world. Karma. When you get to America, your body will have to adjust to the thicker air. Thicker air? Much thicker. In some cities like Los Angeles or Beijing, you cannot even see through it sometimes. In China, you need a knife to cut your way through it. And in Texas, Monk Tashi, thick and clean. But the most wonderful thing is the clear blue and really big sky. At night, the stars fill the sky. Like here, it is much warmer in Texas. Jack enjoyed watching his friend become the monk and leave the spy behind. Okay, you two, it is time to move. Karma, stay very close to me. Tash, let us do this thing. Scene 9. Scene 10. General Shi, this is a nighttime operation in the field. You should not be here. You could be hurt. The sour old fool had betrayed China, had betrayed her. With him along, she would not be able to protect Karma. With him along, she could not kill the American. It is getting cold, and I could return with the soldiers if you want. Private yacht to take you back, sir. It was a bumpy car ride, and Chang contemplated the punishment for pushing the evil despot out to be run over by a following truck. There have already been too many mistakes, Colonel Chang. This time, I will see to everything personally. How many men do you have with us? 50, sir. I am positioning all the men I have surrounding the temple to keep them from escaping deeper into the mountains. Just how far can they get with a child in the mountains, Colonel Chang? Recall your men. How many more will that give you? 27, General Shi. It was a mistake to not watch the temple, and she knew it. By all accounts, General Shi, Morgan is a brilliant man. He will not just run for the helicopter. He will find another way out. He wants us to kill the Russians for him. Colonel Chang, this laptop and this key will give us control of the helicopter. Once it is down, we will shut it off, and no one will be going anywhere. We will have the device. And Jack Morgan. It sounded like a good plan. It was the kind of plan that had not worked yet, because it ignored the talents of both Russian Spetsnaz and the American named Morgan. Lay observed. He has the child with him. Complete the execution. The little pig is of no value to us. She was being as heartless as ever. But General, Morgan loves the child. He told me so. He will not cooperate if you kill her. With the other scientists dead, the child karma is all we have left to make Morgan cooperate. He thought for a few seconds. I have understood you, Colonel Cheng. The Tibetan girl would be an asset in that case. If I thought that you cared for her yourself, I would have ordered you to shoot her personally. I do recall you using the child that way before. Quite successfully. She remembered it also, and it made her stomach turn. Now, a family was destroyed and the girl the only survivor. Colonel Cheng, General Shi, that is the temple ahead. Thank you, Pridaya. Stop the car. Have Wei recall the guards and bring them here. Tell them that General Shi's in charge. The men unloaded from the 5 trucks assembling in front of Shi. Before them, an open flat area suitable for a helicopter landing, and the spot where a loyal monk had found the locator beacon. Enjoyed haranguing the men, but she had no patience for more of the brutal, officious asshole. Colonel, the men are coming in. You cannot shoot that little girl, no matter what General Seal says. For the submissive Private Ya, this was an act of mutiny. I heard you and the Tibetan girl talk. I know you like the child. If that bastard thinks I like the child, he will have me shoot her just for fun. Once we get karma, stick her in the car and get her out of here. Do not wait for orders. Take her to the hotel in town and wait for me. Understand, ya? Yes, Colonel. There was no plan beyond moving the child to a hotel. Once she had the girl, she had no idea what to do with her. Still, it was away from the violence. Yeah, that helicopter has thermal sensors, and it will see all these people. There is no reason it will not land directly inside the temple. Grab a truck and 5 men. Give me the keys. I'm going to the temple. Follow me. Only another few miles on a dark Tibetan dirt road brought her to the front steps of what had once been a magnificent temple. She wondered why they always built temples on hillsides, but something was very wrong. There were no monks, and only a few candles to light the way. Behind her, a few miles away were men surrounding a radio beacon that had clearly been planted for them to find. Yet she's key, and the American woman's laptop showed a helicopter coming in. It would be nice capturing the American. The device and a Russian helicopter were going to be that easy, but she suspected that was not going to happen as the foolish she planned. No, Morgan was MIT, a scientist with military training and expertise. She could wait for Ya and the men, but Morgan had already had the chance to kill her and refused to do so. Murder was not why he was in China. Saving humanity was. Saving one little girl was. She had to admire him. She had to kill him, and he knew why. But no man deserved it less. Marching into the temple hall was empty, save for 2 lanterns. Jack Robert Morgan, I am not stupid. General Shi wants to take you alive, and I know that you will not let him do this. When your helicopter gets here, we will capture it. Let me get Karma out of here. Let me save her life. Colonel Lei Cheng walked slowly into the meditation hall, pistol at the ready. Another 2 lanterns. Another empty room. Why the 2 lanterns? It was dark. Too dark. Going to one knee, she ran her hand along the floor until she felt the wire between the posts. She had walked into a trap, but not trap meant for her. Karma, I am trying to save you. Jack Morgan cannot help you. Trust me, I did trust you. My mother is dead. Cheng looked around the dark halls for the disembodied voice. You killed my father. You promised to save my mother. I had the paper. I was trying to reach you. You have to believe me. Jack came for me. I hear the helicopter coming for us, and it will land right outside, and I will go to America with Jack. Monasteries were built with acoustics in mind, so finding the child might take a while. The helicopter was quiet, but not silent. Gunfire erupted as the helicopter touched down outside in the courtyard. Lee knew that Ya and the 5 men, police officers, were certainly outgunned by the Russians in the helicopter. Her target, Jack Robert Morgan, needed to get outside with Karma, and she was in a way. The helicopter was the only way out of China. Moving toward the large temple doors, she was blown back hard as the doors flew open with a large bang. Stunned, she groaned as she rolled over onto her belly. As she tried to get up, a foot pushed her over. Monakini plati strano via tom krem. Upiye, azita miskat navarku. Cheng opened her eyes, her ears still ringing from the blast as the soldier placed the muzzle of his AK on her forehead. Bang, bang, bang. Her heart filled her mouth, and it took her several moments to recover her senses. She was still alive, and that was a miracle. But how? That is to you, Omi. Staff Sergeant Jack Robert Morgan. They were looking for you. In the flickering light of the lanterns, he could see 2 bodies. Russian mercenaries, each with a bullet in their forehead. Found me they have. Always wanted to say that. Surrender, Jack Robert Morgan. Let me get Karma out of here. I do not care about you. You might want to get out there in that fight outside. Your people are not doing real well. Karma's already on her way to America. Just like I promised. Helicopter leaving real soon. Shaking her head to get it clear, she tried to get up, falling once. The gunfire had ceased as she recovered her pistol, headed for the door. Looking around, Morgan was gone. It was a scene of carnage. A truck in flames, and bodies everywhere. The helicopter was 100 feet high and leaving fast as more trucks pulled up and fired into the sky. Stumbling down the stairs, she fell on top of a Russian soldier. At least she presumed he was Russian. Help up. Cheng faced General Shi, arriving with reinforcements. Colonel Cheng, you were right. We should have left Me around the temple. Our Air Force is intercepting the helicopter now. It is important not to let the Russians have the weapon, so we must now cut our losses. We were able to remotely enable the transponders so that we can track it. A bright flash of light to the north left Cheng empty. A whole family destroyed. The child Karma was on that helicopter. Father, mother, and child now. All traitors, Colonel Cheng. Your pride is wounded. I will see about a replacement. Let the medics take a look at you. It was her fault. One mistake that she could not take back had led to the entire disaster. Hands helped her to the truck. Her mind was numb. One mistake, as she closed her eyes, exhausted. Scene 11. Agent Franklin, so nice of you to join us. Admiral Maddox was packing gear, directing his men on what to leave. It was still an observation post for the CIA. It is over. Time to go home. Last night the Chinese destroyed the helicopter and Jack Morgan was on it. They have confirmed an American body on board the chopper. Did they find a child on board? What do we care? Morgan's dead. The gadget is destroyed. Everyone's on friggin' happy. And we are pulling out Agent Franklin. Our ride will be here in 2 hours. Bruce, show me what you have. I am getting ready to pack the gear, Dania. Do not pack yet. Show me what you have. Orange blobs, trucks, and a firefight. 5 figures going into the temple, and only a single figure, leaving a few minutes later, as the helicopter was leaving. No one got on the helicopter. Who did not get off the helicopter? Jack was not on the chopper. He never intended to be on it. Then what the hell was the point of radioing the Russians and activating the location beacon on the radio? Because you do not look for dead people, Admiral Maddox. Can you YM the area for the search, Bruce? I can. But why? Do it. Same time group. 3 blobs moving southwest away from the temple in the firefight. 1 blob smaller than the rest. Pointing, she had him focus on the small group. That admiral is Jack Morgan, Karma, and your agent Tashi. They're going toward the Garong Zenbo River. The silver-haired sailor stared at the screen. You have just caused me a great deal of stress, Agent Franklin. Can we get a fix on these people sufficient for a drone strike? No, General. This is a 10-hour-old recording, sir. What is the point of a drone strike, Admiral? Our orders are to ensure that the gadget did not fall into the hands of the enemy. Agent Franklin, the Chinese have accomplished that for us. Killing Morgan is the only remaining element of this highly unsuccessful foul-up of a mission and is still unaccomplished. Bruce, unpack everything. We are getting Agent Tashi Drupal, Jack, and Karma out of Tibet. How? They do not have the radio anymore. We cannot talk to them. We have no idea where they are. Jack is a genius. Show me where that river goes on the map. It connects to the Trishuli River and flows all the way to India. But it is impossible. To do whitewater rafting, and all of us in the sport dream of shooting the upper and lower gorge here. But it is deeper than the Grand Canyon, 20 times more powerful than the Colorado, and has at least 3 major waterfalls of thousands of feet, and there is no portage. No one has ever done it. Studying the map, you could see the man's plan. Here, this is where Jack is going. He can cross the Nepal border right here, and Shakusi and Jangbasi and all of these are temples. They will help the girl along the way. Shigasi is where Karma lived. Admiral Maddox, this is where we can put a man to pick up Jack. Shigasi Temple. We have already lost billions in assets on this NDRA cluster. Fuck of a disaster. I will not authorize any further expenditure of assets. If we can do something fast and cheap, maybe. I will speak to the president. You do that, Agent Franklin. You do that. Scene 12. Casualty report. Colonel Cheng. Are not you supposed to be in bed, ma'am? You need to be in the hospital. Why do you think that? Your face is green and purple with bruises. Your right hand is still in a cast. You just were blown up, and you cannot walk without a cane, or stand without pain. And I am speaking loudly because you cannot hear, because the explosion blew out an eardrum. You are Private Ya's replacement. Yes, ma'am. I am Lieutenant Fang Shi. Your secretary will arrive in a few days. I will be replacing Lieutenant Wei, who is terrified to be in the same room with you. I believe that you have offered to end his pain with a bullet in his head. Offering to personally rip his remaining testicle off was a bit insensitive as well. General, she felt that you might be more comfortable with the female aide. She was a tall woman, nearly a foot taller than she was, with her loud booming voice, which was doing nothing for her headache. The helicopter's attack, with its chain gun, killed 23 men with General Shi. Another 10 men were wounded, including the aforementioned Lieutenant Wei, who cut himself diving for cover. 4 of the men with you were killed, and your private Yai is not expected to live. You should be in the hospital also. One of your soldiers ran, and he has been arrested. A Private Dong. Reassign the soldier to work in the prison with me. I need a driver. That is punishment enough. What about the helicopter? 2 missiles from a special J-16 fighter obliterated the helicopter. It crashed on the mountain. The army is trying to get to it with mountain troops. I am to remind you that this is no longer a police matter. Colonel Cheng. Also, General Shi wants to know when you are going to move your headquarters to Zonga. When I'm good and ready. The lump in her throat nearly choked her. Cheng wanted to scream, to cry. The child was dead, and it was her fault. She needed to quit while she still had sanity left. Mom, in a few days, until I am sure that Wei will not command this prison, I need to visit the temple. Help me up. No, ma'am. I was warned that you never give up. I have been ordered to make sure that you get some rest. Besides, we are out of vehicles. Scene 13. Scene 13. You cannot be serious, Tashi. It is made out of yak skin. The old nomad seemed reluctant to give up the boat, if that is what it was. It was a child that made the deal with gentle words and wide eyes. Still, it did not seem terribly seaworthy. Jack wondered how you steer a square boat. I am sorry, Jack. I should have asked for the Queen Mary. It is light, it is portable, and it will hide us during the day. What did you expect for free? It cost me the watch my wife gave me for my birthday. It was a genuine fake Rolex, bought from a street vendor in Manila, and cost her almost $100. It has sentimental value. Karma giggled at Jack's reaction to their new transportation. Monk Tashi stepped into the square craft. Loading up the boat, Ashak lifted his girl gently into it, his center. The water was ice cold, glacial melt from the surrounding mountains. Laying her down, he covered her with the skin blankets that the old nomad donated more willingly than Jack expected. A few words from a child sealed the deal. Lifting the child into the ship of skins, Jack wondered just how sturdy this thing really was. One good bump could tear a hole and leave them cold and wet. Gently, Jack pushed the flimsy craft into the fast-moving river. They needed to be off the river by daylight, and that meant they had to make the 62 kilometers that he had measured on the map in the 10 hours remaining. That would be a stretch in a powerboat, much less a pole-driven yak boat. Shigasi Temple was the only place in Tibet that Karma might find a friend, and on the map looked close to Nepal. Tashi covered the girl with the skins that the old man had given to the girl. Karma stared at him as he struggled to steer the nearly square craft as the river took hold and relentlessly dragged them downstream. Passing the town of Gyerong, he could see the lights from the prison. It was a clear night, and cool. The burbling of the river, the occasional sound of a truck rolling down the road that paralleled the river. Bright stars, the clearly visible Milky Way slashing across the sky, and intense darkness as they passed into the gorges that hid the occasional flickering of a light in the distance. Hey Tashi, where do you think the CIA will send you next? Nowhere. Jack, I resigned when I did not put a bullet in you. That was my job, you know. I thought that the Chinese would do my job for me at the execution, but you got away with it somehow. Who wants to kill an old friend? Jack watched his friend adjust the blankets on Karma. There is probably a reward on me, so now is a good time. If you decide not to, I need a partner in my solar power business. I have a job, Jack. I'm a monk. I watched you walk into hell, certain death to save this girl, and I was ashamed. The wrong one of us was wearing the robes. You despicable bastard, showed me what a good man looks like. The robes, I've thought they were just a cover for a spy. Not anymore. Thank you, Jack. Scene 14. What does that mean? Over there by the bridge. The large older Australian pointed to a small camp by the river's edge. It was mid-afternoon and time for a meal in any case. The Tibetan river tour was an adventure of a lifetime for the older man and his staff. The guide turned the rudder of the large rubber excursion raft to head toward the overturned skin-covered box on shore, below the bridge leading toward the abandoned Shanxi Temple. It was probably a local fisherman, although the yakskin boats usually had trouble on this part of the fast-moving river. A party of a half a dozen Australians, kayakers and adventurers that paid well for the 3-day river tour, would enjoy the time, take some photos and waste a few hours exploring the now-abandoned ruins. They would hassle the locals, take a few selfies with some grizzled old nomad, and would tip him heavily for the experience. Indeed, there was a campfire, and a little girl. Perfect. Monks played well with the tourists. Sliding the rubber craft onto the sand, the monks stood beside the girl in native clothing and were watching them intently. The monk seemed injured. As he pulled his robe back over his bandaged shoulder, the largest of the Australians was a big movie producer, free with cash, and always trying to impress his friends. Loud, boisterous, self-absorbed. Ask them if we can take a few pictures. Are they all right? Tell them we can help. What is the little Sheila's name? Alex Burford took note of each detail. His assistant, a woman named Wilma, offered the reluctant little girl some chocolate that she had brought with her into Tibet. Monk Tashi, are they Americans like Jack is? Karma could see the guide. Younger man was Tibetan like her, but was stunned, staring at her. I do not think so, Karma. You can take the chocolate. It is really good. Looking at the large, older, fit Australian, clearly the leader in this herd of goofy-looking tourists, they were facing disaster. I'm a local monk, and I speak English. I was educated at MIT in the US. I am from the temple, and haping one of the nomads by watching his daughter. Blimey, you might be cobber, but I do not think the bloke with the gun is. I recognize that face. Tashi turned to see Jack with his Walther 480, leveled at the nice friendly tourists. You have to forgive Jack, he has had a hard week. I have a common face. Lots of people think they know me. They did not seem to be a threat, just a bunch of Kiwis and Aussies on holiday. Shoving the pistol into his small back holster, they might be willing to share a bit of whatever they had. Sorry, I am usually a bit more friendly. If you are Jack Morgan, that would make this little sweetheart Karma. This was the movie he wanted to make. In his mind, he had fictionalized the ending, having the brave Yank, the cute kid, escape somehow from the evil villainous Colonel Cheng, the merciless. But it seemed the story had not found its true ending yet. Before him, his hero, stalwart, grim in his determination, victorious and protective of his damsel. My name's Alex Burford, Aussie. You do not know what has happened, do you? You and the dear little lady here are famous. Maybe even the most famous people in the world, and they all think you are dead. Not hardly. Enough folks have tried, though. So, how could anyone know his name, he wondered. It was a line delivered so well that was worthy of a John Wayne, complete with a Texan accent. He had wondered who might play the American in the movie, but here he was, in the flesh. No casting director could do better. His assistant was sneaking a few photos. They would have to reproduce this scene perfectly. The great producer Alex Burford would become part of the story. All he needed were the details for his script. Cover. I have a story for you, and appreciate yours. For an hour or two of your time, I will swap my bow for yours, and you can have anything we have. Deal. Scene 15. They did not die in that helicopter crash, until I see the bodies. None of it made any sense. How would Jack Morgan sneak a child out, board a helicopter in the middle of a firefight? Every act, every move was to keep the child out of danger, and yet she was supposed to believe that somehow he had placed the child in danger. Any news of the recovery mission? Not yet, Colonel Cheng. Private Ya is in Lhasa now and is doing well. She will make a full recovery. Private Dong is not happy with his reassignment to the prison. He needs to be tried for cowardice. He is an awful police officer and should have been shot for desertion. Feng was the most irritatingly honest woman that she had ever met. Exactly the reason Cheng was finding her useful. With all due respect, Colonel, you are obsessed with this child. Dong is young, inexperienced, and idealistic. The men we fought are special operations soldiers, the best in the world. We stood no chance. You killed 2 of them. Just 2 bullets to the head. Remarkable shooting with so tiny a pistol. Jack Morgan killed both of them to save my life. If we had not interfered, he could have killed all Spetsnaz. She had never met her match in any of her manhunts before, but this Jack Robert Morgan was a magician. Just when she thought they had him, there was yet another miracle. Colonel, I think that you need time off. Perhaps some leave. The ringing of the phone interrupted what Cheng knew would have been a heartfelt and insulting speech. They recovered the bodies from the crash. Ma'am, pretty mangled. Picking up the phone, Cheng signaled for silence. 4 bodies. 1 American. The pilot. The device was destroyed. 3 Russians. Did you find a Tibetan? A child or? Thank you, Captain. You were right, ma'am. They did not get on board. Get my car. Dong will drive. You too. Colonel, you're in no condition to. Get my car and get out of the skirt and heels. We are going hunting for Staff Sergeant Jack Robert Morgan. Scene 16. Just you and me, Bruce. I am Jen rummied out. So tell me how you... Dania waited as her technician turned to monitor the news feed from NSA. What are we looking at now? God, you will not believe it. I love this guy. The talking head on TV smiled excitedly as he rambled on about miracles and the story of the century. In breaking news, we have an update on the Jack Morgan story. We are going live to Bhopal to our affiliate, Lydia Hansen, the reporter, web read the original story. Ania watched as Alex Barefoot told a tale of phenomenal courage and sacrifice, all for the love of a little girl. The snapshots confirmed that it was Jack, as she watched a child smile as she ate chocolate for the first time in her life. Freezing the frame, Bruce blew up the child's face on the screen. If the eyes were the window to the soul, this girl's eyes were a tunnel to her descent into hell and back. Agent Franklin, it is all over the internet now. 6 million hits in 2 hours. I hope Jack has moved, because the Chinese are going to be gunning for him. You were right. That is Shanxi Temple. She had no words. So far he had done the impossible. Evaded capture and kept a condemned child alive. She needed to be his advocate. It was time for her nation to do it. His part. It was time to bring Jack home alive. Show me the maps and satellite data for the area, Bruce. If you were trying to escape to Nepal, how would you do it? Scene 17. It is turned septic, Jack. If it were in the arm, they could remove it. In the shoulder, it is pretty much over now. Green, raw, black, and pus-filled. Jack knew his friend was right. Even with antibiotics, it was too late. You have been here way too long. Take Karma and go. Tashi was right. The problem was Karma. Losing another person she had come to love would hurt. The girl never left Monk Tashi's side, and without his friend, there was no way to communicate with her outside of hand gestures. Karma, you have to go with Jack now. Do what he tells you, and trust him. He will never leave you. I have to stay here. The girl was not stupid. She had seen the wound and knew what it meant, but for a child that had lost so much, it was more than she could handle. Kneeling beside her friend, she refused to let go. Tearfully, she clung to her monk friend, and Jack could not bear pulling her away. Karma, everything that Jack and I have done has been to save you. You have to go with him now, or my life has been wasted. And your father and mother would have died for nothing. You are the bravest person I have ever known, and Jack needs your help if he is to live. Jack cannot live without you. Promise me that you will take care of him. Jack's nerves broke as she wept. One more death in a life that had barely begun. With a nod from her friend, Karma sensed that there was no more time. Standing, she faced him with sad, red eyes. I left you some food, water, and an extra Makarov 9 mil. A nod from Tashi, and he held his girl's hand and walked with Karma out the front door of the empty temple. He had 2 routes, one overland, through the uncharted valleys of the Himalayas, or down a treacherous river with at least one major waterfall before he came close to the Nepal border again. With insufficient gear, strength, and food, and a 10-year-old child, the river option was his only real choice. Going somewhere, comrade? Occupied with his friend, he had not heard the car pull off several hundred yards away. 3 men, 2 Russians, and Tex. You, my friend, have made me angry, man. I've lost a dozen men chasing after you, and a wonderful device. I cannot come home empty-handed, which my friend is. Why I do not kill you now? Your story on the internet warms what you say, the cockle shells of my heart. Your sweet little girl will enjoy the finest Moscow schools. If you cooperate, you must be Ivan. Tex, I know. No one can forget that ugly mug. 2 pistols and a Kalashnikov. Maybe a 4th man behind the wall. No way of knowing. Behind him, a terrified child that had already witnessed her share of gunfights and death. The odds for a fight were lousy. Tex sneered at the pathetic duo, child and man. Did you ever figure out that I was the one who took your wife? Yes, it was me. And what was your daughter's name? Alice. In her pretty pink party dress. The little whore was going to... Bang. A gunshot from behind. Abe Jack the instant he needed to draw and fire him. On the loudmouth fool named Tex. A burst from the AK-47 aimed at the steps as Jack shoved the girl out of the way as he emptied the magazine of his Walther to the rifleman. Behind him at the top of the steps was Tashi, in a pool of blood nearly cut in half. Tashi's only shot hit Ivan square in the face. Jack hit Tex and the rifleman as he emptied the magazine. The rifleman was dead. Tex was a different story. You gonna shoot me now, Mr. Jack shit? You should have heard your wife squeal when I showed her what a real man was like. I hear my daughter's final words to me every time I close my eyes, Tex. But tonight, I think that she will rest in peace, and I will too. Not gonna shoot again. That is way too painless. Tex was reaching out for his handgun laying on the gravel when Jack dropped to his chest with his knee to knock the wind out of the phony Texan and to crack his sternum. Blow after blow into the man's face until a tiny hand restrained him. Looking down, what was left was the face was covered in blood and his own hands of skin to the bone. Arms wrapped around him as he wept. It had been an expensive day. The price had been high, but the man who had robbed him of his family was dead. Trying to stand was the first time he knew that he had been shot in the leg, probably by Tex. It was a grazing wound, not deep but painful. There was, however, Now a third option, rusty old car that was probably stolen. They could be at the border within a day on the road. At least it would get him downstream where he had stashed the boat. So thoughtfully, provided by his friend the venerable and legendary movie producer, Alex, what is his name? Either way, was time to leave. Scene 18. Pulling into the ruined temple's base. There were already 2 other police cars on the scene. An investigation underway. Shay and Fang walked toward the uniformed officer at the scene. A man named Shun by his nameplate. It had been a 3-hour drive from Gyeorong, and her leg was cramping. At least Dong was a faster driver than Ya had been. Colonel Chang, we were checking the temple out to see if your fugitives had been by. This is what we found. We have a dead monk that matches your description at the top of the steps. He has an old wound that was pretty infected, and we think that this guy shot him with the AK-47. Originally, we thought the monk killed all of them, but where is the weapon? Whoever beat this guy really had some anger issues. Yes, this is the work of Staff Sergeant Jack Robert Morgan. Destruction and death. Wherever he goes, it was a grisly sight. Behind her, she could hear Lieutenant Fang throwing up, with Dong offering assistance. 4 dead men and a littered battlefield. Footprints in blood told her the story. Colonel, these men matched the description of carjackers from Gyeorong. They killed an old man and injured his adult son 2 days ago. They had no identification on them. That man is named Tex, and is probably a Russian-speaking American. Maybe he is Russian. He murdered Jack Robert Morgan's wife and daughter, which would explain the beating. Fang tried to compose herself. Colonel, ma'am. Because Jack Morgan rescued a child against incredible odds but twice spared my life. By his nature, he is a kind, ethical, even generous man. His family was murdered, and only something like that could cause a rational scientific man like Morgan to act in a blind emotional rage. Anyone else would have surrendered facing 3 men. This was an act of vengeance, and vengeance knows no fear. We found this watch in the pocket of the guy with the smashed face. None of us read Russian. It has an inscription on the back. Shun had done a remarkable job with the crime scene. Cheng made a mental note to send a letter to his supervisor. It is English. To my darling husband Jack. A genuine fake Rolex. If she paid more than $5 for it, she was cheated. Cheng had been a homicide detective, and now her mind started to put the pieces together. Footprints and blood wrote the story, and offered her a few revelations. Jack Morgan. The monk and the girl were already here when these men found them. These men were left behind when they assaulted the temple in Gyeorong last week. They tracked Morgan here where they tried to take him alive. Morgan would not surrender even against 3 men. Look up there next to the monk, and you will find the shell casing where the monk shot the leader. This guy here. See how he fell? Morgan shot Tex and then the riflemen in rapid succession, just like in one of those wonderful American westerns, but was hit in the leg. See the blood here? That is where Morgan shoved Karma to get her out of the way. After the gun battle, he broke Tex's sternum and vented his rage. Fangs, still a bit green, had recovered some. That is a remarkable set of deductions, Colonel. How do you see all of that, ma'am? Homicide detective in Beijing. See the small tracks in the blood? Karma ran to Morgan's aid. Probably pulled Morgan off of Tex here, or he would still be here smashing his face in. They took the card that the Russians so conveniently provided. Colonel Chang, please allow me to apologize. I thought that you were crazy, but I was wrong. So how did Morgan get here? He could not have walked here with a child. By boat. He rented a boat with a watch. If you check on the carjacking victim, he was probably an old nomad and had a yak skin boat. You see them on the lakes mostly. Have your men check out the riverbanks for a boat of any kind. We need to get back on the road to Gyeorong if we are going to get home before nightfall. Ma'am, Jack Morgan is looking to cross into Nepal with Karma. She speaks Chinese and he does not, so they cannot communicate. We will go to Jilongsha for the night. It is out of our district, but that is where he will be heading. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10. Ramakon 3. Things cannot be long hidden. The sun, the moon, and the truth. Why did not we stay in the car, Jack? He had pushed the car off a cliff after draining the gas. Now she was trying to hang on inside a wildly bucking boat that made her sick. I am scared. I am scared. Jack, I am scared. You look like you are enjoying the cruise, sweetheart. A nighttime ride down a raging river with rapids inside a deep, dark canyon would terrify most children. But Karma seemed to be doing well, screaming with excitement. In her oversized helmet and 2 life preservers, she was still soaked and cold. Her eyes were open wide, and she clung to the straps. He had tied her to the boat to keep the featherweight girl from being bounced out. In America, you would pay thousands of dollars for this kind of adventure. Could not he see how afraid she was? She wondered. Closing her eyes, she prayed for a quick death that the boat spun and rocked. Jack was shouting something strange, and she wondered what Yeehaw meant. Sorry to end the fun. Cupcake. But if this map is right, that should be the Zhengbasi temple over there. It is a walk, so we better get started. Running the rubber craft onto one of the few slips of sand he could find, had to get the child off the wet, cold river. In the dark, he had not noticed that her lips were blue with cold, and she was shivering hard. You have a death grip on these straps. You had to be terrified to hold on so tight. Let us get a fire going and get you dry. He had a fire going, but soon it would be full daylight, and being seen would be fatal. Already he had dodged searchlights from the road above. The Chinese must have found our little disaster at Shanxi Temple by now. Waterfalls and mountain climbing will not work for a wounded man and a 10-year-old girl coming off of 6 months of prison food. Sorry, sweetheart. Back on the river, I am afraid. I miss Monk Tashi. I'm sorry, Jack. Why do they all want to kill me? Sweetheart, we have a steep 200-foot climb to the road over there, or 1,000 feet over here to that temple. Rationing food was silly at this point. They had more than they could carry, and both of them were weak. I have to get rid of the boat, but we are on the wrong side of the river. We will move over there and camp for a day or two, but I have to get rid of the boat. I wish that you could understand me. Pulling out the map, all of it written in Chinese, he studied it as Karma munched on the Australian MREs, cherishing the chocolate bars most of all. Warm and dry, she was capable of smiling again. What had he given up for her? She wondered. Always kind, he saved his chocolate bars for her. For all the terrible things that she had seen, it was Jack, always Jack, that stood up for her, cared for her. No man had ever better earned the right to her faith. Karma could see that her friend Jack was lost. Watching him study the map, she realized that he needed the help that Monk Tashi had asked of her. What does Umem Juse Sejuel? Rima Kun. What does Emaf? Juse Jechel? She was pointing on the map. A small village below the falls. It would take several days on foot along the mountainside north of the highway, but it was a possibility. She was anxious that he would understand and believe her. Rimakan it is then. With no other plan, was time to get rid of the boat and get some rest. Where in China can a wounded man and the little girl go? Cheng studied the maps laid out on the table. It was the biggest manhunt since the criminal the Dalai Lama had escaped. There were checkpoints along the roads, an impassable river, the world's highest mountains, and 2 people just disappeared. Lieutenant Fang, I want you to return to Jirong and take over the prison there until I return. I need way back here tomorrow morning with 10 men at a truck. I have a hunch. But Colonel, I understand. Fang had learned not to argue with a Cheng order. Yes, ma'am. Full weapon load. Jack Robert Morgan is not a man who gives up. I have seen him take down a team of Russian Spetsnaz. Shun had watched the colonel work for 2 solid days without rest. Excuse me, sir. You seem afraid of this man. What can he do? He cannot go anywhere. The roads are blocked, and every vehicle is searched. He is just one man. He is not just one man, Sergeant Shun. The body count in this manhunt is about 50, including Russian special forces, our Chinese soldiers, armed police, and American scientists. I watch Morgan shoot, trained elite special force soldiers, a helicopter, and a dozen vehicles. He has 2 weapons, small Walther pistol just like this one, and his mind, and that is why we are hunting that man. He designed and built a weapon so powerful that it can kill every man, woman, and child in the nation within hours, or assassinate a single man buried in a 1,000-foot deep bunker. When his government decided to test that weapon here in China, he came to destroy it. Yes, Shun, I am very afraid of this man. General Shi ordered us to give you full cooperation. Why not use our men? Your men are not expendable, Shun. Mine are. The ringing phone interrupted the conversation. Shun, I see. Bodies? I will tell the colonel now. Find them? We found a crushed boat at the base of the falls north of here. Tuni Gudel, below Long Mu. That is an 800-meter drop. No one survives that. They had been traveling at night. Probably got caught in the current and went over. They have to be dead, Colonel. Bodies? Not yet. But until you have a body, this manhunt continues. But Colonel, take me there. Take me there now. Scene 2. Damjimuk. Check. Damjimuk. The girl hid behind the tree as the large animal wandered aimlessly toward them. Damjimuk will eat us, Jack. We need to hide. I see it, sweetheart. It is magnificent. Is not it? At what had to be 800 pounds or more, his pistol was not going to do anything but honk it off. It is called a bear. See the brown head and bluish fur. It is what some people call a yeti. He was not afraid like she was, and it made her not afraid also. Her friend Jack pointed out the baby dumb, Mimuk, coming out of the woods toward the deer my mother had killed. A hand on her shoulder caught our attention, as Jack backed them away slowly to not attract attention. Yay, Karma, you really want to leave mother bears alone. They defend their cubs, and if you kill them, Then who is going to take care of the cubs? Below was a road cut out of the mountainside, and occasionally they could hear a truck going by. The ground sloped to the south side, leading to the valley below. Karma poked his side and pointed out a rabbit. More disturbing was the movement opposite the rabbit, what looked to be a wolf. Shooting anything was out of the question. No Tibetan was armed, and a gunshot would carry across the valley, a clear signal to the Chinese. Fires were out also, unless they were protected and small. You know, if I were a Boy Scout, we both would be getting merit badges for this. It kind of reminds me of the army. People were trying to kill me then also. Were you ever a Boy Scout? Maybe a Girl Scout or a Monk Scout. Do monks have a scouting program? I expect not. Karma could see Jack struggle to breath. Thin air, she supposed. At least you could see through it. Monk Tashi said that there were places where the air was so thick you could not. She wondered what color air really was when it was that thick. It was getting dark, and with the dark would come the cold. Whatever he was trying to tell her must be important. What did he call the dumb Gyamak? A bear, or was it a yeti? I once had a daughter, you know. She was older than you, and bigger. She liked gymnastics. She had a crush on a boy in school, a kid named Freddie. Not a bad kid, Mexican heritage. I did not really like him, but Alice did. I wish that you could meet Alice. Struggling through the brush, he could hear a helicopter to the south. Getting her under cover, he knew that if it had IR sensors, they were screwed. I wish that I still had the police angel unit, but then, it could be just a few sightseers. Helping the child with the large rocks, Jack tried to get a view of the valley. Below, to the west, just a few miles away on the far side of the river, was a lush green plain with a town. With one bridge, it had a choke point which worried him. Karma! You would have liked Alice. I was not a very good father to her. When she needed me the most, I was not there. I swear that I will always be there for you. Karma poked him and pointed at some rocks ahead. Just beyond there was what appeared to be a shack. There's a house, Jack. We could hide there, live there. Pulling him toward the shed, it seemed unoccupied. It was not fancy, but it had a roof. Hello in there. Karma looked around, and there was a well. A few tools that were cared for were religious symbols. We mean you no harm. Behind her, she knew that Jack was holding his gun. She hated guns and all the death they caused. Montashi had once told her that everyone in America had guns, but they were all nice people. That seemed to be a bit strange to her. I will not hurt you. A head popped out of the misfitted door. Long unkempt beard, dirty black hair with some gray. As he stepped out, he could see the man was holding a large down-curved blade, a kukri. What do you want? Right. Now we know where Tibetan Grizzly Adams lives. My friend Jack and I are going to America. It will be dark soon. Can we spend the night here? It was a strange pair, a slight 10-year-old, and a middle-aged Westerner, dressed in black. Still, they did not seem to be a threat. Motioning for them to come in, he waited as the girl bowed. The man grabbed the door. My name is Karma. What is yours? I'm not sure I remember, little girl. Dawa, I think. It has been so many seasons. What brings you here? It is a very strange place for a girl like you. It is dangerous up here in the mountains. Does your friend talk? The ragged old man put the curved blade on the rough-hewn table, motioning for the girl to sit opposite him. The Westerner sat on sacks in the corner, near the door. His name is Jack. He talks all the time, but he does not say anything that I understand. So he is not smart. I think he is. Jack invents stuff, but he comes from where the air is really thick, and they speak a different language. What I like about Jack is that he helps people like me. Why do you live all the way up here? He chuckled at her understanding of the world. I was a monk, and when I protested Chinese rule, one of our monks burned himself in Lhasa. They sent most of us to prison. That was almost 20 years ago. I think I was released about 8 or 9 years ago, and I came here. So, why are you going to America, little Karma? She bit her lip, and the question seemed to bother her. When Monk Chodok burned himself, Colonel Cheng arrested me and my family, put us in prison. She promised to let me and Mother go if my father signed a paper full of lies, but she broke the promise and shot him in front of the whole town. They made me and my mother watch. Later they tied me and Mother up and they were going to shoot us too, better save me. Now the Chinese want to kill Jack. Monk Tashi told me that if I stayed here in Tibet, they would find me and kill me, so I have to go with Jack. Jack will never leave me. Tears flowed as Karma recounted her tale. In the corner, on top of the boxes, the Westerner had closed his eyes, resting. You are on the wrong side of the river, little Karma. We are going to Ramukin. We can get a boat there. I hate boats. Tomorrow, I will show you how to get over to Ramukin further downstream than the bridge. It will be faster, and the Chinese will not catch you. There are rocks all the way across in one spot. But we need to wait until tomorrow evening, so it will be dark when we cross. That is how the smugglers do it. Or, we can leave now. Jack is afraid of moving in the woods at night with me. For a man like your Jack, I will show him the way. If they are looking for you, tonight is better. Wake your Jack up. Scene 3. Next scene. Rima Khan was a rich, structural green valley, with paddies separated by sod walls. Ahead was a real town, with real lights, electricity and cars and trucks. It was always how we imagined Shangri-La was. It was also full of people. The question was, could it be a death trap? Women in the fields, merchants, even the occasional monk. Jack looked at his ragged but exuberant companion holding his hand and bouncing down the side of the packed earth road. A shower would be nice. He smelled worse than the yaks in the field. After 5 days of sleeping in the evergreen forests on the sides of mountains, and the fields traveling only at night, the food was gone and the nights were getting colder and wetter. Karma was right. This was the only real choice. Without help, they were dead. The White House had inwardly sloping walls, made of mud bricks with stones in the corners. 2 stories. There was a layer of smashed twigs below the roof which produced a distinctive brown band, and a flat roof. The soft glow of candles or lanterns gave the home a hallmark feel. The door was bright red, with colorful flags and decorations. Jack only hoped that the reception would match Karma's expectations, or this could be a very unpleasant experience. With Karma standing in front, he knocked twice, listening to the voices inside. At least 2, and maybe 3 people inside, he figured. Karma bit her lip as the door opened, revealing an older woman, wrinkled and dark-skinned. Zoom! Karma stood before the stunned woman, who took a step back before dropping to her knees. Yin Yuen, Ti Hai Hu, Je, Kue Shiatilai, Tajus as Igiela, tears and hugs, and a motion to come in. An older man, 2 girls, maybe 16 and 8, a boy in school clothing, maybe 14. Karma had an unusually large family, all of which were overjoyed to see and touch his girl. The explanations and rapid-fire discussions that he could not participate in, pointing and hand gestures, as Karma told her story to tearful grandparents. It seemed that they had come to the right spot. The 3 children stared at him and making him feel like a Martian, afraid to come near him. He was an honored guest, fed and given a chance to wash. This was a house of respect. The old man giving orders and Karma's grandmother getting the children to bed. As the evening wore on, it's Sigmet Diansk. Karma clean and well-fed for the first time since her arrest so long ago. He adjusted the blanket over his little girl sitting beside her. It would be so easy to leave her here. This was her home, her world, her people. The idea popped like a soap bubble, as he realized that to do so was a death sentence. Opening his eyes, the old couple gazed down at him. Nizuol Shem Mi, Jiffi Shanghai Ni, leaving him to sleep sitting beside his Karma. Jack's mind raced, looking for his next move. This could not continue. He had to find a way out, for him and his Karma. The longer this went on, more dangerous it got. Next scene. The commander of the police area's office was Spartan compared to hers. His people, 15, and it was clear that he commanded a casual, but professional level of respect from his people. Aiguo had a wife and son that he was proud of. His wife with the features of a Tibetan woman, 2 paddles on the wall, and pictures of him and his friends with kayaks and cooking fish. Yes, he was a Chinese police officer. But he was more, what she had never been, and that was a full member of a community that respected him. Major Aiguo closed the door behind him as he plopped into his wooden swivel chair. His desk, neatly organized but not empty, leaned forward as she sat down in front of him. Be reasonable, Colonel. They fell over that waterfall and died. I will not authorize either the helicopter or dragging at very deep and dangerous river. Admit that you failed. Major Aiguo had every reason to be angry with her. She had brought her own men into his district without his permission, staged an expensive and fruitless manhunt at his expense, and he was now working at half-staff as his men needed rest. I am going back to normal operations at once. I understand your concerns, Major, but until I have 2 bodies, we need to assume that Jack Robert Morgan is still alive and very dangerous. General Shi will verify that requirement. Cheng knew that Shi already had. Reluctantly, he gave in. I will give you the helicopter for clear daylight operations only. If the bodies are in the river, they will float up in a few days. I thank you for your evaluation of my officer. Shun. I agree. He is my best. I cannot say the same for your Lieutenant Wei. He is a rude, ignorant, and incompetent man. More than fair, Major. Wei is the son of a high-ranking party official. I have already tried to arrest him for corruption, theft, and insubordination. When we find the American, who has already shot him once, I hope that Wei will honor China with his death in the service of the people. Her words seemed to surprise the professional, and by every account, honest and capable leader. It was Wei's attempt to carry out an execution that he knew had already been rescinded that has given us this nightmare of a manhunt. An innocent woman was shot by Wei, acting as executioner in public, which has enraged the people. The girl we are trying to find is her daughter. She needs to be recovered alive. Wei is here so that I can be sure that he cannot brutalize the prisoners in Gyurong prison in my absence. I see. The men Wei chose are the last of his henchmen, corrupt and brutal. I expect that if given the chance, they will try to eliminate me. I am certain that Wei had a hand in my predecessor's death. Colonel Ye Tao. A cold chill went down the spine of Major Aguo. So what is your plan, Colonel? I intend to search the smaller villages and towns with my men. I ask for your shunin as he knows the area better. Unless you find a body, or we find out Morgan has escaped, I have no choice. Send in Shun. Major Ago sat back in his chair, waiting for the little dragon to leave. Sir, you wanted me. Shun, I have to apologize for my rebuke earlier. You were right. That is the coldest and most ruthless woman in China. Next scene. It was the most colorful house he had ever been in. Built mostly of wood beams and dried mud brick, it had 2 living rooms with a kitchen area in between. Outside was a courtyard, and a work area with tools and several yak used for farming. The electrical setup was primitive, and the house had a pungent odor, which was probably due to the use of yak dung as fuel. Karma spent most of the morning with her cousins, at least that is what he assumed they were. She was free to be a child again, but Jack could see her hold back, reluctant to engage in the horseplay and fooling around. Every now and then she would look at him, as if she needed to see if he was still there. Karma was still afraid, and he figured she had the right to be. It was about noon when the grandfather opened the door, and with him a well-dressed middle-aged Tibetan woman. Standing up to greet her, she offered her hand. You must be Mr. Jack, the American tourist who is lost. I am told that you need someone to translate to Tibetan. I am school teacher Miss Palmo, and study English at university. It is an honor to meet you from America. It was as close as he was going to get to actual communication. Bad halting English being better than no English at all. It is an honor to meet you. My name is Jack Morgan. Call me Jack. She was not looking at him anymore, but Karma, now standing beside him. Karma, Shinima, Womeni Wini Soul. I see the end you know my girl here, Miss Palmo. You should get reacquainted with Karma first. We have a problem and you might be able to help. He did not need to speak Chinese to know what she had said. The shock on her face said everything. Next scene. Agent Franklin. They found boats at the base of the falls here, and they think that Jack and Karma are dead, but have not found the bodies. Now they have helicopters going up and down the river, and a team checking out the smaller villages downstream. Your Colonel Cheng is not giving up until they have bodies. There is no way this guy is getting out. The Chinese are going nuts. It is amazing that Jack Morgan has made it this far, wherever he is. Bruce, Jack Morgan is going to make it. I know that he is. I want to believe that miracles are possible. So does the rest of the world. Check out social media. It will not be with our help. Nepal is refusing to allow the U.S. to launch any military operations in China from within its borders. I am surprised we are still here in Nepal. India has also. So why are you here, Agent Franklin? Good question. Dr. Linhauer is dead. The Chinese have the LENR, but not the Satan's breath device, which Jack somehow got the Chinese to destroy while blowing up the helicopter, was his only way out. Which the Russians had anyway. We are still looking for Director Brady, and we think that he is in Thailand, so that's where I'm going next. But now, I want my faith restored. I want to see a good man win. Just once I want good to triumph over evil, and I want to see Jack Morgan carry that little girl over the border to safety. The world needs it, Bruce. I need it. Next scene. Colonel Cheng, based on your experiment dropping a live sheep out of a police helicopter, which by the way, said a number of my officers, we no longer believe that your fugitives went over the waterfall. Bodies would have been on the rocks and shore by now. Never had the man seen anyone as obsessed with proving a point as Colonel Cheng. Some of my men called it psychotic. It was a hard admission for the major to make. She needed his help, and I told you so moments would have to wait. It was not a bad assumption. Major Agwa. If it were any other man than Jack Robert Morgan, I would have made the same assumption myself. We have searched Bolamagakan and no Fujifolkan, and I am going to take my people to Rimakan next. Her dogged efficiency was frightening. Colonel, we are within 40 kilometers from the border. Why does not your Jack Morgan just walk? A wounded man with a 10-year-old girl? Safer than the river. I kayak myself, and it is a bit rough for a child. The river. He had used the river before. He had handled the rapids and even the smaller waterfalls. Standing at the map, it could not be more than a 30-kilometer ride. Jack Robert Morgan is outdoors man. From Texas, he knew enough to survive the rapids and avoid the falls. Show me where the river crosses over to Nepal. If it were me, I would not go that far down the Trishuli. There is a spot here where the border is an easy 100-meter climb to this Rish, Nepal. 5 maybe 10 kilos to a village, and they would treat him like a king. He will avoid this bridge, where any marksman can take him out. The map on the wall showed a major highway further south and larger towns. The Major was right. That is where she would get him. You can stand your people down, Major. That is where Morgan is going. I will bet my life on it. I can send a team there now. Not necessary. I will take Way with me. I will meet Jack Morgan myself. We have unfinished business. I also do not want the child hurt, and I can prevent that. I will put people on the bridge, and on the opposite bank to push him toward me. I would prefer that your son command those men. Give Morgan a pass. Cut off every other path but the river. For once, let us dictate the plan. He will move tonight. Next scene. I will move tonight. I hate putting the girl back onto the river, but it is the fastest and easiest way. Miss Palmo, you have my gratitude. When I get home, I will send your school the books I spoke of. Palmo watched Karma say her tearful farewells to a family that, win or lose, she could never see again. Grandmother and grandfather stood broken-hearted, gathering their grandchildren to clear the path for Karma and Jack. A final hug for Karma, from a woman who could no longer hold back the tears, and even a hug for Jack. Jack looked into the old man's dark eyes, and could see that he understood that this was still a long shot. There was no other choice. The police had already searched the village, and staying another day would get the whole family shot. Slipping into the older car that Palmo had borrowed, they would make their way to the Trishuli south of town. There a two-person kayak would be waiting, a gift from Palmo. Karma, I will never leave you. Tomorrow morning, we will be in Nepal, and you will be safe. I came to this land just for you. If we are caught, we will die together. Neither one of us can surrender. The teacher, Miss Palmo, seemed a bit surprised that the American man would say this to a child. You should not tell Karma that, Mr. Jack. Please tell her exactly what I said, word for word, Miss Palmo. Karma has the right to know. Palmo spoke to the child as she drove. Karma says that she knows. She believes in you, Mr. Jack. So do I. Looking into the backseat, he could see his girl smile. Texas Jack. Eha. Eha. Karma. Eha. Next scene. Why am I up at 4:30 in the morning? What do you have, Bruce? The IR satellite image was confusing. Orange blobs in a burbling black soup. This is the Trishuli River. That is a kayak. And 2 people. They have already dumped twice, and they are in a fight for their lives. They are having problems in the dark on the rocks. Worse, I see cars on the parallel road watching for them. The banks are steep, but the Chinese know that they are coming. It was frustrating. No way to warn them. No way to rescue them. It is Jack versus the Chinese giant, and it did not look good for Jack. When is sunrise there, Bruce? 5:57 a.m. Nepal time. He will not make it by then at this pace. What is the difference? The Chinese will have them at first light. What are you doing? Dania was on the phone sending text messages, giving Jack some witnesses, letting the world know where he is, giving the Chinese a black eye at least if they shoot them. Does not that tell the Chinese also? They already know. It will take hours for it to filter down to the police anyway. I want cameras there, and as I understand it, Alex Sperifer has cameras there already. Where are you going? To meet Morgan. Someone has to have a helicopter handy. Next scene. The radial crackled as Dong parked the patrol car or the dirt access road to the open border. There was, of course, no way to guard every inch of the very long and very rough border with Nepal. She could hear the river smashing against the rocks, and with 5 men on the bridge, another 5 on the opposite bank, it would drive Jack and Karma directly into her position. Everyone at position, Colonel Cheng. Once he is on shore, no one is to fire close to them. Just shoot to make noise. For this arrest, she was in full service dress. The battle dress seemed disrespectful for a man who had both spared and saved her life. Never as a police officer had she felt so conflicted as to her duty. Walking was difficult in the dark on the gravel and grass. A few hundred yards and she could see the slope in the dark that Jack would have to climb. The open field would give way a clear shot. If Jack did not surrender, unlikely she knew, as men like Jack do not surrender, he would fight his last battle, and with luck she would have the child. This is the spot way. Sit, relax, and stay out of sight. There was activity on the Nepalese side. The Nepal police would have noticed the Chinese activity, would observe. Still, the pre-dawn activity bothered her. The child was the problem. If General Shi had his way, she would die. How he had escaped arrest for his crimes confused her. The information on that memory stick should have had Shi and herself arrested. Maybe Ya was wrong and it did not get across the border, or some intelligence agency had taken it. It was worth the gamble. Colonel, why do not we have all the men here? We can just kill them both in the river. Why is it so important to arrest them? Why not just kill them both? He was a fool, of course. Jack was still a scientist, and his knowledge was important. Because General Shi wants him alive, and I want the Tibetan girl alive. You do not chamber around until I tell you to. Do you understand me? Do you understand me very clearly, Lieutenant Wei, of the People's Armed Police? A faint glow in the east told her that the time was getting closer. There was more and more activity on the backside of the ridge behind them. The Nepalese would not dare interfere. The sunrise was magnificent. In her years in Tibet, she had never once took notice of a sunrise. It was quite beautiful on this clear, cool day. The radio handset crackled again. Unit 3 to Unit 0. The target is off the river. Commencing fire. Shall I send Unit 2 to you? They are not going under the bridge. Negative. Everyone hold position. Just drive them this way toward me. The ridge behind her was lined with onlookers, tourists getting a view of China. A few had cameras, and a few had probably crossed the marker, and were in China. It did not matter. The plan was working. The problem was, how could she save the child? End of Chapter 10. Chapter 11. Nepal. Even death is not to be feared by one who has lived wisely. Monks, Nepalese border troops waited for them at the top of the hill. Behind them, by several hundred yards and moving fast, Chinese soldiers crossing the river behind them. Tripping on a loose rock, Jack dropped to one knee, nearly dropping the child on his back. A sharp pain reminding him of the bullet that had grazed his thigh nearly a week ago, warm blood seeping through the home-sewn sutures holding the wound closed. Stay with me, sweetheart. Not that much farther. Karma had not complained at all, but now signaled that she wanted to be put down. Karma grabbed his hand to help him as he struggled to get to both feet. All night they had fought a raging river and both were beyond exhausted. As bad as he felt, he knew the girl felt worse. Cold and wet, battered and half drowned. Giving her a smile, he helped her through the underbrushes. They struggled up the mountainside. Near the top there was a flat plateau. If they could reach that, maybe they could make a run for it to the border just beyond. Who was he kidding? Even if a wounded man and exhausted little girl could outpace the soldiers beating the bush behind them, the open ground was a killing field for any decent shot. Then, there was no guarantee that the Nepalese would allow them to cross the border, assuming that an American, Chinese, or Russian agent were not waiting, ready to put a bullet in his skull. What kept the girl going was beyond him. The Tibetan girl was braver than any soldier he had ever known. Getting her to safety was all that mattered now to him. Reaping as she crawled with the last bit of her strength, she pointed to the field, now just a few feet ahead. Maybe, just maybe. On the other edge, two figures. A tall, lanky man with a rifle, and a short woman in a sharp green uniform stood up, yards away from the marker post that should mean safety. Why had he not seen them before? You may stop running now. There is nowhere to go. Staff Sergeant Jack Robert Morgan. I arrest you for spying in the name of the People's Armed Police. The soldiers will be here in 10 minutes. Cheng held her gun by her side. Zhui cocked his rifle, no doubt eager for vengeance against a man whose bullet had removed his manhood. I want to save Karma. I need to get her out of here before my men reach us. I have a car nearby. That insane Chinese bloodhound was all that stood between saving Karma and failure. Letting her have the child would not do. One hand on his pistol, Jack held the girl next to him. You are not getting her. Only I can save Karma. You have to know that. Let me pass. Go. I do not care about you, Jack Robert Morgan. Just leave my Karma. I have a promise to keep to her mother. Raising her pistol, she stared down her sights and into the barrel of Jack's gun a dozen yards away. Switching to Chinese, she now addressed the child. Come, Karma. Come with me. I can be your mother from now on. Please. I beg you. Give me a chance. No. If I am going to die, then I want it to be with my friend Jack. Glancing at the man holding her hand, she smiled. My father was right. We are the sum of all of our decisions, and our fate is the end of the path that we have chosen for ourselves. I choose my friend Jack. You've already chosen your fate. Wei peered across the sight of his rifle, aiming first at the little pig, and then at the man. I can get them both, Colonel. I am killing that stinking Tibetan girl first. Bang. Shouts from across the ridgeline that separated two nations urging them on, as Jack Robert Morgan hobbled to face the woman he no longer quite understood. Looking at the dead rifleman, he tossed his gun into the weeds. Why? Because you are right, Jack Robert Morgan. You can save my Karma. I cannot. Karma is right. It is time for me to face the fate that I have created for myself. Why did not you shoot me when you had the chance right now? Out of bullets. Been for some time. If you excuse me. Jack wondered what the girl had said to Cheng to make her let them go. Ahead of him was a border and uncertain fate, beside him a small measure of redemption. He still had a promise to keep to Karma. and Alice. Next scene. Are we in America yet? Karma wrapped her arms around his neck as Jack picked her up and headed toward the border marker. Closing her eyes, an exhausted Karma laid her head on his shoulder. She opened an eye to look at her homeland. Tall mountains as far as the eye could see one last time. In the distance, a car was driving away, the body of Wei laying still in the tall grass. I miss Monk Tashi. I wish he could be here too. A crowd including Nepali policemen waited for them down the hill. A tall, older, but very well-built official with 2-star pips with cross kukuri and poise baton on the shoulder of his light blue shirt and dark blue pants stood arms crossed admiring the scene, as helping hands from the admiring crowd assisted him forward. There were faces he knew, Burfer as assistant he had seen before. Some were Aussie, some French, from the t-shirts they wore, a priest and monks. A variety of nationalities, languages, and races, there to greet him, Burfer leading the pack. Wiping tears from his eyes, the tall Aussie offered his hand in laughter. You made it. You had me scared for a bit. I had me scared too. I'm afraid I have to owe you for the boat you gave me. I could not get it through customs. No worries, mate. You more than paid for it. The people wanted to see him, and see the tired girl, touch her if they could. Karma had become a symbol, and Jack wondered how they even knew that they would be here. I am Superintendent Rive in the Nepal Police Operations Section. I speak English as well as Chinese. Your girl is confused. She thinks this is America. I honestly did not believe that you would make it, Mr. Morgan. I have dealt with Colonel Cheng before. She was unusually merciful today. From your English, you were Gurkha once. Very perceptive, Mr. Morgan. We have a number of questions for you. There is one more important than any other. Satan's breath is destroyed. The woman who created it is dead. So is the helicopter that carried it. Was that it? That was one. The next is the culpability of your government in deploying the weapon so powerful for testing from my nation. That is a very long and wicked story that I will be very pleased to tell you. I need to feed this child and get her to bed. It has been a long couple of weeks. You will dine with me and my wife at our house, where you will be my guest. Superintendent Rai was a cultured and kind man, educated and interested in the overwhelmed girl. Karma, you are in Nepal. You will be safe here, and my daughters will take good care of you during your stay with us. Can Shaq stay too? I want to go to Texas with him. Jack will be with us. It will take several days to sort out your status, and I was wondering if you would tell us about what has happened to you. Karma seemed to relax a bit, and was having trouble keeping her eyes open, but nodded her consent to the officer. She seems genuinely happy with you. What is your intention for Karma? To make her my daughter. She is Chinese. They will want her back. She is Tibetan. Let the Tibetan government in exile decide her fate. They certainly will not have her shot. Of that, Superintendent Rai was certain. Mr. Morgan, you seem sincere. I hope that it will work out for you and the child. The American government and Agent Franklin are screaming for your extradition. That would send you back to the United States without the child. Then the American government can go to hell. They might be more willing to work a deal after I have spoken to your people, the world press. Jack wrapped his arm around the sleeping girl beside him. Amid a promise to Karma, and it is a promise we will keep. Then I have another guest at my home that might help you. I believe that you are acquainted with a reporter named Lydia Hansen. We may have met once or twice. Next scene. Noon. And no luck getting transportation. Agent Dina Franklin was dirty, frustrated and angry, as she made her way into the shack on the hill that watched over Tibet. No helicopters are available, Bruce. Everyone booked. I have to take the truck. I'm getting to that border. Bruce smiled as he sipped on his beer. Why? You are done here. Take the bus back to Kathmandu. Go home. I'm gonna pack up here soon. The truck is coming for my equipment in an hour. Nepal wants us gone. It is all over. The Chinese got him? Oh God. Dear Jesus. Not the news she wanted. Yay. Want to see it? I saved it for you. Living color and all over the internet. Really horrific. Bruce punched up the scene starting as Cheng and the executioner stood from the grass within yards of the Nepali border and safety. Agent Franklin's chin quivered, tears streaming down her cheek. Watching the guns level on their targets, Bruce punched the freeze button. Oh, it is heart-wrenching. You do not want to see it. It will break your heart. Just show me. She was a federal agent and had seen men die before. This was different. Worse. Her heart pounded as Bruce punched play. Bang. What just happened? He made it. The son of a bitch made it. Bruce, you are a stinking bastard. If I were armed right now. The talking heads on the news networks droned on and politicians pontificated. Cheering crowds and joyful celebrations. Chinese officials spinning the news. Like the birth of a new son. The universe was somehow brighter. Hope had won, and now it was up to her to make justice prevail. Next scene. It had been a long, lonely, silent drive from the border to the prison that she both commanded and was incarcerated within. Her driver pulled in through the black gates of the hell that contained only those awaiting death and those that would dispense it, and she prepared for the stench of slowly dying people in a misery for which she was now fully responsible. She pondered the choices that had brought her to this moment, knowing that her last decision would have consequences. The lies that had forced the execution of a monk and an amma, a father and a mother of the child she had just failed to kill, and by whose words she might know peace. Knocked out of her thoughts by the cold air rushing in as her driver opened the door, the much-feared police colonel Li Sheng adjusting her hat, emerging into the darkness of the night. General, she wishes to speak to you in the morning. He is already retired for the evening. Lieutenant Fang opened the door for her boss. You let them go and shot Wei. What? It was a question for which she had no answer. Murdering a man and a child with the world watching would not have played well on you watch. Perhaps that single act of mercy might buy her tiny bit of forgiveness in her next life, if there was one. I will be in my office. I am not to be disturbed. She took a deep breath of the crisp air and looked at the mountains beyond the walls of her prison compound, still marveling at how dark the nights were in this awful, terrible land. Marching through the door held open for her, Cheng walked down the hall to the large wooden door to the office of her dreams, closing the office door, turning the lock. This was to be a private moment. Nothing mattered now. She had her answer. The child had won, and now both of them were free. Sitting on the large leather chair behind the well-polished teak desk, she wondered how it had come to this. This was all that she had ever wanted. Power, respect, rank and privilege were hers. Now they meant nothing to her. She wondered if this is what the Buddhists speak of as emptiness. Sanjinju, that wonderful sweet rice wine, the good triple distilled stuff, was her only real friend. Filling another glass, the mighty Chang smiled as she pondered how that simple lie of a monk's confession had gotten her that second star on her shoulder. The look of horror on a child's face, held by her mother as she watched the powerful Chang pull that trigger on her Walther pistol, sending her father's brains out through the back of his head. Suddenly the wine was not quite as sweet. Opening the desk drawer, she pulled the QSE-92 pistol that had belonged to her predecessor and laid it on the desk. Colonel Ye Tao had left her a final message, last time that pistol was used. It was time to write her own, for the next commander of Jirong prison. 38% alcohol did nothing for her normally exquisite handwriting. Still, the message would be clear. On a second paper, an apology to a little girl, and a confession. The Tibetan girl would never read it, yet her meaning would become clear enough to whoever did. Placing both letters on the desk where Lieutenant Fang would find them, with sunlight peeking through the window, it was time. Next scene. The courtroom was well decorated in wood, and in the rear was a cage for the accused. Jack sat at the desk in the center of the room, with the world pressed behind him at his insistence. Mr. Jack Robert Morgan, the nation of Nepal thanks you for your honesty in your testimony. You are facing very serious charges in the United States, to include treason and murder, as well as in the People's Republic of China. Technically, you are also, by your own admission, guilty of human smuggling a child out of said People's Republic of China, one 10-year-old girl named Karma, into Nepal. You have denied nothing, hidden nothing, and your actions in helping develop a weapon of mass destruction also have resulted in a subpoena from the World Court, which is also investigating your nation for crimes against peace. Do you have anything to add to this court's deliberations? 3 judges had questioned him for 5 solid days. Each detail and every fact, thought and crime replayed over and over. Testimony from the United States and China, even from an Australian movie producer, and a now famous American news anchor. What more could he add? He wondered. Beside him was a child, allowed to sit with him over the objections of lawyers and diplomats alike, and beside her Superintendent Rai to explain the proceedings to her. Karma squeezed his hand and rose to stand with him. Sir, I thank you for the opportunity to tell this story to the world. I did not build a weapon of mass destruction. I advanced science for which the world was not ready, but it was to save lives, and that is what the police angel unit was. When it became clear how my government intended to use an extension of that technology, I walked away, and for that, my family was murdered. From the beginning, my intent was to destroy the weapon that my nation had built, and to make sure they could never finish another. He looked at his girl who stared up at him as she stood by his side. On the way over to Nepal, my mission changed. A child I did not know became my only concern, and she stands with me now. My actions prove this. I do not care what you do with me. The life of this child is all that matters now. I ask that no matter what happens, that Karma be granted sanctuary and be allowed to grow into the wise and courageous woman that she is destined to become. I thank you. Very well, Mr. Morgan. We are prepared to render our ruling at this time on the extradition request for you from the United States. This is denied. The criminal nature of that government actions renders any such request illegitimate. On the extradition of both Jack Robert Morgan and the child Karma to the People's Republic of China, both are denied. The attempted execution of a child so clearly innocent makes the request illegitimate. No civilized nation can return an innocent child to certain death. The squeal of approval from the back benches interrupted the robed figure who pounded his gavel until the room returned to silence. Mr. Jack Robert Morgan, the nation of Nepal holds you not responsible for the crimes of your nation and grants you full custody of Karma and sanctuary. Some 60 nations have offered you refuge, and Paul offers you and your, if I may use the word daughter, travel papers to any of them. These have been prepared. You can see the clerk to sign for them. You are free to go. What does that mean, Jack? What does that mean? Superintendent Rai had been with them for the entire process. Now watching a man on his knees, hugging his child in tears made him proud. What it means, dear Karma, is that Jack is now your father. A very public-private moment would no doubt feature on the front page of the world's newspapers, right next to the resignation of the American president, the dismantling of the NDRA, whose existence had been hidden from the world. The world's most intense manhunt was still underway for Director Harold Brady, and that was in the news. As Jack stood up, he realized that he had nowhere to go. His accounts were frozen, his U.S. passport invalid, and while he and Karma could travel, they had no money to get anywhere. His U.S. government had even shut down and seized the donations set up for him and Karma. Before him stood a tall female Chinese police officer holding an envelope. Taking it, it appeared to have small bloodstains on it, although it remained sealed. Without a word, the woman glanced once at the girl, turned and walked away. Her name was Lieutenant Fan Chi. She knew your Colonel Cheng. I would be interested in knowing what is in that envelope, Jack. Also in the courtroom was FBI Special Agent in Charge, Denia Franklin. So would I, Agent Franklin, but it is not addressed to me. It seems to be addressed to my daughter. My daughter, he said. It was the first time, but it felt as though it always should have been, decreed now by government and nature. You need to come home, Jack. It is the only way to clear things up. Get your life back. Who was she kidding? He had just brought down the American government, revealed its most terrible secrets. Why? I have so many other offers now. Maybe my daughter and I can live in one of them, without building a mega world-destroying superweapons of ultra-mess death and destruction. He was not buying any of it, of course. She knew she would not have, and Jack was smarter than she was. You murdered Dr. Elizabeth Linhauer, Jack. One of those nations will extradite for that. It goes a lot easier if you've come on your own. What about Karma, Agent Franklin? Is she invited too? Agent Franklin sighed. That is the worst part. I'm afraid not, Jack. Karma has to go back to China. Thanks to you, the United States is in a very weak position. China is not budging on that. If there were ever a nuclear-powered deal-breaker, that was the one. I was sure that it would not fly, but I had to give you the official line. You understand it? You have delivered your message. So if you excuse me, Agent Franklin, we have dumpsters to go through for dinner. No, you do not. There is a good restaurant just a few blocks away. On me. I watched you fight your way out of Tibet, Jack. I think Bruce wants to meet you also. He's the tech who tracked you. Saving Karma was the right thing to do. When I get back to Washington, you will have a voice in me. How much pull do you have? New president. The vice president resigned today also, so I'm dealing with the new party. Let us see what kind of deal I can sell. If it does not include citizenship for my daughter and sanctuary, we will have no reason to talk. I will not build weapons again. Ever. Agent Franklin. Around 4 then? Next scene, Yangling Tibetan restaurant, in the heart of Kathmandu, was a surprisingly modern establishment. Indeed, Nepal was not the backward place of American movies. Crowded but not filthy, was an elegant and exotic city, with temples and highly decorative architectural features, even on the more modern buildings. Even more varied were the languages spoken, from the official Nepalese to common English, a sort of a pidgin English with a British accent. With 123 official languages, Jack wondered how they communicated it all. Nepal was a tourist dream, with shops galore, and a safe exotic city, landscapes that anyone would die to see, and a deeply religious population, primarily Hindu, but with many Buddhist temples. Jack guided the girl into the fancy restaurant, uncertain how he would pay for the meal, if someone did not pick up the check. The thin young gentleman, nicely dressed, holding menus signaled for them to follow, made their way to a back corner, were Agent Franklin, a stout Westerner, that he assumed was the Bruce that she had talked about, as well as Alex Berriford, and his rather pretty assistant, who Jack suspected of being more personal than personal assistant formally was. He felt a bit out of place, being dressed a bit more casually. Karma was still in the slightly oversized Tibetan smock that was plain in color, more suitable for cold nights and midnight escapes than a fancy meal. At least it was clean. He had not even been able to get money from friends back home, as the government had blocked those paths. At least he would find out what was going on. Welcome, Jack. And how is my little lady? Have a seat, my boy. How do you like Nepal? Berriford shook his hand vigorously as Karma attracted the bulk of the attention from the women. Jack, you should be ashamed of yourself. The least you could have done is get Karma here something nice to wear. Berriford's assistant had introduced herself once on a river, in what seemed a lifetime ago, but he could not recall her name now. That would be easier to do if the U.S. government had not turned off my accounts. He glanced at the end of the table at Agent Franklin. Tonight, we are officially homeless in Nepal. Karma and I are used to that. All that we have is right here in this backpack. It does not include a party dress, nor the means to acquire one. You do not have to worry about that tonight, Copper. You have a room at the pub, Yak and Yeti. Best place in all of Nepal. Burl the Buffalo Chili Momo. It is just the best. Slipping him a wad of cash, Berriford lightheartedly admonished him to get something to wear. The food was good. Conversation a bit stilted with Karma's limited English. Still, it felt good to be in the company of people not trying to kill him, and he started to relax a bit. So what are your plans now, you and Karma? Find place to live where I can protect my girl. New Zealand is on the list. They almost speak English, and I can find work as an engineer while I work out certain legal difficulties. Have you considered work in pictures, Jack? Not really. But when I needed you the most, you were there for me. And Karma. And for that, you have my gratitude. For you, I could consider a career change. Two built Asian men wearing dark suits pushed their way past the host with pistols raised. Grabbing Karma, Jack slammed through the window back first, landing on the second-floor balcony, amid gunshots and screams and crashing of glass. With Karma under one arm, he dropped to the street level, looking for a place to go. Nuttallese police officers returned fire from the armed suspect climbing over the balcony rail. Diner's over, sweetheart. Time to say goodbye. Sure hope someone is left to pick up the check. He had not time to pick up the backpack, and until the police cleared the scene, he was not going back. It was twilight, and it dawned on him that if assassins knew about this meeting, they would know about the Yak and Yeti. It is time to leave Nepal, Karma. Ever spend the night in the bus station? Next scene. She had cried all evening. Just when the world seemed safe, it was stolen away from her again. Finally, she was asleep as he held her close to him. Travel would be easy, he thought. No luggage at all. A few thousand rupees that might get them as far as New Delhi, plus a few meals. Closing his eyes, all he needed was a few minutes. Just a few minutes of peace. He was so tired. Just a few minutes. Jack Robert Morgan. I've heard of him. The monk laughed as Jack opened his eyes. Tall and bald, he had a wide smile, robes of magenta and yellow. Karma woke, springing to her feet to hug the happy monk. Monk Kalsong, she seems to know you. We thought it best to send someone could speak to both you and Karma, and given the danger that you are in, someone that Karma knew and trusted. I studied with her father and knew her mother. I would like to extend an invitation to come with me to Dharamsala. Dar what? Home of the Tibetan government in exile. Home of the Dalai Lama. There you will find the peace you seek, Jack Morgan. At least you will find safety. For now, that will be sufficient. How did you find me? American Agent Franklin. You're famous, Mr. Morgan. While you slept, you were photographed and are all over social media. Your backpack is in the car. Karma, you will be safe now. You and Jack will come to Dharamsala with me if Jack approves. Please, Jack, please. For you, Karma, anything. As options went, it was as good as any. There was no other real option. Next scene. A 2-day car trip to Dharamsala was bumpy on occasion, but watching Karma blossom in the company of other Tibetans made him question his own worthiness. As Monk Kalsong had put it, to be the girl's father, the VW van had seen the previous century, and a time when living in communes was cool. It only broke down once, but was only delayed a few hours thanks to the wonders of duct tape and a useful junkyard along the way. The older nun and the younger monk traveling with them spoke Tibetan as well as English, Chinese and Hindi, useful for dealing with junk dealers. Your Tibetan is improving, Shak, but you might want to stick to English when we arrive. The bad? Not complete yet. By the time you leave, you will be passable, should you ever choose to leave. I chose to stay. He was being kind, and Jack knew it. Tibetan was the most complex language he had ever encountered, even more so than the Pashtun that he did well with. Jack turned to his girl sitting in the back seat with Em and Orbu. Karma, when we get to Dharamsala, you might even get to see the Dalai Lama. He is like the Pope for Buddhists, only without the funny pointed hat and red shoes. Your parents may have talked about him. Just wave for whatever everyone else is doing. Jack, the Dalai Lama is a diner in San Francisco. They serve great veggie wraps, but for you I recommend the pastrami melt. The Dalai Lama is the head of Tibetan Buddhism and the soul of the Tibetan people. Karma was raised in a temple. She knows how to act. The question was, did Jack? When he get there, I will give you a white scarf. If he comes out to greet you, bow your head and he will bless the scarf. Then one of the other monks will give you a red rope. Just bow your head and do not look at him. Markmar was pretty in her new dress, and even prettier smile. She was among her extended family, and he was feeling a bit left out. All of his communication had to go through one of 3 filters, and not everything was being passed on. Be happy, Jack. Karma felt safe, probably for the first time. It would be a long road for her to speak English well enough to attend school in the U.S. It might be a longer road for him to understand Tibetan or Chinese well enough to be a good father. It would be a struggle that should bring them together, if they were ever to be a family. That was the issue. As much as he wanted to, as much as he needed to, could he give Karma all that she needed to be a family? Van groaned as it turned on the uphill climb to the final leg of the journey. It was early afternoon and the locals lined the roadway to greet them. Nervously, he evaluated each of the people to look for threats, wondering if his paranoia were still justified. There were those 2 unhappy gunmen in the restaurant in Kathmandu. How did they know where he and Karma were? Who was the target? Was it him, or the girl, or both? Was this their life from now on, he wondered, going from one assassination attempt to another, one escape to the next? Coming to a stop before a fortress-like temple, Jack could see that the crowd had grown considerably, although quiet and restrained, the reason for that restraint apparent in who was there to greet them. Karma, you may get to see the Dalai Lama a bit earlier than I thought. Next scene. You have been avoiding me, young man. I that fearsome? His Holiness smiled, as he chided the clearly uncomfortable man standing before him, offering him a seat. Jack Robert Morgan was a man he knew well by the description of one very bright and cheerful 10-year-old, for whom he was the world. Thank you for what you did for Karma. I thank you for what you are doing for the world. You think I do not notice your letters, and your messages to end development, of your weapons of science. But I expect that is not what is bothering you, is it, Jack Morgan? No, sir. I mean, Your Holiness. I know that they will not listen. Now that they know the science works, every power-mad government will have scientists working on building something that will end everything in existence. I cannot stop that. All I can do is try. I'm worried about Karma. She is happy here. I'm being selfish. I want her with me. Karma is all that matters. I do not have any religion of my own. My only religion is kindness and compassion, decency and respect. I'm afraid I cannot measure up to what she learns here. I am sometimes sad when I hear the personal stories of Tibetan refugees who have been tortured or beaten. Some irritation, some anger comes, but it never lasts long. I always try to think at a deeper level, find ways to console, but should make me very happy. Jack Morgan. When the world could do nothing, you found a way. Many Tibetans sacrificed their lives, but because of you, one did not have to. He could see the tears in Jack Morgan's eyes. If you have a particular faith or religion, that is good. But you can survive without it. There is no need for temples, no need for complicated philosophies. My brain and my heart are my temples. My philosophy is kindness. That is true for you, Jack Morgan. You are in Karma's heart. Let your heart guide you. Give the ones you love wings to fly, roots to come back, and reasons to stay. Ask Karma. More compassionate mind, more sense of concern for others' well-being, is a source of happiness. You have this, and so does Karma. Tomorrow, I will be interviewed again. I will push for international laws against the development and use of dark matter and energy, and weapons like Satan's breath that use quantum entanglement. I ask for your help, for the sake of all mankind. I am no one, nothing. You are someone. If some people have the belief or view that the Dalai Lama has some miracle power, that is total nonsense. I am just one human being, but if you think you are too small to make a difference, try sleeping with a mosquito. The Dalai Lama's wisdom had given him his answer. Tomorrow, I become the mosquito. Next scene. He is a stinking mosquito. Every time I turn around this whole NERA, Satan's breath thing stings this nation, and me. Now the UN is trying to force us to give up our research on quantum and dark matter weapons. Jack Morgan needs to be shot. It was his 4th day as president, and this was a problem he did not need. A boiling international crisis, so why the last thing he needed? And every story he heard was different. Mr. President, I am here to answer any questions that you may have regarding the Satan's breath matter, in particular the actions of Jack Robert Morgan, who I believe acted responsibly. Agent Franklin, is it? My predecessor gave you the job of getting that son of a bitch here, or dead. How did you accomplish that mission, Franklin? What more can you offer for the reports of the CIA, NSA, and DNI? He had been president for a matter of days and was already facing UN sanctions, war with China, diplomatic expulsion from Nepal, and other nations, and for some reason the press was blaming him. The fact that he had voted for funding Satan's breath had not hit the media yet, but when it did. Nobody is clean on this one, Agent Franklin. Morgan will have to stand trial like the rest of the NDRA. And Director Harold Brady, if you can catch him. Mr. President, we would never have known about Director Brady's treason without Jack Morgan, who emailed the FBI with his suspicions. Without Jack Robert Morgan, the deadliest weapon ever invented would be in the hands of the Chinese, the Russians, or the Iranians. Without Jack Morgan, the woman who built that terrible weapon and colluded to sell us out would be working for our enemy. We owe Jack Morgan. Then let him tell his story to a jury. Good day, Agent Franklin. Mr. President, good day. He accomplished the mission that the entire United States government failed at. He saved us all. You need a hero. He is the only one you got in this. A raised finger stopped 2 Secret Service agents from ejecting the now loud FBI special agent. This man knows how to build a bomb that can destroy the universe. Can you get him to come home? Agent Franklin, he has 2 conditions, sir. The first is that he never works on weapons ever again. That would satisfy the UN. The second, he wants citizenship and sanctuary for Karma, the little girl he rescued. For that, he would do anything. He has already done everything for her. Perhaps she was right. I will consider this, Agent Franklin. He needs to testify and stand trial if it shows that he was complicit. Give me a day to work out the details. Thank you, sir. He's a good man. All he wants is to be a father again. How is your shoulder, Agent Franklin? It is healing, Mr. President. Bruce Leitner, the NSA tech that I was with, was killed, as was Alex Berford's assistant Wilma Ford. Berford is out of his coma now and should make a full recovery. Your man Jack tossed himself out a window and off a 2nd-story balcony to save a 10-year-old girl he barely knew. He would do anything, would not he? He sat back in his chair to consider his options. Perhaps this could be turned to political advantage. Maybe, with confidence in the government at new lows, a hero would be useful. Let me think on it. Agent Franklin, let me think on it. Next scene. The beginning of November, and it was a bit nippy. The noonday sun was as bright as Jack remembered it being at his home in Sierra Diablo, in the great state of Texas. Standing at the pillar on the 2nd-floor landing, he wanted to go home. The problem was, home did not want him, or his daughter. Looking east, he wondered what he could have done differently. In the courtyard below, the Dalai Lama walked with his Karma. There was a special bond between the young and old, and they enjoyed each other. Did he have the right to take her away from this place? Karma would always be welcome here. Together, Jack Morgan and Karma would be welcome nowhere. It has been a month now, Jack. You are speaking Tibetan decently well. I am impressed. Monk Kelsang had been his constant companion and teacher. What is impressive is how well Karma is doing with English. I have never seen any child work that hard. The old man really loves her, does not he? Jealous? That is unbecoming of you, Jack. And His Holiness the Dalai Lama is not referred to as the old man. I do have some mail for you. You are almost getting as much mail as His Holiness these days. That reporter Lydia Hansen wants another interview when you are available. I am a bit jealous. Oh look, my MIT wants to grant me my doctorate. Thanks, guys. It is too late now. I do not see an apology here anywhere. And here is an offer to send Karma to a school in Switzerland, in exchange for my work on the big collider they have there. That is a possibility if the US government does not kidnap me. You are too famous to kidnap. The UN pastor suggested global ban on quantum and dark matter weaponry. You even shamed the American government into not vetoing it. It did not make the new administration in America very happy. All I care about is that little girl down there. She needs a future, not to be hunted like a war criminal. What do I do, Kelsang? What is best for Karma? She loves you, Jack. She has been asking me for books about Texas. She cannot wait to meet a real Indian. He had to chuckle. So would I. We slaughtered them all like the Chinese are doing to her people. You might wait to tell her that, the monk said with a smile. A knock at the door, and a message passed to Kalsong. Your 2 o'clock is here, Jack. The appointment that you did not know you had. An agent Deanie Franklin, without the cast on her arm. Also, your reporter friend. Are you sure you want to see them together? I need a witness just in case the American government changes its deal. Your funeral. Not just mine. I have Karma also. Walking out the door down the hall. Down the stairs to a meeting room set up for this event, with a tape recorder from the late 70s, if he needed it. 2 women, the blonde reporter, and black female FBI agent standing waiting for him. We should be doing this alone, Jack, not with a reporter present. Not in your life, Agent Franklin. The world will know what the deal is before I accept it. He glanced at Lydia Hansen, enjoying the moment. This is a one-time offer. I have here 2 passports, a court order recognizing your adoption of the child Karma, her citizenship papers, binding on the government, and the legal agreement for your testimony, and an order to release all funds and assets, including the ones you did not know about when you turn yourself over for Ortiz in El Paso to be managed by your brother-in-law for Karma's benefit. The grand jury is still out. Jack, if they indict, Karma goes to your brother-in-law and family. Had you reviewed these, Miss Hansen? Not yet, Jack, but they would not dare go back on them if I make them public. I need to speak to Karma and His Holiness. If Karma agrees, I will take up a collection for tickets, sell a spleen or a kidney, and will return next week. Karma is a child, Jack. It is your decision. Karma is my daughter, and I will not take her from a place where she is happy. Lydia had been silent, recording the conversation surreptitiously. My network will spring for the tickets, Jack. Just let me know when. Thank you. Now I have a hard conversation with my daughter. If you will excuse me. Next scene. She was exhausted from playing with the other children. Drinking a cup of water, she sat down on the corner of the blankets. She slept on and gazed at him. What wrong, Jack? You look sad. I spoke to the American government today. We can go to Texas now, but only if you want. This paper makes you my daughter and an American citizen, just like me. You are so happy here. I want you to be happy. Karma, you and I can stay here if you want. If I go alone without you, they will never let me come back. Whatever you want, I will do. It seemed to surprise her. I will never leave you, Jack. Texas. Iha. Jack, I want to go with you. I will never leave you. In all his life, he had never been more frightened. Now he could not be happier as he held the only thing that mattered, his daughter. End of Chapter 11. Chapter 12. Homecoming. Thousands of candles can be lit from a single candle, and the life of the candle will not be shortened. Happiness never decreases by being shared. Would you like more milk, Irma? The flight attendant gave the anxious girl a sweet smile, as Jack handed the woman the plastic cup she had been drinking from with a negative nod. The girl continued to gaze out the window at her new world, the world that for her would mean freedom in life. Mr. Morgan, I have been asked to tell you that we need for you and Karma to stay on the plane until arrested passengers disembark. I think that there will be a reception for the 2 of you. You are famous now. The lady, Ati, according to the name tag, was probably from India or Indonesia, Jack figured, but spoke immaculate English. It had been a very long series of flights from India, as all flight paths had to avoid Chinese airspace. Excuse me. I just wanted to thank you for your kindness, and the kindness that all of you have shown Karma and myself. It means a great deal to both of us. There was no doubt a reception planned, but not the sort of reception that Karma was envisioning. My brother-in-law Jordan and his wife are supposed to meet me when we arrive. I'm wondering if you could check. I may have some legal matters to attend to, and I need to make sure that Karma is taken care of. Nodding, the woman disappeared through the curtain. Legal matters indeed. More than one nation was calling for his indictment and extradition. The Chinese at the front of the pack. Murder, espionage, theft, even kidnapping were on the list. Then there was the fact that he had helped build a doomsday weapon, a crime against humanity. Yes, there would be a reception, and Karma would be passed to Jordan and Carol, who would watch him being led away in handcuffs by Interpol or federal marshals. You seem upset. Can I get you something, Mr. Morgan? No, nothing. All of us have overjoyed meeting your precious girl. It is amazing that she can be so happy when she has been through so much. You seem a bit apprehensive, though. I would think that getting home would be nice. I have a confession to make. I had to make a few deals to get Karma into the U.S. as a legal resident. She gets to stay with my brother-in-law and his family, and I face charges. I about have the courage to tell Karma yet, and for that, am deeply ashamed. The child squeezed his hand, smiling, as the plane banked on approach. Seconds later, the mechanical whirring of an electric motor lowering the gear made her tense in anticipation. She watched her mother and father get butchered in front of her. She watched her friend, Monk Tashi, get cut in half, saving her life. I'm not sure what kind of pain I will be putting Karma through in the next few minutes. I see. I really do see. She knelt beside him, as the older blonde attendant read off the obligatory messages. Jack Morgan, you gave Karma more than just a chance for life. You showed all of us what was really important. You did what was right, and now both the world and Karma have a new beginning. Thank you, Jack Morgan, from all of us. You are no coward, and you have nothing for which you should be ashamed. The plane pulled up as the wheels touched the runway, and now he felt the happy gaze of his girl, a child in need of a father. That it would not be him burned at his heart, and it was not fair. Nothing in Karma's life had ever been fair. There was no way out, no way back, no place to run with his girl. They would wait until the concourse had emptied, and, sesega down the two, they would grab the child and federal marshals would high-five each other as they led the chained-up international villain away from a shocked and screaming child. Even before the doors had opened, people were emptying the overhead bins. Karma seemed a bit confused, so he forced a smile and motioned for her to wait. He had fought for her, and now some bureaucrat lawyer would judge him to be unfit to be a parent, and ignorant, true blue patriots would whine about a child being one more alien stealing their jobs and getting a free ride or some such nonsense. Jack, it is time. They are waiting for you in Karma. Could I have a moment alone with Karma? Just a minute or two. He had already had a minute or two and had not found the words he needed. Maybe. There were no words even possible. Sweetheart, I know that you cannot understand me. Not everything, at least. You will be safe. This much I swear. There was only one small bag between them. One change of clothing each, as his accounts had been frozen. Indeed, the clothing that they were wearing had been donated. With $6 in his pocket, and several hundred Indian rupees, it would be a long walk to nowhere. Jordan was not there. How many others arrived in this nation? With just as little, Jack wondered. Karma was sensing his anxiety, but he felt her take a heavy breath, and with resolve stepped off to the door, to her new home. At the door, his flight attendant, Fred, offered a few words of encouragement to see them off. No space between the door and the concourse. No escape this time as Karma marched so proudly in front of him down the tube. Reaching the end of the tunnel, the girl froze before like a mouse facing a cobra, as a cheer went up at her appearance. Horrified, Karma wrapped her arms around him as the room moaned in confusion at her terror. All of you, please forgive us. The last time Karma faced a crowd this large was at her own execution, so you understand that a crowd makes her nervous. Polite laughter, welcome signs and cameras recording the moment for posterity. A podium had been set up for the welcoming committee, among them Lydia Hanson, the reporter, Jordan and Carol, and Agent Dinia Franklin, and a few that he presumed were local politicians. Agent Franklin, nice of you to meet me yourself. May I at least have a few minutes to hand my girl over to my family? Unnecessary as it turns out. The Department of Justice has decided that your actions were sanctioned and necessary. You have been granted full immunity. I am here to extend an invitation to come to Washington in a few weeks. Once you get Karma settled, it seems that someone here has earned the thanks of a grateful nation. The president wants to pin a medal on you and meet Karma. Karma loosened her grip as the crowd gave an awe. Will it be all right, Jack? Everything is fine, Karma. Everything is perfect now. It is time to go home. End of book, Tibetan Girl. This is not the end. The story continues in the book, The Redemption of Colonel Lei Cheng, and Droids. Each act of kindness is not just its own reward, but becomes a door to a different future.
A young Tibetan girl alone, in the silence she did moan. Her family's gone, her smile is tight. She prays for a hero in the night. Mountains high and valleys low, through the tears her courage grows. In the cold shadows near, she whispers softly her biggest fear. Save me from this dark abyss. I need a family, I need bliss. A hero on a quest so pure. To my broken heart you are cure. Walking through the misty haze, she holds on to hope and praise, for strong arms to lift her high, to a place where love will never die. In the distance a figure comes, with a heart that always hums to the beat of tender love, sent from angels up above. Save me from this dark abyss. I need a family, I need bliss, a hero on a quest so pure. To my broken heart, you are cure. Walking through the misty haze, she holds on to hope and praise, for strong arms to lift her high, to a place where love will never die. In the distance a figure comes, with a heart that always hums to the beat of tender love, sent from angels up